El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Aceci, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo el tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organisations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving.
From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand in Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand in Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand in Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen dos proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el cuarto productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento de la Calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas y sembrará 500 nuevas, duplicando la productividad del departamento. Con el apoyo de la FAO y aliados estratégicos, se construirá un modelo agroindustrial que apuesta por la innovación, la economía circular, la baja huella de carbono y la inclusión social. En 2024, Colombia exportó más de 265 millones de dólares en cacao y sigue ampliando su mercado en Europa y Asia. Además, con certificaciones internacionales y el impulso al turismo científico, las rutas del cacao reconectan con las raíces y dignifican la labor del productor. Todo esto es posible gracias a la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, que promueve la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, la reducción de la pobreza y el cierre de brechas. Desde el Cauca y el Huila, Colombia exporta futuro.
El Perú es un territorio de oportunidades, donde tradición y futuro se unen en cadenas de valor únicas. Desde los Andes hasta la Amazonía, nuestros productores cultivan y transforman lo mejor de nuestra agrobiodiversidad.
No solo produzco la fibra de alpaca, también produzco la carne de alpaca más sano, con cero colesterol para los mercados. Y así mismo tengo economía para mi sustento de mi familia y para la comunidad.
En los Andes, granos como la quinoa, kiwicha o cañigua son superalimentos que nutren al mundo y conservan nuestra biodiversidad.
No solo es que vemos una semilla, un producto, sino es una manera de conservar nuestra vida. Una vida propia que caracteriza de muchos lugares diferentes culturas y quienes actualmente la están manteniendo son en los pequeños rincones de nuestro país.
En la Amazonía, frutos como el copoazú, la castaña y el acaí impulsan la bioeconomía, restaurando suelos y generando ingresos sostenibles.
Nosotros como agricultores nos sentimos orgullosos. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la selva hay mucha riqueza, ¿no? Tenemos muchos productos que sembrar, ¿no? Naturales también dentro de la comunidad, dentro de nuestra tierra, ¿no?
Gracias a las metodologías y herramientas geoespaciales avanzadas de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, el Perú ha identificado oportunidades de inversión estratégicas con impacto social, económico y ambiental en estas tres cadenas de valor.
Ponle punche y ganamos todos, Perú. Gobierno del Perú.
Olá a todos e todas. Mi nombre es Luis Bedunski, soy el oficial principal de Políticas en Desarrollo Rural en la Oficina Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy les voy a hablar sobre la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Nuestro equipo trabaja para promover una vida mejor para todos y todas. e se articula em torno a 3 prioridades estratégicas. 1. Impulsar o desenvolvimento econômico e combater as desigualdades das populações em situações de vulnerabilidade. 2. Fortalecer a resiliência em los territórios rurais e em los sistemas agroalimentários, com ênfase em ação antecipatória e em los mecanismos de gestão de risco de desastres. E terceiro, acelerar a inversión y la cooperación a través de mecanismos innovadores que promuevan el desarrollo territorial sostenible. Mano de la Mano es una iniciativa global de la FAO que comenzó en 2019 para impulsar esa tercera prioridad que les mencionaba.
Aló.
Su objetivo
Colegas,
es muy claro,
días.
identificar las áreas donde las políticas y las inversiones en el sector agroalimentario puedan generar mayor impacto económico y social para las poblaciones con altos niveles de pobreza que dependen de esas actividades.
Gracias.
Para eso, la planificación estratégica de inversiones es clave. Detectar oportunidades, movilizar recursos y asegurar que las inversiones produzcan beneficios tangibles e sosteníveis em las comunidades. Para hacerlo, usamos informação geoespacial, biofísica e socioeconômica que nos ajudam a localizar territórios com maior potencial em agricultura e também em outras atividades, como ganaderia, aquicultura, pesca ou turismo. Elaboramos, junto aos países, estratégias de inversão à la medida. Cada território é único. Com um enfoque territorial, promovemos soluções adaptadas a los cuellos de botella que impidem materializar seu potencial, desde sistemas de riego em zonas áridas hasta melhor acesso a mercados para a agricultura familiar. Ponemos el acento em que esse processo é liderado por los países e apoiado por la FAO. Provavelmente, mais de uno se pergunte, bueno, pero si los países lideran esse processo, ¿qué hace FAO? Nuestro rol es aportar con experiencia y conocimiento en temas de inteligencia territorial y prioridades basadas en datos, alineación con políticas nacionales y prioridades regionales, articulación público-privada para impulsar la inversión habilitante, capacidad técnica y asistencia para la movilización de recursos. Impulsamos foros de inversión para facilitar la interacción entre gobiernos, donantes e sócios estratégicos para convertir oportunidades em inversões concretas. Involucramos ao setor privado, organismos internacionais de financiamento, a banca multilateral, assim como a inversão pública e os donantes tradicionais. Todo esse trabalho ha generado importantes resultados. A nível regional, a participação na iniciativa Mano de la Mano ha crescido significativamente. Temos hoje 15 países trabalhando em seus planos de inversão e 3 iniciativas subregionais que abarcam territórios do Corredor Seco e zonas áridas de Centroamérica, da Amazônia e de los pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento do Caribe. Solo entre os anos 2022 e 2024, hemos logrado mobilizar cerca de 1.750 milhões de dólares na região. Bueno, e agora? ¿Hacia dónde vamos? Bueno, queremos que essa cifra de inversión siga crescendo. Seguimos comprometidos com apoiar os países para avançar em la transformação de los sistemas agroalimentários e estamos convencidos que a iniciativa Mano de la Mano representa uma grande oportunidade para lográ-lo. Mano de la Mano está evolucionando. Hoje incorpora com maior força o uso sustentável de los recursos naturais, o financiamento climático e ações de mitigação e adaptação ao câmbio climático. Su foco é habilitar bienes públicos que potenciem a inversão privada. Queremos ter uma estratégia mais integral que incluya o uso de tecnologias, gestão florestal, produção de bioenergia, gestão pesqueira eficaz, sistemas de informação, entre muitos outros. Estamos convencidos de que este é o caminho para avançar hacia uma transformação rural inclusiva e para ter melhores sistemas agroalimentários, que nos assegurem uma melhor produção, a melhor nutrição, melhor meio ambiente e uma vida melhor, sem deixar a nadie atrás.
Home to more than 50 million people, including 400 indigenous peoples, the Amazon is a complex system of interconnected species, ecosystems, and cultures that contribute to global well-being. covering more than 6.9 million square kilometers. The Amazon rainforest is home to more than 10% of terrestrial biodiversity and contains 20% of the world's fresh water. However, the traditional model of economic development in the Amazon region could push one of the planet's richest ecosystems to the brink of environmental collapse. The business opportunity for the circular bioeconomy is estimated at an astounding $7.7 trillion by 2030. However, the Amazon's current share of this market is only 0.17%, although it accounts for 54% of the world's tropical forests. To unlock this market potential, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTA, and FAO have joined forces to develop a program based on the hand-in-hand methodology. This effort is in line with the signing of the 2023 Belém Declaration, endorsed by the 8 heads of state of the Amazon region. The program aims to identify responsible and sustainable investment opportunities by promoting public-private partnerships on specific lines of investment. Strengthening digital ecosystems in the Amazon to improve rural livelihoods and boost traceability of selected bioproducts. Improvement of Amazon fisheries management based on the existing data from migratory catfish. And it's rooted in 4 guiding principles, reducing the high levels of food insecurity, poverty, social and gender-related inequalities. Respecting the rights, territories, traditional ways of life, and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and other traditional communities. Avoiding the Amazon rainforest tipping point. Ensuring sustainable agriculture practices.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del sistema de la integración centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de
En América Latina y el Caribe, los sistemas agroalimentarios representan un pilar fundamental para el desarrollo económico, la generación de empleo, la seguridad alimentaria y la sostenibilidad ambiental, además de desempeñar un papel clave en la acción frente al cambio climático. A pesar de su contribución estratégica, el financiamiento destinado a los sistemas agroalimentarios no ha evolucionado al ritmo de los desafíos actuales. Los flujos de financiamiento para el desarrollo han mostrado una tendencia decreciente y mayor volatilidad. La inversión pública agrícola continúa siendo limitada. El capital privado se distribuye de manera desigual y el financiamiento climático para los sistemas agroalimentarios está muy por debajo de lo necesario para la adaptación y la mitigación. Estos desafíos se ven agravados por presiones fiscales, altos niveles de endeudamiento e instituciones fragmentadas, mientras que las desigualdades persistentes continúan afectando a los pequeños productores, mujeres, jóvenes, pueblos indígenas y comunidades afrodescendientes. Al mismo tiempo, la región cuenta con oportunidades claras para movilizar nuevos recursos.
To mobilize new resources destined to the transformation of agri-food systems. We have innovative instruments like combined or mixed financing, bonds associated to sustainability, and risk distribution or risk allocation mechanisms, along with territorial platforms to establish investment priorities like the initiative hand by hand of FAO. Right, they show us how it's possible to allocate public and private capital and to better align investments with inclusive, sustainable, and weather resilient or climate resilient development. The World Food Forum and the World Investment Forum of the initiative Mano a Mano offer governments the opportunity of clear investment plans in the face of agri-food investors across the globe, providing an opportunity to establish partnerships. That is how FAO is encouraging interregional cooperation and South-South cooperation mechanisms that allow driving actions to transform agri-food systems through the power of the youth, science, innovation, and investment. It's important to align policies and incentives with long-term development goals. Funding must foster sustainable practices, innovation, diversification, and inclusion. We must have robust social protection frameworks and a better coordination between the institutions. All this is critical to create more impact. In order to increase the financing or funding of more inclusive, resilient agri-food systems that are resilient in Latin America and in the Caribbean, FAO seeks to foster and re-optimize internal public spending to extend fiscal space through different innovative instruments to mobilize private funding that is combined to bridge social inclusion gaps and to seize different platforms for investments like the initiative Hand in Hand. In this context, extending funding is not only about mobilizing more resources, but of investing better. Now, the Hand in Hand initiative is a territorial platform
inversiones hacia donde puedan generar el mayor impacto social,
where they can create the more social, economic, environmental impacts. This session explores how the financial innovative approaches can turn this potential into concrete action. Accompany us. Come with us.
Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a la Oficina Regional de la
welcome everyone to the FAO's Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean. We would like to start with a strategic space for regional collaboration and discussion focused on advancing in a common agenda of mobilizing more and better investment for the transformation of agri-food systems. We're here gathered we're posing a central question, a core question. How do we go to good idea to scalable, sustainable, and fundable ideas or solutions? That's a conversation that we're starting today with governments, with financial institutions, with the development bank, the private sector, international cooperation, and strategic partnerships of the entire region. We know that many of you have traveled a long way to be here, and this effort speaks about the importance of this agenda and the regional commitment as a transformation that cannot wait any further. Right today, we're privileged enough to have diverse representation from multiple sectors, different countries and regions. A big round of applause, please, for everyone that's accompanying us from different countries and territories in our region.
América Latina y el Caribe tiene el conocimiento.
Latin America and the Caribbean have the knowledge, the production capacity, and territorial diversity to lead this transformation. But in order to do so, we need to connect technical capacities with financial instruments that are able to reach rural territories where they were most needed, the farmers, producers, and the value chains. Yes, and we're here gathered by a common purpose to advance towards agri-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. In order to do so, we need a renewed agenda of investment and funding with concrete, tangible solutions, robust partnerships, and a long-term perspective. This encounter responds to the mandates that member countries provided to FAO within the framework of the last regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Along those lines, it seeks to consolidate milestones to strengthen a regional roadmap connecting technical and political events like the 44th edition of REAF, Mercosur, that was recently in Asunción, and the WFF, which will happen in October this year at the headquarters of FAO. That's why I would like to invite you to build the road with us towards the 44th Regional Conference of FAO, which will be held in El Salvador in 2028. Within this framework, we like to focus our conversation in three large priorities: to strengthen rural financial ecosystems, territorial ecosystems with differentiated paths for inclusion, bankability, and investment that's focused on the needs of all territories; to promote strategic alliances and partnerships between development banks, governments, financial institutions, the private sector, and other key stakeholders to increase resiliency of agri-food systems; and finally, to drive a regional workspace task force about innovative and inclusive funding and financing for agri-food systems in the region. These priorities give us a clear roadmap for the next 2 days where we have this event. Now, how do they translate into our work agenda? During these 2 days, we will address key topics for a regional agenda, organized in 6 different thematic panels. Today, we will begin with a master talk from a regional representative, and we'll continue with panels that will focus on different investment and funding solutions. The first panel will talk about new responses for rural financial inclusion. And in the afternoon, our second panel will talk about the role of micro SMEs and cooperatives as key stakeholders for having more rural economies to make them more dynamic. And finally, we'll have a third panel that will be where the National Bank, Development Bank will analyze the role in investment mobilization. Now, we have a great agenda waiting for us today. Beyond the formal sessions for this encounter, we've designed this space not only to share knowledge with you, but to also open the floor and spaces for exchange, to identify opportunities where we can collaborate and to strengthen our relationships, right, between institutions. Every person and each institution, they account for an experience, trajectory, and an opportunity for joint action. The agenda will have different interactive activities and exchange spaces that will foster dialogue, connection between institutions, and we are going to be able to identify opportunities for collaboration. We'd like to invite you to go to do a walkthrough of the Rural Women's Gallery that is next to our activity area. You'll also be able to scan this QR code and go to our website where you'll be able to analyze the detailed agenda, the profiles of all the speakers that will be here present, and will you be able to schedule bilateral meetings. With this, we'll conclude our introduction or words of introduction. Hopefully, we have strategic collaboration, constructive dialogue, guided on creating new workspace or joint work opportunities in our region, right? And without further ado, we will start with our master conference that will open the technical program of this encounter. But Pame, do you think that before we do that, we call Mr. Rene to the floor. Could you tell us a bit about his professional background? Yes, I'll do that. I'd like to introduce Mr. Rene Orellana Hawker with a distinguished trajectory in sustainable development funding for development climate change and multilateral cooperation. He has held very important responsibilities in the government and in the face of international entities, different multilateral development mix and spaces for international negotiation, where he has contributed to articulate public agendas, cooperation for development, and financial mechanisms focused on driving sustainable solutions. In November 2025, he was appointed as a Deputy General Director and Regional Representative of FAO for Chile, for Latin America and the Caribbean. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Rene Orellana Hawker, please.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Un abrazo a todos los presentes.
I'd like to greet everyone present. Before I begin, I'd like to express our solidarity with the families, people, and communities that were affected by the recent emergencies in Venezuela and Colombia. We know that behind every number there are families, there are lives, there are means of life, livelihoods that have been impacted, right? Households, including multiple different rural communities that face many vulnerabilities. From the FAO, we would like to just show our evidence our commitment to continue supporting response efforts in coordination with governments and local municipalities. We have already mobilized our technical capacities and financial resources in order to contribute to the emergency and to accompany the recovery process and to protect food security and the agricultural production and agricultural livestock production and the different livelihoods, right? These emergencies remind us about the importance of strengthening resilience in agri-food systems and communities. We're rapidly moving our support so we can send it to where it's most needed and for it to continue to sustainable recovery. Distinguished authorities, government authorities, representative of development banks, and private sector cooperatives of rural credits and loans in the academia, civil society, representatives of regional spaces for integration and cooperation, and everyone that's accompanying us from our digital platforms, right, online, remotely from different countries in the region. It's a pleasure to greet you and welcome you to the office of FAO of Latin America and the Caribbean, and welcome to this event. We're honored to have the presence of representatives from the government of Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, just like the representatives of the Caribbean countries that are here present. We're also here accompanied by senior officials and presidents from financial institutions that are linked to the support to small producers. We're also here with the International Fund FIDA, the for Agricultural Development, the Bank CAF, the Global Bank, the IDB, the Central America Bank for Integration, right, BFE, along with different funding mechanisms, national funding mechanisms, just like the Productive Development Bank from Bolivia. Likewise, we're here accompanied by BBVA, commercial banks, and the bank from Northeast Brazil, partners and representatives from investment funds, vertical funds, bilateral funds, and multilateral funds. The extent and diversity of this encounter make it a space that is especially relevant for the region. To gather all these stakeholders and representatives, government representatives, financial institutions, and different international entities from different countries in the same convention is quite significant, and it reflects the shared will to advance towards more articulated solutions to fund and invest in agri-food systems. This agenda responds to a solid, robust political mandate that is expressed in our member states through the 39th Regional Conference of FAO, which was held in Brasilia this year, where the countries pointed out the importance of advancing towards more inclusive financial systems that allow the strengthening of family agriculture to extend opportunities for development in rural territories and contribute towards agri-food transformation. We would like to especially greet the presence of Mr. Manderley Seeger, Vice Minister of Rural Development of Brazil, who is present here. He is leading the regional conference until March 2028, right? And Mr. Gabriel Isola, he's a representation of the Ministry of Agriculture here and Livestock and Agriculture here and we also have fishing in Uruguay, and we have the president of Mercosur, and we also have SILAC here, representatives, and also people from the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Jaime Campos Quirogas. Their participation talks about funding, investment, and territorial investment to build agri-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. This mandate starts based on a concrete reality. Latin America and the Caribbean is an agri-food, a global agri-food power, but 32 million people are still under hunger, and almost 70% of those that produce food face barriers to access formal funding, right? That is why we need to better guide investment in order to transform agri-food systems, not only in terms of how much it's mobilized, but where we have our resources, where they're allocated, and what capacities we're strengthening for integrating into value chains. The region has we have biodiversity, water, markets, institutions, and many producers that sustain local economies and preserve the natural resources. The challenge now is to connect that potential with technical services, information, and adequate financial instruments, right? With mixed funding guarantees, with the first loss funds and agriculture, insurances and technical assistance that can foster investment and improve the quality of projects, and channel resources towards territories with high potential, high impact, right? Financial institutions for development manage between 700,000, 900,000, or $1 billion, right? The challenge is that a greater portion of that reaches producers, organizations in rural territories in the context where the public sector is facing fiscal restrictions and growing intersectoral needs. In this context, the FAO is driving this space as a response to its technical mandate and its commitment with the member states. And the FAO does this by contributing capacity for articulation, territorial presence, and specialized knowledge in order to connect public priorities and knowledge with financial instruments that are innovative and investment opportunities that impact our agri-food systems. We would like to contribute towards converting the territorial priorities, productive capacities, and opportunities for development into plans, portfolios, and investment partnerships that are adapted to each territory. Currently, FAO is operating more than $1 billion through 400 projects in 32 different countries in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are working with the government, with producers, cooperatives, micro SMEs that are rural communities, and local governments in order to strengthen our capacities, our skill sets, and reduce barriers and improve investment conditions. We can continue strengthening this financial inclusion and creating conditions for producers, organizations, and communities that currently have more vulnerabilities and lower access to this, for them to advance towards more organized that are bankable schemes that are attractive for sustainable investment in agri-food systems. In order to do so, we need to articulate public policies, technical assistance, reliable information, financial services, markets, and risk mitigation instruments. At the core of this conversation, we have the concept of financial ecosystems, financial territorial ecosystems, which are collaboration networks to connect producers, organizations, governments, companies, financial institutions, public policies, markets, information systems, technical services, and instruments to guide investment towards opportunities that have a territorial impact. The aim of this is that funding arrives in conditions that are compatible with the productive cycles, the economic or financial opportunities, and the different social, environmental, and climatic objectives, right, of each territory. Some territories have different levels of maturity. Some have consolidated organizations, production, information, and diversified offers or supplies, and some require strengthening services and technical capacities before they fully access to financial services that are reliable. That is why the challenge is to build progressive trajectories of financial inclusion towards the bankarization, from bankarization to bankability, and to bankability to investments that have an impact on agri-food systems. To respond to different levels of territorial maturity, FAO has tools, platforms, and methodologies that are specialized, right? The initiative Hand in Hand has geospatial analysis that is advanced to identify territories with high levels of poverty and production capacity, and it connects different development priorities with concrete investment market opportunities. These investment forum, this initiative organized within the World Forum, Food Forum, contributes to reducing risk through evidence and structuring opportunities and combined funding, right? Since 2002, the initiative Hand in Hand has mobilized more than just 8,700 or $8.5 billion investments in the agri-food systems. And we also have the program for the adaptation based on ecosystems in the dry Central American corridor and the arid zones of the Dominican Republic, which is a proposal to strengthen resiliency in rural communities in the face of climate change. This program combines territorial planning, nature-based solutions, financial mechanisms that allow to extend the impact of investments in adaptation to climate change, along with the support of FAO. In partnership with the Central American Bank, BCA, right, for economic integration, which is currently represented by Ricardo Maligal, the head of technical cooperation. Greetings to him. The Central American Commission on Environment and Development, that's also participating in this partnership, and with the financial support of the Green Climate Fund, the FAO has contributed to a framework to creating a partnership between public and private sectors and international cooperation in order to access the climate funding and allows to channel this to rural territories. We'd like to share an important publication with you, which is called Innovation in Financing Mechanisms for the Transformation of Agri-Food Systems. It's a document that has evidenced different experiences throughout the region, where we're here highlighting the public commercial bank, its participation, the multilateral development bank, the microfinancial bank, and different stakeholders within the financial system. We would like to invite you to read this vision, and it's a first contribution to an agenda that we must continue strengthening with evidence, experience exchange, and articulation between public stakeholders, private stakeholders, and territorial stakeholders. During these 2 days, we'll be able to analyze 5 priority transitions, and this process will strengthen investments of the agri-food system in order to go from isolated projects to territorial investment portfolios that articulate production, value chains, infrastructures, connectivity, technical services, markets, evidence, and adequate financial instruments. Secondly, we must invest in human and organizational capacities in rural areas, financial education, technical assistance, infrastructure, and entrepreneurial management and associativity. In third place, we must strengthen the collaboration ecosystem between governments, development banks, different cooperatives, financial institutions, investments, the academia, international cooperation, and territorial organizations. In fourth place, we must situate climate action at the core of investments, at the center of investments, translating environmental commissions in fundable portfolios on sustainable practices, restoration, resilient infrastructure, water management, and agri-food insurances.
A quienes hacen posible la producción de alimentos en la región. Los pequeños y medianos productores,
small and scale producers, and the rural communities are at the center of our work during the next 2 days. The idea is to progress towards financial support. It should be part of the financial, territorial, highly developed areas capable of connecting mitigation, markets, and alliances, partnerships. FAO is strategically positioned to contribute in these transitions with technical knowledge, evidence, with territorial presence, with neutrality, and with the capacity to call on the public to become involved. We want to exploit and explore with you the possibilities of promoting a regional space of collaboration for innovative financing and innovation for agri-food systems so that we can interact, share instruments, connect players, build portfolios for investment of a high impact. We have a possibility and a shared responsibility to make a concrete investment for climate resilience and investment in the rural world. We would like to thank the presence of all of you, vice ministers, authorities, that will be fundamental to transforming these initiatives in facilitating these ecosystems. I hope that this meeting will allow us to go beyond declarations and making them decisions, those that are isolated, the investment portfolios, and the fragmentation towards an effective collaboration of the agri-food systems for our communities and our countries. Thank you all.
Agradecemos la presentación de la
charla. Thank the presentation and the main presentation of the regional representatives for Latin America and the Caribbean. He has shared the call for this event to connect more and better investments for agri-food systems in the region. With him and in agreement with our agenda, we will have a coffee break now. And for those of you that are in present, we would like to go outside to take the official photograph of this meeting. We will come back in a few minutes for the next talk. Thank you very much.
La foto la vamos a tomar aquí en la explanada. A los que gusten por este lado salir al costado izquierdo, por favor.
You in the room that are going to take the picture, the photograph will be taken outside in the, here in the front part of the room.
Colegas, si pueden ir tomando sus asientos, por favor. Vamos a iniciar en unos minutos.
Dear colleagues, please take a seat. We will be beginning with and continuing our program in a few minutes.
Hola, hola. Probando.
¿Lo dejo prendido? ¿Prendido? Sí, prendida.
Colegas, si pueden ir tomando sus asientos, por favor, vamos a
I
iniciar.
would ask you to please take your seats. We will be beginning. We would like to begin our presentation.
Ok, colegas, bienvenidos sean de vuelta. Espero hayan disfrutado.
Welcome. I hope you enjoyed a fabulous and delicious coffee break. It seems you're all more relaxed. You're beginning to meet each other. Some of you are already hugging. That is excellent. I see that we are wanting you to get close. A few messages. It's important for all of you to know that there is a hallway, Bruni room, where you can have bilateral discussions, you can have a coffee, you can have a more informal meeting there. It is also important that you begin using the web page of this event. The first set of pictures of the official opening and the coffee break are already available. If you want to share it with your institutions and upload them on the social network, just go all the way to the end of the talk. If you please use hashtag agroinversiones RLC. Before we begin with our next panel, we have received a very nice video message, which is a very good discussion of our technical meeting. So let's begin with that video. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank everyone at FAO. I'm sorry I cannot be with you today at FAO. There's an opportunity to send you a share some words with you. What is GAD? This meeting and topic is very important for us. The international development. FAO has a very important development area for markets where the private sector has an issue. But when you have issues, you have the small-scale producers, the cooperatives, and small-scale producers have problems accessing funds to grow, innovate, and face the challenges of producing. There is a major challenge. Latin America and the Caribbean receives less than 10% of finance for agri-food systems. Our need for investing these systems are much larger. Clearly, we need to mobilize more resources, but our challenges go beyond. We need financing for areas that are not reaching this. At FIDA, we know that this is not something that is resolved with more credits in certain areas. A small-scale producer needs financing, but they also need technical assistance, training, access to markets. The cooperatives could require resources to grow and to manage the system. A bank can finance rural areas, but they need new tools to learn and know who those customers are, assess risks, and make better decisions. That is why it is so important for us to work with financial institutions. In the region, we are working with small local development banks and other financial resources to better learn what the rural industry looks like and to understand what type of financing small producers require. This is another important and relevant issue. We do not all, for a producer, finances can be the first to the financial system and a guarantee to access credit. A more consolidated system can work with a development and a trade bank, and at different scales, it can work in climate, challenging issues with climate. And I think the logic of this meeting is fundamental. During the next 2 days, we will be facing new topics linked to finance, microfinancing, and also cooperatives and small-scale producers, and the development banks, the private banks, and other financing for climate change. This is where our challenge centers. We cannot continue centering our objectives only in silos. This is where all the different sources of financing will complement each other and go hand in hand with the workers and helping them, and farmers, helping them to develop the financial institutions, private sectors, producers, international organizations, all working in different areas. But we support this ecosystem. This is almost after 50 years, we have been investing in people and communities that are at the baseline of agri-food systems. We work directly with governments, but also with organizations and rural organizations. We know the barriers that small-scale producers and farmers have faced, but many a time it is not only about a lack of resources, but rather how we can connect those resources with the opportunities that are available in those territories. For example, in Ecuador, through a new project, FIDA will finance a comprehensive package that includes technical support, access to markets, and productive areas that will reach 23,000 producers. This considers modernizing or strengthening producers and access to credit so that they can acquire products, have a technical system, and sell their products at fair prices. As the only international financial organization to transform rural economies, mobilize resources and structure investments, and also reduce risks and bring others to the table. This capacity to connect the two worlds is an important opportunity that FIDES has to continue deepening our work with FAO. We will create evidence and also create opportunities to go hand in hand, which will be in the discussion of the next 2 days, are fundamental in the discussions you will have in the next few days. This can be an opportunity, a real opportunity to bring in financing and partnerships in the territories. There's a great deal of work ahead of us. We will be very, very attentive to the results that will be coming out of this meeting. It seems it's for me, it is a very important opportunity that this will maintain our exchange and also achieve concrete results, because at the end of the day, this is what we want to achieve, that a small-scale producer or cooperative, a farming company has an opportunity to grow. Will not do it only because it did not have enough financing, because it did not have the guarantee, or because the different players within their territory were not able to talk. If we're able to close those gaps, we will be mobilizing increased financing, but also creating more opportunities and more income and better conditions to the people that live in the rural area. Thank you very much for your invitation. I hope you have 2 very fruitful days of meeting. Thank you.
Muchísimo a la directora del FIDA, la doctora
We'd like to thank Rocio for this very good message, which talks to us about something that is fundamental, which has to do with closing gaps. This connects very well with what we're going to discuss in our first panel, new responses for rural financial inclusion, challenges and opportunities. This panel will be talking about rural microfinance as the first response to understand the traditionally excluded communities and create trust between producers and financial institutions. The first session will analyze how microfinances can better adapt to agricultural needs, to productive informality, to the lack of traditional guarantees, and climate vulnerability that rural areas face. To take on this challenge, we will introduce Clelia Maria Puzo, who's the official of the rural area for South America. And we will have the following panelists, which I would like to ask you to come to the stage. Amanda Leon Alder, who's the creditor Center for Agricultural Habilitation from Paraguay, Cesar Madariaga, Foundation for the Entrepreneurial Rural Development of Honduras, Madame Marianela Fleglioni, who is the Executive Director of the Fund Cooperation of Sustainable Development of Costa Rica, and Vanderlei Ziegler, who is Minister of the Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture of Brazil. Clelia, the floor is yours for moderating this meeting.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here in the first panel. As Mauricio says, this panel will be centered about a specific topic, which refers to something that our regional director mentioned in his opening talk. Financial inclusion is a major challenge for social mobility, which is what we want to achieve with the beneficiaries of our project. The topic that we see in our daily tasks is that we become in contact with family farmers, small-scale producers that face issues and difficulties to credits, insurances, and other financial services that will allow them to progress, invest, innovate, and face crises. During the next 2 hours, we're going to explore this topic in different areas, from the public policy standpoint, a public organization that works as a bank, and other institutions that, as a mandate, they have to include, have the financial inclusion as part of their mandate. And we'll go deeply into those topics. The significance of not only broadening the offer, it is something that we want to achieve, but also we want to build models, and we will see this through the presentations of our panelists, that we're able to reach the base of that pyramid, but to keep it sustainable, mobilizing resources and responding to realities of rural territories that are very diverse amongst themselves and have very specific needs. We will have the opportunity then to have a 2-hour panel. We're going to be together for 2 hours, and I will explain to you how we're going to organize this panel. We're going to have a first part with presentations where we learn from the experiences that are specific to our panelists, and then we're going to have a discussion with guided questions where we will open to a debate and exchange with the public. Please write down your questions, because there will be a Q&A period where you will be able to discuss with our panelists. The panelists have been introduced. Mr. Seeger, who is the Secretary of Family Agriculture of Brazil, Marianina Feoli, from the Fund and Cooperation from Costa Rica, Madame Amanda Leon Alder, who comes from CAH from Paraguay, and also Cesar Madariaga from Honduras. Please come to present at the podium your presentation. Investing in agro-food systems for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muy buenos días, un gusto estar aquí.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here. Firstly, I would like to thank FAO for the invitation to participate in this event. It is very interesting to share our experience from Honduras, how we have been developing inclusion for the beneficiaries. So Funder is the foundation for rural entrepreneurship development. So our vision is to see families associated that produce in a sustainable manner in markets, in competitive conditions, generating income, of course, in harmony with nature and with a gender development. We have been evolving in these topics based on the needs that have come about throughout time. So our mission is to promote participative processes of entrepreneurial rural development through training services and financial support, technical assistance, to build and strengthen these rural structures. We have created business models, credit, rural credit, banks, agribusiness, and entrepreneurship in the area of forestry development and clean energy initiatives that are renewable, that improves the quality of life of the goal population at large in a sustainable manner. So it is at the core, there's an association. We developed this concept so that producers that are limited and dispersed in rural areas, we want to reach them and create a better impact and have a better coverage. And this is how we promote these processes at scale and obviously with financial systems. We will then show a short video that talks a little bit about more generally and more specifically about this foundation. Sorry, we can't see it. Let's see. 30 years, the foundation funder is born on the 5th of March of 1997 as a sustainability project financed by the government of Holland for the development of the small-scale agriculture with the private, public associations and civil society. We are a private entity to provide services to the rural organizations with association promoting savings and access to credit. This is why we have the first rural banking system where all the partners are based on trust and common respect. We open markets for investment, financing, financial education, and access to insurance. We have financial services center responding to the needs of each sector and providing the services that the population requires. Agroforestry management center, 5 value chains, 2,000 restored hectares, 20 technologies for climate action, 2,500 families have been benefited. We have created this for rural companies that create economic growth with the formation of the entrepreneurs through the agro-entrepreneurial center. With these rural banks, through agro-Honduras markets, Funder will continue centering its efforts for inclusion, development, diversification, and supporting opportunities for rural families to go from a subsistent economy to an entrepreneurial economy. Funder, 30 years.
Aló, sí, gracias.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Bueno, Funder pues desarrolla una
Funder promotes a methodology, as was mentioned in the video, and our receivers or beneficiaries are men, women, indigenous people, youth, farmer organizations, and Afro-descendant peoples. They respond to different needs that we identify in the analysis in the territorial group. We create credit and savings banks, which are alternatives where financial institutions, given coverage, do not have access to very dispersed areas and distant areas. So we create these rural banks, resources, so the beneficiaries are and they are the promoters and initially provide their stock and their savings, and we work for 3 moments that we have identified the stage of growth at the beginning. The next stage is growth. First one is incubation, development, growth, and consolidation. When They are self-managed. The rural banks are incubators of companies. There are new entrepreneurships that take place, and they go to different businesses and non-agricultural areas of business in general, agribusiness. We also work with local players in the zones, and we link them to the municipalities, schools, governments, and the organizations that we meet in the different territories. This also to create a dynamic and add the talents to avoid a duplication of efforts and complement ourselves in the activities that we carry out. We don't necessarily have technical assistance or financial funds in certain areas. Some have it. So, and this is how we match at the institutional level in the zone. So, the partners of these rural banks self-finance themselves amongst themselves and to the peoples in the zone. Partners or all populations that are in an area are part of this rural bank. And then they are part of companies, and this is how we reach them and cover them who are dispersed in the territories themselves. Sorry, I skipped one. There we go. Honduras in figures. At the closure of 2026, we have a population of beneficiaries of 48,000 families, more than 243,000, a number of companies under the small-scale model, supported and strengthened 1,007 units, rural employment generation 28,000, business volume in total $83.2 million. Agricultural production systems in crops, 28,300 hectares, and areas 71, and productive chains 14. The utilities $14.4 million. The investments on the field and added value responds to $11.5 million. At the national land coverage, we have Honduras has 18 departments. We are in 17 areas. We have 200 municipalities. We are at 141. We're almost half to the municipalities in the country, and more than 803 communities. And rural financing, it's $11.4 million.
Ahora, el Centro de Servicios Financieros.
Now, the Financial Services Center, at its creation, it grew. We had the Center of Rural Banks, which was the first stage in 1997. Then we have the Agribusiness Center. And then we observed the need, of course, of including and supporting them financially. We had a technical assistance, but not financial, and that was limiting in the development and growth of the producers at the time. And so this Center for Financial Services was born from that realization. We realized, how could we promote and improve these financial areas and how to finance these business units? And that's how in 2007, we began the financial services of funder. And this is how we began. And this incursion, we began by making mistakes, trial and error, as you will, to begin in this activity. The vision is, of course, to specialize and consolidate it to serve the rural population that is in a more vulnerable situation, contributing to improve their income under a social and financial inclusion. Their mission is to serve the rural area directed through rural banks, micro companies, agribusiness, entrepreneurial units, and so on. All the beneficiaries that we serve, we have taken them from the creation, from their zero stand, and they grow with us as we go. And this is a manner and going hand in hand with them with technical support to ensure they have financial credit and take on the risk. Yeah. And in an associated manner, we create an impact to having a broader coverage and including all beneficiaries. Considering funder, we have the agribusiness, the rural banks, and green business, all supported by technical assistant, entrepreneurial management, the CSF, which is a financial center. It has we serve them in order to provide them and respond to the financing demands. And many that all of these units, all of these business units have we serve the population that do not have that are not bank based. They have savings and credit groups or associations, organizations, and small scale companies or businesses. And then the bankable areas, we have savings, organizations, and so on. These are all the people we serve. The financing of these services for the inclusion is financial education, cyclical income. We personalize credits, we custom make them to the type of everything is very well personal to all these people. We have a geographic population. We have guarantees, and the guarantees, as I was saying, the technical assistance that we provide permanently to these small organizations, and they are all small scale productive units.
Now, our portfolio balance is 9.5 billion. Operation has 710 business units, 682 final beneficiaries, 10,092. And the most important areas that we fund is basic grains with 2.9 million. Coffee is 2.1 million. As you know, Honduras is the 5th global coffee producer. Of course, it's a very important field that requires many resources for the maintenance. Farms, we've got livestock 1.6 million and trade 1.4. Now, in terms of loan, the total balance is 2.5 million. Operations 174, business units 174 as well. Final beneficiaries 2,008, and we're in 16 departments and 144 municipalities. And our fund sources and strategic partners, we have Banprovi and the financial sources. We also work from Semprede, ITB, FAMIN, Fundación Covelo, and Ban Rural. Now, the international cooperation funds, Swiss Cooperation, Whole Foods, Oxfam, Hafer, Swiss Contacts, Technoserve, UNDP, and JICA. And strategic partners, we have the National Commission of Banks, and we're regulated under the legal regulations of the country, right? We've got all the logos you see on screen. Trust, we have Financiera Fincas, Eibena, Fundación Sparquesen, Fundación Vida, and Seguros Equidad. Thank you very much. That was it for me, and hope you understood everything. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señor César, por su presentación.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cesar, for your presentation and for respecting our times, our agenda. There are very interesting points in your presentation. First of all, talking about technical assistance and support at a local level, right? Starting with the rural compensations, right? Which is the reality of the very remote areas, rural areas of Honduras. Likewise, to help them on that transition towards entrepreneurship and the importance of strengthening capacities or skill sets at a financial level, but also at a company level, the importance of associativity, as we've heard this morning. Many of the challenges stem from the fact that local producers are not always partnered up, so that gives them strength and it gives you, makes them access and be trained. And last but not least, let's talk about flexibility, adapting the services to the needs of the farms, which is something that also opens the floor for opportunities. Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor now to Mrs. Marianela Feoli, Executive Director of the Development Corporation Fund. You have 15 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Clelia, and greetings and thank you really to everyone that's attending today and everyone that traveled all the way over here. It's my pleasure to present about the Corporation Fund for Sustainable Development, an organization with a very long name, Fondo de Cooperación for the Sustainable Development, but it's at the DNA of what we do, right? We're focused on sustainable development, and SDG, one of our fundamental principles.
Perdón, las reglas, la dirección técnica es realmente muy importante.
The technical direction is very important, right, for all of us. So we are an NGO which we've existed for a bit more than 30 years. We emerged after the Earth Summit of 1992, which means that this is an organization that in its DNA, as I mentioned, we have sustainable development. But in addition, we believe much on joint efforts in order to act locally and think globally. And so we think this in each one of the actions. We apply this in all of our actions. And we have a very strong approach to always add financial, economic, environmental, and social results or outcomes, and also climate-related outcomes. And we know that we can't do that in an isolated manner as an organization, but at our core is a great partnership and collaboration with many public-private organizations, local organizations in Costa Rica and other countries across the globe. Our theory of change as an organization, our focus is to drive sustainability and inclusion, to transform the productive sector into a production sector that can make good business differently, that can add value, create financial results, but also positive environmental and social outcomes. So our focus is transformation of the productive sector, transforming the quality of life with a very strong pillar of inclusion, financial, social, gender, youth inclusion. That is what drives us in all the actions we undertake as an organization. And that's where we go from what's traditional to what's sustainable. We continue encouraging and seeing how we can add value, means of life, and how livelihood, and how the results of those rural populations are a bit more focused on sustainability. We have a significant accompanying strategies, not only the financial service, but also accompanying knowledge management. And we have a strategic collaboration network, as I mentioned, so where we collaborate with many organizations and always aligned to the 2030 agenda. When we were born, the 2030 agenda did not exist. That's why I'm mentioning mentioning the Earth Summit and all the principles that guided us since the beginning, right? When the 2030 agenda arrived, at the end of the day, it's like a tailored suit, right? It's what we hope we can continue doing after 2030. We see the organization as a two-engine airplane. It's two engines that help us that plane be stable, and we have a credit engine with which we provide the financial services for the micro and small companies, SMEs, and farms that have difficulty in accessing traditional banks or the banking industry. But we also have an engine, the project engine, where it supports us to create the roadmap, to see what the transformation measures are, right? What are the sustainability measures? How do we make sure that we can take all that technical assistance and to those who are able to finance with the credit? In turn, we also have the challenge that to accompany everyone that wants to get a loan, right? To help them in improving financial education, or when we work with projects, these credits or loans at the end of the day turn into something that we can scale up, right? We see this, the two engines where we can, of our airplane, where we can fulfill our mission and create that synergy between funding and support or accompanying. So we have those two engines for sustainability that I mentioned in the airplane. We have the engine, we have inclusive credit. We also have a climatic or climate credit that I'll talk to you about. It's quite specific. And we also have the development of strategic projects that are catalyzers or we seek transformation too, right? We also have partnerships with FAO and with the UN, different UN organizations, right? And I'd like to now take the time to greet the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in Costa Rica, because he's collaborated much to all of our objectives in Costa Rica. Now I'm going to talk about the credit engine. It's called credit at its own measure, right? It's an option to reach or to fulfill people's needs, to comply with people's need in the rural sector, the base of the pyramid of the sector that's most vulnerable, that have difficulty or difficult access to traditional banking. And to date, we have invested more than $100 million in projects and credits that go towards sustainable development to show the scalability. And I'd like to show you the main barriers of access to credit, which is what we're trying to address here. There's a structural exclusion, definitely, right, for small and micro companies, businesses, and here I'm going to show you 4 main ones. There are others, but these are the 4 where we strongly focus in. So there's a series of poor financial practices that make people, that exclude people. At the end of the day, they're stained. With stained, I mean because they've stopped paying, right? They're arrears. They had a previous history which is not which is poor, right? Because no one gives them loans and they have poor financial practices, and that's why it's relevant to train them in financial education. So it's the accompaniment process towards a medium and long term. Normally, banking conditions are not adjusted to the realities of micro businesses. They're not so flexible, and they're not adjusted to productive cycles or characteristics. Now, another issue regarding exclusion is the lack of guarantees. We've seen that this is critical. And another important topic has to do with climate vulnerability, climate risk. That of course affects more the rural sector and the base of our pyramid. So it's a cycle, it's a vicious circle, really, of climate risk.
Gracias. ¿Cuál es nuestra oferta de valor en ese sentido?
What is our value offer under those conditions. We have a strong focus of accompaniment and support or advising during the entire process. We have financial education, and in our region, in our country, we have the El Nino phenomenon that is strongly striking us. So we're creating a series of training and awareness-raising actions in order to support our small producers and help them create adaptation actions in an early manner, right, before the El Nino effect is greater. So last week, we were working in many rural activities, not only raising awareness and access to credit, but we also talked about technologies and gave examples, and we brought vendors to them for them to show and tell them how much the technologies could cost, right? So that's the type of advising we do and support we give. We also have flexibility of conditions with the business, right? Understanding that it's different if you have a dairy industry, if you have meat industry, if it's family fishing, etc. So if there's fishing in their bans, so we have to, or vetoes, we have to see the conditions, the terms, and the mechanisms for the payment period. All that is part of what we know, the characteristics of the credit, of the Corporation Fund credit, right? One of the critical topics here has to do with the funds. The Development Bank in Costa Rica provides us access to an endorsement mechanism and another guarantee mechanisms that is key for us is giving us much results. It's called the Fideimas, which is a fund that creates guarantees or support for people under extreme conditions. More than 25% of our portfolio is alongside with Fideimas, and if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to give them the loans, right? So it has a very important, significant outcome. And Fideimas, in addition, is an organization for, it's a public organization for social support, which gives subsidies for people, impoverished individuals. And they said, okay, instead of giving the subsidies, we'll create a fund for guarantees, right? And with that, they've been able to bankerize a large quantity of people. One of the other important topics we have is agroclimate risk analysis. To all of our agricultural and livestock loans, we conduct an agriclimate and risk analysis, not to only tell them, okay, if your risk is high. So if you want to sow watermelon in this zone, you should irrigate, for example, maybe drip irrigation, etc., efficient irrigation, and we could include this in the loan they're asking and the working capital to, for example, to sow watermelon. You could incorporate this. So in that case, we would additionally fund the irrigation mechanism that's required. And we explain to them, in order for them to have access to climate information for decision making, which is an important topic for us. It's important for us to lower that information. It seems like ancient Japanese, but normally that information can be very hard, and we make it simple for their decision making. And we also have differentiated care or attention response times. We have some specific products, our loans or credits. It's between $1,000 to $150,000. We have many. We have many credits of or loans between $1,000 and $8,000. That's our largest one. But we have some clients that have started growing. They've had many cycles, and they've started to improve. So from working on coffee, or sowing coffee, they want to have a micro benefit. Coffee micro benefits. So we've been able to fund more. We are focused not only in micro SMEs, but also in SMEs. We see that we have that middleman that is not on the one side or the other. So we're also providing those credits or loans for them. And I'll also talk about the Mujer Pro Clima, Mujer Natura, and the Pro Clima credits. In very specific conditions,
tenemos el crédito pro.
We have the Pro Clima credit, which has a series of quite flexible conditions, but we've also analyzed this very well to see what are the specific climate measures and what are the possible vendors of X technologies, right? Or the vendors that have a great price, that are responsible, that provide a good service, that are also able to provide a good price for the small scale or small businesses. So we make sure that they'll have a good solution, whoever's selling to them. We've seen that there's a significant challenge there of the vendors that normally don't provide that much great maintenance for the small farmers, right? And then you, for example, you sell a biodigester, and then 1 year later you didn't have anyone who provided maintenance for that, right? So normally we make sure that to see the specific climate measures, but for them to actually have vendors that do have do care for them responsibly and do the maintenances. And to conclude,
esto es un poco la información del análisis climático que hacemos.
Is the agri-climate risk analysis. It's the analysis process. Normally, depending on where the farm is, under specific conditions and what it produces, we have to see where risks are. Technical risk, soil risk, climate-related risk, and we see exactly where the farm is in this graph, and we normally see rainfall versus the zone of comfort of the specific crop. So we see which what time of the year could be present different numbers, right? Maybe in where we have to implement actions because there's a lack of rainfall or too much rainfall. That is not only an instrument for us to analyze, an analysis instrument for us, but it helps for the farm. It helps the farmers, and we wouldn't have been able to do this without national and international partnerships, right? We strongly work with local organizations, producer organizations, for example, and therefore we're able to reach many locations in our country. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention today, and I'd like to extend an invitation because I know that all of you who are here are somehow promoting financial inclusion. So please continue. Let's continue along that path, and let's continue learning from each other. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Marianela.
Thank you very much, Marianela, for this quite enriching presentation that covers many points, important topics that were mentioned during our introduction that we always promote in FAO when we talk about inclusion, associativity, which is something that Mr. Cesar Maradiaga mentioned before. Something very important you mentioned is that your products are a sum of solutions, but also a sum of effort. And that's where the importance of collaboration is, right? That an institution, it'd be very hard to reach all of our objectives in an isolated manner. Nevertheless, with the public-private collaborations, partnerships, and that ecosystem of institutions with a similar mandate, which go towards the same objective, it's very important to have that. So thank you very much for explaining your quite innovative models, the guarantee credits, etc., and the guarantor credits, and also sustainability is very important. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Amanda Leon from the Agricultural Credit and Enabling Credit of Paraguay. The floor is yours.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning to each and every one of you. My support to Clelia, and mainly thank you to FAO for this invitation to represent my country, and above all to the agricultural credit of habilitation. I would like to thank the minister and the colleague from AFD, the strategic ally of a small scale as the credit center and the rural vice rector of this unit in Paraguay. For us, firstly, let's think, what is it truly the financial inclusion? If we are only measuring the amount of credit or customers, or does it have to be more than that? Because credit per se is a tool, but what we have to follow up on is the development of the small scale producer. I would like to present briefly what habilitation financial system. It's public in nature. It only provides one financial support, which is credit. So the alliance for us, it is something that is at the core so that this ecosystem takes place. It has been referred to this morning. It is a financial institution that has more than 80 years of institutional life. We are present in all departments in Paraguay. There are no departments or areas in Paraguay that does not have one of this financial institution. So we are serving approximately 62,000 customers, entrepreneurs, and rural sector families. We are the first financial reference for the small scale producer and the rural entrepreneur. So this is a small institution, which is small, but very relevant for the small scale family producers. We have $142 million as a credit portfolio which operates with its own funds. It is a credit portfolio, may be small, but it generates a very important impact. If it is not present in the agricultural area, they do not get these financial services. I would like to want to show you delay in payment. It's 1.85%. And why do I want to stop there in that number? Because it is a true reason to be proud, because the area in which we are working, we have only 1.85% of default. This is the ratio. Our financial system has a default of every others have more than 2%. So here, this is very fundamental, because many times the perception is that when there is a higher financial inclusion, the risk is necessarily higher. Notwithstanding, this shows in our experience, but it is not necessarily true. I was talking about the figure, but if we look to the census, we have 259,000 small-scale farmers. If we look at the segment of my pymes or small-scale producers, we have 420,000. We are serving 60,000. It is enormous, the need that we have to reach those people. As was said at the beginning, Paraguay is not exempt of that. We need a higher amount. There is a higher amount of people that do not have access to finances or services in the conditions that they require it. And why does this happen? And why don't they have access to those issues? What are the structural barriers that they face? It is very well known by all of us. This has been discussed in various seminars. It is written everywhere, and it refers to the lack of guarantees in Paraguay, as in all of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have an informality also of soil, property, traditional. And if they don't have those guarantees, they will not be subject to credits. There is a high level of informality also, which creates the absence of financial formal records. They have to show the invoicing. It is impossible for them to be subject of a credit. If you add these, we also have agroclimate risks, the exposure to climate events and market volatility. These are barriers that are real, and these will continue to occur. I would like to say something more than that. If there are 250,000 small-scale producers, they are producing. And if they are producing, this is a livelihood. Could it be that financial institutions are assessing or with a tool that was not designed to serve the small-scale producer that does not have credit background? They do not have a property ownership to support their credit, but they are producing. They are producing. They do have knowledge. They have capacities. They are selling their products one way or another, and it is their livelihood. Therefore, for me, a challenge is that financial institutions start observing this in another manner. I can see the international cooperation present here today. I see many public and private institutions, and amongst all of them, we must all think of finding a tool that will take on the productive data of the producer, that this becomes information, and that the assessment respond to the reality of the producer. Because if we look at the guarantee, the high informality, the agroclimate risk, these people will continue to be outside of the formal financial systems. Okay, so this is an experience and an initiative that I would like to introduce to you as an experience that we underwent in Paraguay. This was focused on building an ecosystem around the producer. Jepitazo, it is a Guarani word that means promotion, support, empathy with a small-scale producer. So we understood this not only as a agricultural credit. We spoke that an institution by itself, it is very difficult to provide everything that a small-scale producer needs. They don't only have problems with the financial aspects, they also have other problems. So based on that realities and all the barriers that I just mentioned, Jepitazo was designed. It is a financial product. It is a program, rather, that takes on the creation of a new product. It responds to the need of the small-scale producer. Adapted financing. That's the first project. It has 5 elements for Jepitazo. Jepitazo program was designed with the support with the financial development, which is a second-floor bank. They will be providing a presentation this afternoon. This financial development and the resources of it is 2 programs that work on this trust, and these will be more institutions that will cooperate and provide resources within that trust. That financing, as I said, adapted, responds to what the small producer requires. And the small producer has knowledge, has capacity, as I said. But the second element is the problem with guarantees. But we began with working with the Guarantee Center that because and due to the fact they don't have a real guarantee, that they are not left outside of the system and outside of financing. This next one is technical assistance. This is fundamental for them. It wouldn't be useful for them to have an adapted financing if they don't have technical support. And this is what I say to the Vice Minister. Honestly, we need small-scale producers in Paraguay that have technical assistance, have financial assistance, and vice versa. Or else it is very complicated to progress. If we work in silos, it's not going to work. It's very complicated. Today we have that possibility and we're working there. But it's not enough. Another important area is financial education. My time is almost over, Clearly. I'm sorry, I have problems now. And of course, access to markets. The real innovation is to build an ecosystem around the producer. And these are the 5 pillars I was referring to for productive financial inclusion. The credit adapted to their reality. It has 10 years of existence, Jepitazo. It has 2 years of grace, interest rates below 10%, which is what the small-scale producer requires. It has guarantees. No credits within the Jepitazo program has not been given, didn't require real guarantees with the support of the guarantees of the government of Paraguay. And I am very delighted with the technical assistance that supports Paraguay, where they only gave it to those that were formalized. For the first time within the Jepitazo program, there's an open possibility of the small-scale producer that is not formalized yet can be subject to this guarantee. The technical assistance, the accompaniment on land to guarantee the viability of the project. And here's where I thank FAO and I ask that you do not let go, that you continue supporting us. And I ask all the auditorium to give them an applause, to ask them to please continue supporting us in technical assistance so that we can continue supporting our small-scale producers. Also, financial education. This is something that we have been developing with the support of other international organizations because we are a small institution. We cannot provide them with all the services, but it is very important because what is the point of giving them resources without understanding how to use it? So it is another risk. And then markets. Of course, those that are in the Jepitazo program are linked to this value chain, and they're being providers to zero hunger, which is an emblematic issues that are feeding more than 1 million children in schools. I have very little time, but I just want to go from the concept to a real experience. The case of Liz, a woman who had sought out to work in Spain. She went to work there because she didn't have any opportunities in Paraguay. She saved money and came back with a vision to produce hydroponic lettuce, which is what she learned to do there. And she began with small credits. As I didn't say, the agricultural credit would only provide microcredits, $1,000, $1,500, which was not enough to create the investment that's a small-scale producer to improve its productivity and its competitiveness. when she came back, she saw the potential that her entrepreneurship had, and she was able, within the Jepitazo program, to access financing to grow, a financing that was practically $118,000 of a 9% rate to increase its infrastructure and equipment. She began to build greenhouses. Now she has 50 greenhouses. This is a model, a structural model of shared risk and accompaniment, because CIH evaluates the subject of credit, follows up and provides the support. Fogamo is an organization that provides a guarantee file, gives it a technical assistance so that she can promote and encourage, and the producer carries out her project. Liz today provides services to Zero Hunger and to the state. And by adding all these financial and non-financial services is what a person needs to continue in their path. And Liz just needed an opportunity.
Voy a fallar un poquito, Clelia, pero quiero
skip a little, Clelia. I just want to conclude. I want to tell you a little bit about the results attained. Within the Jepitazo program, we have 1,316 beneficiaries. We have invested 12 million mobilized resources, which is the total resources that we received. This is why we need stronger support, because we believe that this is a model that can be scaled up. And from the recovery, we have launched a second product, which is Jepitazo Women, which is gender-centered. All youth and women have their specific products in the agricultural credit with the needs that they have to be included financially. And we have many bottlenecks, as everyone. As it's said in Paraguay, everyone has problems. So we want to increase our coverage. What do we need? Mobilize more resources. We need also to develop insurances. This is a product that does not have an insurance associated in other financial mechanisms to deal with climate issues and resilience. We need to include digital transformation to reduce operational cost and reach, disperse, and far-reaching territories. And we need to have productive data to build assessment models linked to credits and that are more inclusive. And finally, scaling needs more institutional partnerships. When we finance a family agriculture, we don't only finance 1 hectare. We finance food. We finance a territorial connection, financial agro-food systems that are inclusive and sustainable. The strategic allies and partners have to take on those roles and their commitment. We will provide more opportunities to more Paraguayans and more women and youth. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Amanda, por la presentación. De verdad, muy
Amanda, for your presentation. It's quite inspiring. And thank you for taking that concrete example from Mrs. Liz. We would all like for beneficiaries to graduate that way, right? That's what we aspire. Hopefully, by implementing all these models that we want to build together, we can achieve this somehow. Now, there's a very important topic that you mentioned, and it's about changing our perspective. How is this being assessed? Who's assessing assessing and how, right? To change the perspective, language, and how we look at this makes us address this topic from a system approach that does not just look at one problem, but all the problems faced. And everyone that's on site, on the fields, right, you realize that we arrived because of one reason, and then there are 10 different reasons or difficulties, right? So, and not only the credit or loan. And thank you very much. And to conclude the panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Vanderlei Ziger to give his talk. Good morning. I'd like to greet all the members of the roundtable and also everyone that's participating with us. I know people in person, everyone that's participating remotely, and my special greetings to Rene that's coordinating here in FAO. And I'd also like to thank the entire team of the FAO that's organizing this beautiful encounter. Secretary of Development and Family Agriculture in Brazil. I'll speak about Portuñol. I think you might understand. So I'll present a bit about the experience of our public policies in our country. Talks about the realities of rural funding to small family agricultures or farmers, right? So I'll present my talk. We're trying to get it on screen now. I'd like to talk about an important topic, which is the agricultural reality of Brazil. We haven't thought about rural development, but to see how the land, look at how the land is distributed. So in Brazil, we have 77% of the small scale farmers or producers that have only 23% of establishments, non-family agriculture, and family agriculture. And we have 23% of the producers that have 77% of the area in non-family agriculture. So it's a reality that's quite complex. And in this pyramid, we can check the economic distribution reality, how it behaves. On top of the pyramid, we have the rural entrepreneurs or farmers that have large access to credits, loans, funding, and that have make more than $50,000 per year, right? We're putting here a bit less, but under this, we have family agriculture distributed into three levels. 17% of family agriculture is a bit more consolidated. They have access to loans, credits, different insurance services, technical assistance. They have cooperatives. They're a bit more consolidated. We have 20% of family agriculture that have from 4,000 to 10,000 USD per year. They're in a consolidation process. Normally, they have access to some type of credit, but we're not evaluating or assessing the best lines, just small operations. And we have around 50% of family agriculture, almost 2 million producers or landowners that they're considered in rural poverty. This is our main focus, to discuss something that we've built jointly. Different profiles demand different financial instruments. That's the core topic for me. It's not to put them all in this producer profiles and not to put them in a unique model. It's worth noting that out of these 4 million farmers that are registered in family agriculture, 800,000 they have their documents, their deeds, their landowners, they're regulated. They're linked to the Federal Reserve, but it's about 2.8 million producers. They are occupants or they lease the land, right? Many have the public policies, but many don't. Because one of the great challenges we have is land and ownership regularization. For me, this is something critical. And we have almost 10% of them who have that they are settlers from the agrarian reform in the country. This is an interesting perspective to see how we can develop new credit instruments. Here we have a map of Brazil and the distribution of family agriculture. We have two important areas, the Northeast that has 65% of the active records in family agriculture, and 78% of the families in the Northeast have an income under $10,000 per year. In the south of Brazil, we have a quite different reality, a more structured agriculture with access to different public policies, and for a long time, they have access to credit loans and other programs. The other regions are quite important too, but I want to evidence where family farmers are in our country. And here we designed a public policy. It's long dated. It might be a bit more distant from a program that's called PRONAF, which is a national program to support family agriculture. It's a financing instrument. Therefore, this is it emerged from a social mobilization of the 90s, which they have this line of credit that exists for 30 years. There is a change in mandate in office. PRONAF line continues. PRONAF emerged in a more consolidated manner. So, and the timeline, the sequence of PRONAF, just like you mentioned, we need services that are very important in terms of loans, which are the policies for technical assistance, access to marketing, etc. And in 2016, we created a national law and act recognized family agriculture as a category. And starting from there, it further consolidated the programs and public policies about family agriculture. And here we have a ladder, more or less, of access to funding.
Sim, seguimos com uma parte inicial que tem uma disposição, uma oferta de recursos.
We have an offer of non-reimbursable funds, right, with technical assistance and production organization. But we can't just develop this or foster this. There needs to be access to credit. So it's a sequence to help us have cheaper loan lines that can help us. It's quite subsidized in the year. And then you can have funding that's more structured, like machine, equipments, agriculture industries, agro industries, funding of energy transition. Then we can fund small machinery, 2% per year. And they've got 10 years to pay for that funding, right? And these amounts can reach almost $50,000 for individuals and 10 million USD for cooperatives. So pursuant to the reality of this organization, we'll start advancing with different loan models, interest rates, and amounts. Moreover, I'd like to highlight that women's loans are very important. We advance much with funding for women with low interest rates, for the youth, and also for First Nations. We advance with indigenous peoples credits for quilombolas, for everyone that we consider traditional communities in Brazil. In addition, the current interest rates are lower for those that produce foods, 2% annually for different. It comes back in 1 and 2 years, but we have interest rates for small machines, medium machines, and a maximum interest rate of PRONAF is 7% per year. This is financing for family agriculture in Brazil. But we have two important instruments to facilitate the farmers' lives. One is this credit simulator, right, from Pronaf. So they can go ahead and assess and see what type of funding they can obtain depending on the region they're in, and they can look at the interest rates, etc. All the lines of credit, the credit lines are available in this credit simulator instrument. On the right-hand side, you have an analysis that the producer can conduct to analyze climate risk. It's agricultural zoning, right? For climate risk, climate-based risk, and to understand what type of crops they can have on their land and management crops. So these two instruments are available for the producers or their cooperatives or associations for them to be able to mitigate risks. How does funding work? The government defines a series of regulations. The National Monetary Council or the central bank, they define the SAFRA rule, right? And you have the financial agents that are interested in working with rural credits. It defines that. And then they demand the resources. Okay, I want to operate with the ABC $1 million for short-term or long-term cost line, right, or credit line. And we, the governments, we present the balancing out of the cash, right, because the banking or the bank rate is a bit higher than what the producers pays. It's lower, so we subsidize the producers. But who's operating this funding? It's the banks, and we currently have 25 Brazilian banks that operate with Pronaf. Here, I'd like to highlight the presence of one bank, which is BNB, that is here, and also Cresol. They're also here. It's a cooperative for loans, credits, and in Brazil, 26% of Pronaf is normally managed by cooperatives, but the Northeast Bank has extraordinarily microcredits in the Northeast region. Based on this, financial institutions, they operate as producers with lower interest rates, more access to credit, and this is what works to operate with. This is how it really works with rural credit in Brazil. And here, sorry, I went a bit fast. Here it's quite simple. How do we do it for the remaining 50%? Right? This is a question they ask us because we bankerize part of this, but this 50% here that have income for less than $4,000 per year, they're invisibilized, they're not bankerized, they don't have access. It's not that the bank doesn't want them to, but there are many difficulties and restrictions. And for this purpose, it doesn't have to be individual funding, but that this individualized model is not being efficient because limits are many times in the lack of guarantees and the lack that there's vulnerable situations there with the climate, right? They have many difficulties with managing cash. So it does have some restrictions for banks and financial institutions to be able to reach them. So we've therefore built a different model. And here we've engaged the production cooperatives. Many co-ops don't manage cash, but they organize production systems. They sell different fertilizers for equipment machines for producers, seeds, etc. And in Brazil, we have institutional markets where the cooperatives seek to access institutional markets to trade their products. But the funding is not easy for them because we're not authorized to do that, right? The financial institutions can barely access this. So the model built here, I think that I can work on the operational mechanism, right? Because I have 2 minutes now. A credit cooperative in Brazil is authorized by the central bank to work with loans and savings. Now, here we need to talk about savings to build a popular system for local relationships, an institution that is able to capture a gold, per se. In Brazil, we have that possibility. Therefore, in this design, where we start funding and financing, the central bank regulates a cooperative for saving and credit, but it doesn't have to be the end. It has to be the means, or the end instrument has to be the production cooperative or the production association. And this is close to the farmers, the producers, close to the production systems. They organize the technical assistance of cooperatives. Therefore, they have zero conditions, what we're calling it. They're calling them cooperative correspondents. And these cooperatives, they're able to just get to the base and discuss not only about finances, but the entire production strategy they will undertake, and not only financial or economic, because in these communities you do have life and production. People exist, people have they construct their social, cultural, they coexist socially, culturally, and that is great for us to build instruments to mitigate credit risk. Because what happens in Brasileia for the banks, it's almost impossible to work with this public that doesn't have a true guarantees, that the financial agents are unknown. Therefore, we're trying to think about something to support the neighboring areas. And with this, we were able to build a virtuous circle for the cash not to be drained out of these areas, for cash not to migrate. Now, the cash generated in these territories has to be invested in the same territories. And this is a challenge that, of course, is not perfect, but we're building this and testing this in order to care for the most impoverished population in family agriculture in Brazil. Well, what do we have here? A challenge we have ahead. How to advance? We need to have an evolution of the regulatory frameworks. This is critical for me because increasingly more, the central bank it's been more demanding regarding risks, cyber attacks, crime, etc. So that's important. We have to construct regional networks and territorial networks. We need to respect the local relationships. We must have an operational modernization system. It doesn't have to be a heavy, expensive system. It has to be operational. I can't be for 1 week waiting to see if the producer has a declaration or not, but this will impact the sowing time and the harvest time, right? We need to work with financial education. We need to train the locals, because I think that the financial results topic is done with planning, to see what they will sow, to see how they'll access the markets. So it's different impacts related with training. And last but not least, I think that risk mitigation and climate resiliency and investing on a technical assistance for them and the construction of blended fines or plots that can be owned by the same communities, that can be even sources from the governments. And I think that international sources of farms that want to invest, not only in large financial companies and conglomerates, but I think that this model deserves more attention for everything to be done with care and for their resources to achieve with less red tape, to achieve them, and less red tape and with more ease, and that they impact the generations and inclusions of the different families. Thank you very much for your time.
Muchísimas gracias, secretario.
Thank you very much, Secretary van der Leesiger. The truth is that we have this a bit strange possibility of having representatives either from the financial side and the public side, which sometimes we don't necessarily speak with both at once. So it's a great opportunity for you. For this part that will start now, which is the conversation or the discussion panel, it's a great opportunity for all of you. So a big round of applause to all of our speakers and their presentations today. As I was initially telling you, the second part of this panel won't last for 1 hour. It'll be a bit shorter because we don't have enough time, but the second part is about going deep into all the topics exhibited today. They've shown us quite detailed, valuable experiences. Hopefully, they have helped you reflect on your own institutions and perspectives and or countries. And I'd like to begin with Mr. van der Leij, despite the fact that you just stopped speaking, but there's some things that you mentioned on your presentation. But something that we're quite interested in, and is very important, is the possibility of replicating this and scaling this. But when we want to replicate this, we have representatives from many institutions and countries here, but could you tell us or mention one strategy for a country that might not have the structure that you just presented, the structure of the Brazilian government? What could you recommend?
Es uma pergunta muy desafiadora, pero
It's a very challenging question by far.
es modelo que tem 30 anos, pero então tem uma
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
muitos acertos e muitos erros.
can't hear him.
Concertações são necessárias.
His microphone is off.
Uma política de crédito onde
Está apagado el micrófono.
principal gestor dos fundos
No se escucha.
como nosotros, no nosso caso, tem que ter, sobretudo, três aspectos. Primeiro, marco regulatório adequado. Teremos em nós uma lei da agricultura familiar que caracteriza seu público, estrutura de regulação do Banco Central e automaticamente regulação dos agentes financeiros, instituições financeiras, e teremos políticas muito definidas por parte dos ministérios, porque aqui estou em Ministério de Desenvolvimento Agrário, mas temos também o Ministério da Agricultura, que trabalha com médios grandes produtores, a regulação sanitária, a estruturação da regulação das agroindústrias. Então, existe arcabouço legal interessante para começar. O segundo tem uma cobertura territorial. A nós não conseguiríamos fazer este modelo se não tivéssemos aderência dos próprios agentes financeiros e, como disse, uma cobertura significativa para chegarmos aqui a 2 milhões de contratos. Este é como todo ano colocamos cerca de 20 bilhões de dólares em crédito de Pronaf para agricultura
Every year
familiar.
we invest around $10 billion in credit for family agriculture. So it's a very strong machine. We normally compensate the financial agents. There's a government that the government invests for services. So you have risk. And we have an important thing here, which is that all Pronaf operations have insurance coverage. They're covered by insurance. Therefore, there's a risk for in the face of climate change, we have to have something that protects the producer. So all the operations, when they normally the producer asks for loans, they have to leave a percentage according to the type of production, the cost of the insurance. But the greatest cost for us now is that 11% exists there. If you want to plant, so we in the south of Brazil, which is, there's a lot of rainfall, the rate of the insurance is 11%. So normally, if they lose the harvest or the crops, the farmers are compensated in 100%. So that's the role of the state. So we normally separate a volume of resources to offset, to compensate this insurance. We also have private insurances where we participate with 40% as a government and the producer and 60% for a more structured public. But to conclude and to answer your question, I think that we must have financing law and financing, an operational instrument in the territories that are banks. We must have rural insurances that are efficient, and we must also have, you must also have technical support or accompaniment, right? Without this, nothing is possible. In Brazil, we have a significant structure of technicians and site professionals or farm professionals, but we don't have the total coverage. So in this public that we have under the pyramid, one of the challenges we have is to reach them with assistance for us to be safer once we take these credits.
Thank you
very much. For whoever comes from other governments can take some ideas or can adapt the Brazilian model, which might not be 100% replicated in other places, but there are elements that without a doubt can be implemented. Now we would like to go to the discussion beyond the broadening of the financial support to generate impact and guarantee or ensure that it will have a long-term impact. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. Madariaga, if you will.
Es muy importante también, no solamente,
it's very important, and this is something that we have been discussing in all the presentations from the outset. How do we reach the bottom of that pyramid? And one of the questions is, how can we guarantee that these services that we are providing are reaching those that really need it? As I was saying previously, Funder has a methodology to implement through the associativity association hand in hand with technical assistance. All the beneficiaries, so we analyze the context of each condition that are taking place, the economic, the potential of the crop, and then we center and provide access and the businesses. We always go with them and support them in that manner. Once these organizations, these units develop in time, they attain the sustainability level. So the different territories, we serve more than 600 of these cash management financial institutions. These are branches. We are present. We go with them hand in hand, supporting these businesses. And we realize if the producer is receiving the technical assistance that we are providing, and if they are reaching the final beneficiary, the target that we seek to the beneficiary. Thank you very much. This is a model that truly reaches at a very local level. Now I would like to go to Marianela from the Cooperation Fund. You also mentioned that everyone has mentioned it, but you have mentioned the SDGs and sustainability at the center of your foundation, of the Cooperation Fund. What elements do you think are essential so that your services can be sustainable sustainable at the environmental level, but also to the service that you provide and the change that you are implementing in these served communities. Yet it's very interesting to see how we coincide in our presentations. There are aspects that are at the core of each country, but also at the institutional level. From the structural standpoint, there is a financial education, and we all mentioned it, and we all agree. This is something that is important not only at the institutional level, but we should be implementing it in schools at all levels and all the different institutions. So there is a aspect. What does that have to do with the sustainability that you asked me about? One of the exclusion aspects is financial education. You cannot talk about a sustainable improvement if they don't have access to financial education or bad practices in financial education. It's very important to go with the understanding that they must learn these aspects, also going from what to how. And you go with what are the practices and what do I have to do? But sometimes the distance between what and how, what are the practices, where do I attain them, what is the best road, would they be adapted to my size? Then I find irrigation, for example, projects are very good, but I have a little piece of land and it has to be linked to low cost and adapted. So there is a line of what to how that requires understanding that path to which types of technologies appropriate to the sit down and discuss with the producers themselves, generate empathy and understand, well, because what sometimes technology providers talk to them in Japanese or in Chinese and they say, no, all I need is to be able to produce and irrigate certain areas. So it's a matter of language, empathy, and closeness to understanding what and how. And this is what we have centered ourselves on. How can we focus ourselves on that path? I think you have all mentioned today flexibility, but also adaptability, adapting language, services, and going from what to how. I like that. It's a very good summary of how to tackle that conversation. Madame Leon, you have referred to the limitations, whether the producers, but the institutions themselves have a mandate of working with financial inclusion, and they have to face certain challenges we have discussed today. And I would like to ask you if you could go deeper into understanding those challenges in addition to those that have been already mentioned, these that are accessible to the populations that we want to serve, not only financial, not only credit, but other services. Okay. Our strategy, as I've mentioned, is to generate an ecosystem around the producer. And truthfully and honestly, to ensure that those financial and non-financial services are provided, because a small-scale farmer doesn't only need credit, they also need other financial services, adapted financing. But if the product is already there, but they do not have a mechanism to mitigate risk, the products, the financial products are going to be more expensive, so we need to be guaranteeing this. It cannot be a traditional guarantee, which is the mortgage-style guarantees. There are tools today that we can work and give them access, as we are doing it with the Jepitazo program. an aspect which is not a minor aspect, which is extremely important, is technical assistant. These are the people we're working with. This cannot be disassociated from the credit and the credit of the assistance, the technical assistance. They have to go hand in hand. The financial education is an aspect that the colleague was talking about, has to be tackled from schools because it is something, in fact, those of us that are in the financial system, we fall into financial debt. And this is something that it cannot be seen as a minor issue if we're working with this ecosystem. And it doesn't serve anyone to have technical assistance, to have production, and to have everything if we do not have access to the market. Because a small-scale producer, at what stage in their lives can they comply with the financial services? Most of its unique activity or only activity is production to comply with their financial services, the financial responsibility. They have to have a market. So what happens in my country? They take advantage of the intermediaries of these small-scale producers. This system has to take place for me, and our challenge as an institution is to scale this. We already have the experience. We have a small-scale experience, but our challenge is to scale the model. And what we need to scale the model is to have more capital. We have availability of what does not have the tool, the risk mitigation tools. By the same token, as I mentioned before, if we work, and I leave this challenge to all of you, to work how to make sure that these productive process becomes a manner in which we can differently evaluate or assess a small-scale producer, because this person lives off its production. It's their livelihood. We have to be able to find an alternative tool to assess that small-scale producer based on their production. Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, with that challenge before us, we have period for Q&A. Please raise your hand and please introduce yourselves. And if you're and let us know who the question is geared towards. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Eduardo Govillo of the BBUVA Colombian branch. I coincide with the panel based on the financing need. I am delighted with the ecosystems that you're creating from Costa Rica to Paraguay. I have two questions. Firstly, it is related to guarantees. I believe Colombia, like other countries, have the problem with land or property assignment, and the guarantee is not necessarily need it to be a mortgage guarantee. Let's see. We have a guarantee fund. Marianela, you were talking to something called Fidemos. I believe, what is the cost of those guarantees? Because the cost that you give, it will raise the credit rate. Very good question. Thank you very much. Yes, I refer to these development of FIDEIMAS. The cost is zero. In the case of the development, it's 3 points. And that's where it is being used, but there is a restriction and access to the guarantee. In FEDIMA, the cost is zero. The interest rate for the population of extreme poverty is much lower, and they have endorsement So we give them a lower rate. If you allow me to respond in that which concerns the cost of the guarantees in Paraguay, we are offering to the informal group, as I mentioned before, 1% a year is the cost of guarantee for men, but there are incentives for women. The cost for women is 0.5% annually. But that helps us as an institution, as a financial institution, to improve the conditions because there is a shared risk. And this is how we compensate with the cost of that guarantee fund. Any other questions? Yes, please.
No hay problema.
It's okay.
Ahora sí, perfecto. Bueno, primero agradecer la presentación.
Firstly, I would like to thank you for the presentation. I found it very interesting. My name is, I work here at the FAO office in that which relates to the functioning of the Hepitazo and the guarantees also, because you mentioned that it is necessary to rethink how we assess a person given that there are no mortgage, let's say, which is a traditional manner in doing this, or property-based guarantees. You have a percentage of 1.85% of default, which is really low. How have you changed your view? What are your indicators, or what are the criteria that you're using currently? Because I understand that this has to progress in order to scale it, as you mentioned, but what you have achieved is very impressive. So how do you measure this to deliver these credits? What are you using? Oh, truthfully, 99% of our credits are based with a signature. It's a personal guarantee. I attribute our default percentage to the financial education that we had with our customers. Because I recall in 1999, there was a release of responsibility and left everyone out of the financial system. People accessed less and less to resources. And then from 2012 onwards, a technical assistance of YAICA, we started to work with financial education. And people began to understand that it was better to care for the access to credit that they achieved for their agricultural development than to be exposed to the abusers that we call in Paraguay. We started to build a new credit history with them, and we promoted that process. All of these people do not have a formal record. They are our own workers. Our own workers have to go to the farms of these producers and build with them their credit background. And much of this successful result is based on financial education and the closeness that we have with our customers. Today, honestly, we are impressed at how difficult it is for them and how they care for their financial credit background, but they do not want to be canceled and written off. They comply. That is why the financial education is incredibly relevant and fundamental, and we cannot leave aside. It is not something that can be left aside because it is fundamental for them to learn and know what the characteristics are. What is that financial features that they are accessing, because in the past they would see, oh, what is the quota? Will I be able to pay or not? Today, they have the capacity to look at the offer of services that exist in the financial industry and which institution is the best for them. And basically, that's what we have been working on to date. And they would always ask us for better conditions. Now we have the opportunity to provide them with better conditions, with this conditions, the possibility of giving them grace periods, and they value it very positively. And many people are waiting to be subject to credit thanks to this process. I wanted to complement that because for any financial institution, credit has a great deal of risk, all of them. And there is a risk classification, new rule, the Basileia new rules. But what we have to look at when we think about guarantees, we also have to think about how to mitigate them for rural financing. For me, this is very important because in Brazil, we have different research. In our research, we were able to look at climate risk in all the different lands and areas. For the bank, it is very important, but for the producers, even more important because they can manage, observe, report their lands, and within their territories, which are the areas and funds where they can obtain support and what kind of risk they can comply with the information. We have to look at the guarantees, yes, trust-based or financially based. We have to also look at climate change, things that are systemic, that have taken place, some very drastic, and having instruments on a platform that can also provide security for the families that are going to ask for a credit, that have technical scientific analysis on specific areas and territories. I think both things are important and complementary, the guaranteed tools and the analysis of climate risks. We have two more questions.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you much. Morning, afternoon. Sean Ball, CARICOM Secretariat. Let me first say that for the translation, let me be a little slower then. I was really impressed by all the presentation. I found them to be creative, innovative, and quite provocative, which leads me to some questions. I know we're short, so I'll be quick. For Amanda, I really like you mentioned that they have specialized products. I'd like to know how you go about having specialized products. One, for Cesar, I'm pretty interested in the presentation you made on El Nino and how it is that you're planning towards that. I'd like to know what your experience has been with the El Nino as we are facing that, and it's in fact affecting credit. And for Marianela, I'd like to know what's the cost overall for the product. How much does it cost you really to have that personal touch with all of the clients? And finally, from Minister, I'm really interested in how it is that the central bank was able to accredit, want of a better word, the cooperatives to be that first-tier bank. What has the experience been like? You know, because I would really like to see how we could use some of those experiences in the Caribbean, because I'm listening to everybody and it's exciting, and I'm taking into consideration some of the social issues that we do have to deal with. You know, so those are my quick questions, not to keep us too long, but I'd like to see if we could get some answers on that, or some indication, not anything lengthy, but how we could take and move with it.
Okay, thank you very much. And then you will have a chance to exchange after this session. Amanda, la pregunta es, quería saber más el señor Bauk de los servicios especializados que usted mencionó en la presentación, esos servicios que están adaptados al productor. Esa era la pregunta.
Know a bit more about the services that are adapted to the producer. For Mr. Maradiaga, it was the El Nino question, right? Testing?
Ah, está intercambiado. Ok. Luego, si pueden explicar cómo es que el
If you
niño
can later explain how El Nino affected credit in the presentation that you mentioned, right? And but this is for Amanda, really. The question mentioned for Marianela is the adapted financing or funding, and how much that direct contacts with the beneficiary is. And for Mr. Vanderlei, how could you make it for the National Bank to adapt their models to what you wanted to offer as a program? Go ahead, briefly. I was referring to adaptive funding services, financing services that responded to what the producers normally request. The rate, because at some point the rate was over 20-25%, therefore we're requesting a rate that was pursuant to their production. Now, the term conditions in this financial product have up to 10 years deadline, right? That's what the small producer needs to make the investments. The operational capital is funded at 3 years term, right? Looking at the climate change and the risks that the production process entails. And they were also always requesting for different periods, grace periods. All those conditions respond to what the small producer requires. That's what I was talking about with, that's what I meant with adapted financing.
The question was for Mr. Cesar.
Yes, the question is, what has been your experience given El Nino? Because you mentioned that you have been planning and forecasting for that, but how has it affected the portfolio? What has been the experience in general? Not so much whether it worked, it didn't work, but what has been the experience so far?
Si puede brevemente explicar cuál ha sido la experiencia en adaptar los servicios.
Yes, that they're translating it now. They're translating your question.
Bueno, nosotros, como comentaba, nosotros igual.
As I mentioned before, we see all the conditions the producer and or the units, and we foresee production. We see all the production factors that are complied with, irrigation systems, to avoid these phenomena, including drought, technology. The agricultural insurance in Honduras is not that efficient. And it exists, and of course the market we reviewed gives all those conditions, but we always see, and I think that we will potentially feel the effect in some production fields. For example, in coffee, I think that that could affect the new harvest currently in the production areas and vegetables, etc. We have harvested and we've invested to harvest water, but if it's not raining, we will have that, and it will be quite complicated for us to actually address all these topics, because many sources of water, of course, will be dried up, right? And Tegucigalpa, our capital, we already have severe problems for the supply of drinkable water, and that's where we depend on all these topics, which escape us a bit, but in certain technologies, irrigation, we have certain infrastructure, yes, to deal with all that. Okay, perfect. And for Marianela, what's the cost of that close contact with beneficiaries, direct
Voy a
contact with
agregar algo
them.
del niño porque también yo lo mencioné y yo no
Yes,
estoy
and I'll
segura
add something from El Niño.
si nos confundimos en
I
las
mentioned it, and
preguntas.
I'm not sure
Nosotros
if
para
we
el
got
tema
the
del fenómeno
questions
del
mixed up
niño
or not.
estamos
For the El
haciendo
Niño
toda una
phenomena topic,
estrategia donde
we're creating an
identificamos,
entire
Costa Rica es un
strategy where
país
we
chiquitito, pero
identified
el
everything because
fenómeno
Costa
del
Rica is
niño
a small country, but
afecta
the El
muy
Niño
diferente
phenomena
dos
affects
zonas del país. Entonces, al mismo
directly two
tiempo
zones of the
tenemos
country,
un
Costa
riesgo
Rica. So at the same
de
time,
emergencia por
we
mucha
have a
sequía
risk
en
of
una parte del
emergency
país y
given
por muchísima lluvia en
much
la otra
drought
parte.
in the
Entonces,
country and
hacemos
much
una
rainfall on the
identificación
other
de
side of the
cuáles
country.
son los
So
retos
we
principales
identified
junto con
the
el Instituto
main
Meteorológico
challenges along
Nacional
with the
y
National
con el
Meteorological
Ministerio de
Institute
Agricultura y con
and the
algunas
Ministry of
universidades con las que
Agriculture
colaboramos.
and some
Y estamos
universities
haciendo
we
eventos
have as
específicos en
partners, and
diferentes
we are
regiones
creating
y
specific events
dependiendo de
in
la
different
región, si es una
regions.
región que
And
el reto
depending
es
on the region,
mucha
if it's a
lluvia,
region where
entonces
there's
identificamos
much
cuáles son
rainfall,
las
that's a
medidas
challenge.
de
We therefore
adaptación
identify
relacionadas con mucha
adaptation
lluvia,
measures
o si es por más sequía,
related
cuáles son las
with
medidas de
much
adaptación
drought,
y
or if
estamos teniendo
it's related
eventos
to drought, we
donde
see the
llevamos
adaptation
información
measures, and we're
meteorológica,
having
pero
events where
llevamos
we take
también
all
ya
this meteorological
las
information,
medidas
but
y lo
we
hacemos,
also take
hacemos lo que se llama un día de
the
campo, donde
measures, and
vamos
we
a
have
alguna
a
de las
field
fincas
day
que ya
where
han
we go to
implementado
some of the
medidas de
farms that have
adaptación, que
already
son clientes
implemented
nuestros que ya
these
tienen sus
adaptation measures.
medidas.
There are clients
Entonces
that are
llevamos a las personas
already
productoras
have
a esa
their
finca para
measures,
que
so we
vean las
bring
medidas
the producers
y
to
traemos a
those
proveedores
individuals,
que
right,
vayan
to
y que de una
those
vez estén disponibles por si
farms,
acaso
and we
puedan
normally
ayudar
also
a
take
ver cuál
the
es el costo
vendors
de
if they
esas
are available to
tecnologías
see
y
what the
cuál es
cost of those technologies
lo,
are,
lo que implicaría para la realidad de cada uno de
the cost
ellos.
of those technologies, and what it would mean
Y
for
pues
everyone's
estamos ahí
realities,
disponibles para
and
brindar el
we're
financiamiento.
therefore
Entonces,
able to
es
provide
cierto
funding there.
que
So
ese
yes,
tipo de
it's true
actividades y ese tipo de
that those type
acercamiento
of
tienen
activities and
costos. Yo
those type
mencionaba que en el
of
caso nuestro que tenemos el área de
approaches, they have costs
proyectos y eso nos ha
in
ayudado a
project
poder
area
cubrir esos costos de
that has
esos
helped us
eventos y
cover the
esas
cost of
capacitaciones,
those
porque
events
no hay
and
duda de
training,
que uno de los
because
grandes retos que tenemos
undoubtedly
todos
one
es
of the
el
large
costo, porque
challenges we
necesitamos que
have
nuestro
is
costo sea lo más
cost,
bajo posible
because we
para que
want
la
our cost to
tasa a
be
la
as
persona
low as
productora sea
possible
lo
for the
más bajo
rate
posible.
to
Pero eso
the
significa que cada vez que
produce for the
incluimos
producer rate to be
servicios
as low as
de
possible. That
apoyo
means
y
that
de
every time that we
asesoramiento,
include
pues todo
the
eso
biasing
incide definitivamente
services,
en la tasa. Entonces tratamos
that of course impacts your rate,
de
but
combinar y
we
generar sinergia
try
con
to
los proyectos en
combine
los
and
que
create
tenemos,
synergies
en
with the
los que estamos
projects
trabajando.
we're working in.
Bueno, sobre a regulação,
Okay.
modelo de regulação do Banco Central brasileiro.
I want to talk about the question was about the regulation model of the central bank in Brazil. The central bank authorizes two systems for gold capture, the credit cooperatives and banks. In turn, in order to model a rural financing system, the initiative is created based on the demands in the different trade associations and associative movements. And since we are ministries, we organize the demands and we present them through monetary council that has the Ministry of Finding, the Ministry for Planning, and the President of the Central Bank. All the rules, rural credit rules, will be authorized in this three stakeholders. Now, based on the authorization of the Safra plan, the banks have to register all their credit operations in a central bank-owned platform. The registers who they are individualized, right? Individualizing all these operations. Now, this producer, if they have some weather adversity, the bank will communicate the financial agent communicates this to the central bank for there to be authorization to compensate the producer. So it's an efficient model, but the central bank has the permanent monitoring of the entire portfolio of rural credit for all producers. Therefore, the regulation model is quite hard, efficient, but it's quite, the idea is not to be, it's very hard on people, and for there not to be any purposes for this, only rural credits. Therefore, we have the National Monetary Council has the final word. It presents its approval on the credit rules. If you need to change rules during the execution time for the Safra plan, yes, it is possible, but there's nothing that the regulation could do without being monitored by this entity, which is authorized. The cooperatives have to follow the risk classification rules, the operational rules that are defined by the central bank. So, yes, a regulation is complex, but it's efficient. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're running a bit out of time, so I'd like to invite you to try to exchange and talk with the panel members during the coffee breaks, during lunch. This means that you have had much interest, and I'd like to thank you very much for your interest and participation. Now, I'd like to give a couple of closing words. Well, Luis will give the closing words, and then we'll go into the lunch break. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Clelia.
Thank
you, Clelia, for moderating. Thank you to all the panel members. So I'd just like to, since we're closing the first panel, I'd like to talk about what, to add to what Amanda just mentioned, right? The experiences are systematized in a publication that you have on your books. It's one of the experiences that we're using, but we want to provoke all of you, to encourage all of you, for not only to the FAO to just support Paraguay, but the other countries. That's the spirit, right? For not only to be the FAO that's supporting. That's how strong this encounter was that you saw in Reaf Paraguay, and I'd like to thank Vanderlei, Gabriel,
convocando essa diversidade de atores. Então, aproveitemos esse espaço cá.
Let's take advantage of this space here, because not always do we have the chance to speak with all these stakeholders and so many different stakeholders and actors, right? So thank you very much for participating with us and for creating this space. And hopefully we can continue talking during lunch. Thank you. Okay, dear attendees, we have reached the end of this first segment. Before my speakers leave, let's please get a group picture. I think you look beautiful with the flags standing up. It'll be much better, the picture. If you have your tickets, if you don't, be careful, but if you have your tickets, you may go to lunch now. And I'd like to give you 3 messages. We have interpretation services. I know that it's some of the panels were missing that sometimes. We have the booth outside the auditorium, and you have interpreting devices there. We have another room for relaxation in case you want to speak one-to-one with someone. And we have our colleagues in white shirts. Raise your hands, please. Their team there. Thank you very much, everyone. They are going to lead you to our cafeteria so you can have lunch. Okay, we'll see you back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Oh, you may leave your things here. We'll have 2 people that will be monitoring, and we'll be here for your safety. So, thank you.
official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand-in-Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand-in-Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand-in-Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen dos proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el cuarto productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento de la Calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas y sembrará 500 nuevas, duplicando la productividad del departamento. Con el apoyo de la FAO y aliados estratégicos, se construirá un modelo agroindustrial que apuesta por la innovación, la economía circular, la baja huella de carbono y la inclusión social. En 2024, Colombia exportó más de 265 millones de dólares en cacao y sigue ampliando su mercado en Europa y Asia. Además, con certificaciones internacionales y el impulso al turismo científico, las rutas del cacao reconectan con las raíces y dignifican la labor del productor. Todo esto es posible gracias a la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, que promueve la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, la reducción de la pobreza y el cierre de brechas. Desde el Cauca y el Huila, Colombia exporta futuro.
El Perú es un territorio de oportunidades, donde tradición y futuro se unen en cadenas de valor únicas. Desde los Andes hasta la Amazonía, nuestros productores cultivan y transforman lo mejor de nuestra agrobiodiversidad.
No solo produzco la fibra de alpaca, también produzco la carne de alpaca más sano, con cero colesterol para los mercados. Y así mismo tengo economía para mi sustento de mi familia y para la comunidad.
En los Andes, granos como la quinoa, kiwicha o cañigua son superalimentos que nutren al mundo y conservan nuestra biodiversidad.
No solo es que vemos una semilla, un producto, sino es una manera de conservar nuestra vida. Una vida propia que caracteriza de muchos lugares diferentes culturas y quienes actualmente la están manteniendo son en los pequeños rincones de nuestro país.
En la Amazonía, frutos como el copoazú, la castaña y el acaí impulsan la bioeconomía, restaurando suelos y generando ingresos sostenibles.
Nosotros como agricultores nos sentimos orgullosos. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la selva hay mucha riqueza, ¿no? Tenemos muchos productos que sembrar, ¿no? Naturales también dentro de la comunidad, dentro de nuestra tierra, ¿no?
Gracias a las metodologías y herramientas geoespaciales avanzadas de la iniciativa Han in Han, el Perú ha identificado oportunidades de inversión estratégicas con impacto social, económico y ambiental en estas tres cadenas de valor.
Ponle punche y ganamos todos, Perú.
Gobierno del Perú.
Olá a todos e todas. Mi nombre es Luis Bedusky, soy el oficial principal de políticas en desarrollo rural en la Oficina Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy les voy a hablar sobre la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Nuestro equipo trabaja para promover una vida mejor para todos y todas y se articula en torno a tres prioridades estratégicas. 1. Impulsar el desarrollo económico y combatir las desigualdades de las poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. 2. Fortalecer la resiliencia en los territorios rurales y en los sistemas agroalimentarios, con énfasis en la acción anticipatoria y en los mecanismos de gestión de riesgo de desastres. Y tercero, acelerar la inversión y la cooperación a través de mecanismos innovadores que promuevan el desarrollo territorial sostenible. Mano de la Mano es una iniciativa global de la FAO que começou em 2019 para impulsar essa terceira prioridade que les mencionava. Su objetivo é muito claro: identificar as áreas onde as políticas e as inversiones no setor agroalimentar podem generar maior impacto econômico e social para as populações com altos níveis de pobreza que dependem dessas atividades. Para isso, a planificação estratégica de inversões é clave. Detectar oportunidades, mobilizar recursos e assegurar que as inversões produzam benefícios tangíveis e sosteníveis em las comunidades. Para hacerlo, usamos informação geoespacial, biofísica e socioeconômica que nos ajudam a localizar territórios com maior potencial em agricultura e também em outras atividades, como ganaderia, aquicultura, pesca ou turismo. Elaboramos, junto aos países, estratégias de inversão à la medida. Cada território é único. Com um enfoque territorial, promovemos soluções adaptadas a los cuellos de botella que impedem materializar seu potencial, desde sistemas de riego em zonas áridas hasta melhor acesso a mercados para a agricultura familiar. Ponemos o acento em que esse processo é liderado por los países e apoiado por la FAO. Provavelmente, mais de um se pergunte: bueno, pero si los países lideran esse processo, ¿qué hace FAO? Nuestro rol é aportar com experiência e conhecimento em temas de inteligência territorial e prioridades basadas em dados, alinhação com políticas nacionais e prioridades regionais, articulação público-privada para impulsar a inversão habilitante, capacidade técnica e assistência para a mobilização de recursos. Impulsamos fóruns de inversão para facilitar a interação entre governos, donantes e sócios estratégicos para convertir oportunidades em inversões concretas. Involucramos ao setor privado, organismos internacionais de financiamento, a banca multilateral, assim como a inversão pública e os donantes tradicionais. Todo este trabalho ha generado importantes resultados. A nível regional, a participação na iniciativa Mano de la Mano ha crescido significativamente. Temos hoje 15 países trabalhando em seus planos de inversão e 3 iniciativas subregionais que abarcam territórios do Corredor Seco e zonas áridas de Centroamérica, da Amazônia e de los pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento do Caribe. Solo entre os anos 2022 e 2024, hemos logrado mobilizar cerca de 1.750 milhões de dólares na região. Bueno, e agora? Hacia onde vamos? Bueno, queremos que essa cifra de inversão siga crescendo. Seguimos comprometidos com apoiar os países para avançar em la transformação de los sistemas agroalimentários e estamos convencidos que a iniciativa Mano de la Mano representa uma grande oportunidade para lográ-lo. Mano de la Mano está evolucionando. Hoje incorpora com maior força o uso sustentável de los recursos naturais, o financiamento climático e ações de mitigação e adaptação ao câmbio climático. Su foco é habilitar bienes públicos que potenciem a inversão privada. Queremos ter uma estratégia mais integral que incluya o uso de tecnologias, gestão florestal, produção de bioenergia, gestão pesqueira eficaz, sistemas de informação, entre muitos outros. Estamos convencidos de que este é o caminho para avançar hacia uma transformação rural inclusiva e para ter melhores sistemas agroalimentários, que nos assegurem uma melhor produção, uma melhor nutrição, melhor meio ambiente e uma vida melhor, sem deixar a nadie atrás.
Home to more than 50 million people, including 400 indigenous peoples, the Amazon is a complex system of interconnected species, ecosystems, and cultures that contribute to global well-being. Covering more than 6.9 million square kilometers, the Amazon rainforest is home to more than 10% of terrestrial biodiversity and contains 20% of the world's fresh water. However, the traditional model of economic development in the Amazon region could push one of the planet's richest ecosystems to the brink of environmental collapse. The business opportunity for the circular bioeconomy is estimated at an astounding $7.7 trillion by 2030. However, the Amazon's current share of this market is only 0.17%, although it accounts for 54% of the world's tropical forests. To unlock this market potential, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTA, and FAO have joined forces to develop a program based on the hand-in-hand methodology. This effort is in line with the signing of the 2023 Belém Declaration, endorsed by the 8 heads of state of the Amazon region. The program aims to identify responsible and sustainable investment opportunities by promoting public-private partnerships on specific lines of investment. Strengthening digital ecosystems in the Amazon to improve rural livelihoods and boost traceability of selected bioproducts. Improvement of Amazon fisheries management based on the existing data from migratory catfish. And it's rooted in 4 guiding principles, reducing the high levels of food insecurity, poverty, social and gender-related inequalities. Respecting the rights, territories, traditional ways of life, and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and other traditional communities. Avoiding the Amazon rainforest tipping point. Ensuring sustainable agriculture practices.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro-MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca a todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Aceci, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo el tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic, sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the Hand in Hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example. Hand in Hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand in Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand in Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand in Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand in Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access Hand in Hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand in Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand-in-Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction. Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand-in-Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand-in-Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen 2 proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el cuarto productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento de la Calidad, la sostenibilidad de la cadena de valor del café y el turismo rural en el Cauca, 36.000 familias verán renovadas sus esperanzas. 12.000 hectáreas de café serán mejoradas y nacerá la Escuela del Café del Cauca. A 500 kilómetros en las montañas del Huila, más de 4.000 familias rurales siembran una nueva esperanza con el cacao. La iniciativa La Agroindustria del Cacao, una opción sostenible y rentable para el bienestar del Huila, renovará 1.800 hectáreas y sembrará 500 nuevas, duplicando la productividad del departamento. Con el apoyo de la FAO y aliados estratégicos, se construirá un modelo agroindustrial que apuesta por la innovación, la economía circular, la baja huella de carbono y la inclusión social. En 2024, Colombia exportó más de 265 millones de dólares en cacao y sigue ampliando su mercado en Europa y Asia. Además, con certificaciones internacionales y el impulso al turismo científico, las rutas del cacao reconectan con las raíces y dignifican la labor del productor. Todo esto es posible gracias a la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, que promueve la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios, la reducción de la pobreza y el cierre de brechas. Desde el Cauca y el Huila, Colombia exporta futuro.
El Perú es un territorio de oportunidades, donde tradición y futuro se unen en cadenas de valor únicas. Desde los Andes hasta la Amazonía, nuestros productores cultivan y transforman lo mejor de nuestra agrobiodiversidad.
No solo produzco la fibra de alpaca, también produzco la carne de alpaca más sano, con 0 colesterol para los mercados. Y así mismo tengo economía para mi sustento de mi familia y para la comunidad.
En los Andes, granos como la quinoa, kiwicha o cañigua son superalimentos que nutren al mundo y conservan nuestra biodiversidad.
No solo es que vemos una semilla, un producto, sino es una manera de conservar nuestra vida. Una vida propia que caracteriza de muchos lugares diferentes culturas, y quienes actualmente la están manteniendo son en los pequeños rincones de nuestro país.
En la Amazonía, frutos como el copoazú, la castaña y el acaí impulsan la bioeconomía, restaurando suelos y generando ingresos sostenibles.
Nosotros como agricultores nos sentimos orgullosos. ¿Por qué? Porque acá en la selva hay mucha riqueza, ¿no? Tenemos muchos productos que sembrar, ¿no? Naturales también dentro de la comunidad, dentro de nuestra tierra, ¿no?
Gracias a las metodologías y herramientas geoespaciales avanzadas de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, el Perú ha identificado oportunidades de inversión estratégicas con impacto social, económico y ambiental en estas 3 cadenas de valor.
Ponle punche y ganamos todos, Perú.
Gobierno del Perú.
Olá a todos e todas. Mi nombre es Luis Beduski, soy el oficial principal de Políticas en Desarrollo Rural en la Oficina Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Y hoy les voy a hablar sobre la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. Nuestro equipo trabaja para promover una vida mejor para todos y todas y se articula en torno a 3 prioridades estratégicas. 1. Impulsar el desarrollo económico y combatir las desigualdades de las poblaciones en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. 2. Fortalecer la resiliencia en los territorios rurales y en los sistemas agroalimentarios, con énfasis en la acción anticipatoria y en los mecanismos de gestión de riesgo de desastres. Y tercero, acelerar la inversión y la cooperación a través de mecanismos inovadores que promuevan el desarrollo territorial sostenible. Mano de la Mano es una iniciativa global de la FAO que comenzó en 2019 para impulsar essa terceira prioridade que les mencionava. Su objetivo es muy claro: identificar las áreas donde las políticas y las inversiones en el sector agroalimentario puedan generar mayor impacto económico y social para las poblaciones con altos niveles de pobreza que dependen de essas actividades. Para eso, la planificación estratégica de inversiones es clave. detectar oportunidades, movilizar recursos e assegurar que as inversões produzam benefícios tangíveis e sosteníveis em las comunidades. Para hacerlo, usamos informação geoespacial, biofísica e socioeconômica que nos ajudam a localizar territórios com maior potencial em agricultura e também em outras atividades, como ganaderia, aquicultura, pesca ou turismo. Elaboramos, junto aos países, estratégias de inversão à medida. Cada território é único. Com um enfoque territorial, promovemos soluções adaptadas a los cuellos de botella que impedem materializar seu potencial, desde sistemas de riego em zonas áridas hasta melhor acesso a mercados para a agricultura familiar. Ponemos o acento em que esse processo é liderado por los países e apoiado por la FAO. Provavelmente, mais de um se pergunte, bueno, pero se os países lideram esse processo, ¿qué hace FAO? Nosso rol é aportar com experiência e conhecimento em temas de inteligência territorial e prioridades basadas em dados, alinhação com políticas nacionais e prioridades regionais, articulação público-privada para impulsar a inversão habilitante, capacidade técnica e assistência para a mobilização de recursos. Impulsamos fóruns de inversão para facilitar a interação entre governos, donantes e sócios estratégicos para convertir oportunidades em inversões concretas. Involucramos ao setor privado, organismos internacionais de financiamento, a banca multilateral, assim como a inversão pública e os donantes tradicionais. Todo este trabalho ha generado importantes resultados. A nível regional, a participação na iniciativa Mano de la Mano ha crescido significativamente. Temos hoje 15 países trabalhando em seus planos de inversão e 3 iniciativas subregionais que abarcam territórios do Corredor Seco e zonas áridas de Centroamérica, da Amazônia e de los pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento do Caribe. Solo entre os anos 2022 e 2024, hemos logrado movilizar cerca de $1.750 milhões na região. Bueno, e agora? Hacia onde vamos? Bueno, queremos que essa cifra de inversão siga crescendo. Seguimos comprometidos com apoiar os países para avançar em la transformação de los sistemas agroalimentários e estamos convencidos que a iniciativa Mano de la Mano representa uma grande oportunidade para lográ-lo. Mano de la Mano está evolucionando. Hoje incorpora com maior força o uso sustentável de los recursos naturais, o financiamento climático e ações de mitigação e adaptação ao cambio climático. Seu foco é habilitar bens públicos que potenciem a inversão privada. Queremos ter uma estratégia mais integral que incluya o uso de tecnologias, gestão florestal, produção de bioenergia, gestão pesqueira eficaz, sistemas de informação, entre muitos outros. Estamos convencidos de que este é o caminho para avançar hacia uma transformação rural inclusiva e para ter melhores sistemas agroalimentários, que nos assegurem uma melhor produção, uma melhor nutrição, melhor meio ambiente e uma vida melhor, sem deixar a nadie atrás.
Home to more than 50 million people, including 400 indigenous peoples, the Amazon is a complex system of interconnected species, ecosystems, and cultures that contribute to global well-being. Covering more than 6.9 million square kilometers, the Amazon rainforest is home to more than 10% of terrestrial biodiversity and contains 20% of the world's fresh water. However, the traditional model of economic development in the Amazon region could push one of the planet's richest ecosystems to the brink of environmental collapse. The business opportunity for the circular bioeconomy is estimated at an astounding $7.7 trillion by 2030. However, the Amazon's current share of this market is only 0.17%, although it accounts for 54% of the world's tropical forests. To unlock this market potential, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ACTA, and FAO have joined forces to develop a program based on the hand-in-hand methodology. This effort is in line with the signing of the 2023 Belém Declaration, endorsed by the 8 heads of state of the Amazon region. The program aims to identify responsible and sustainable investment opportunities by promoting public-private partnerships on specific lines of investment. Strengthening digital ecosystems in the Amazon to improve rural livelihoods and boost traceability of selected bioproducts. Improvement of Amazon fisheries management based on the existing data from migratory catfish. And it's rooted in 4 guiding principles, reducing the high levels of food insecurity, poverty, social and gender-related inequalities. Respecting the rights, territories, traditional ways of life, and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and other traditional communities. Avoiding the Amazon rainforest tipping point. Ensuring sustainable agriculture practices.
El corredor seco y las zonas áridas de los países del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana SICA cubren el 34% del total de su territorio y en sus áreas rurales viven más de 21 millones de personas. Más del 20% de las personas empleadas se dedican a la agricultura y en su mayoría son pequeños productores y productoras que aportan para la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional de sus países. El corredor seco y las zonas áridas enfrentan una alta vulnerabilidad ante los riesgos asociados al cambio climático, que afectan a la región en épocas clave para la agricultura. Como consecuencia de estas afectaciones, los países del SICA han registrado en los últimos años un fenómeno de migración aún más intenso que se traduce en alrededor de 5 millones de migrantes procedentes de esta región solo en Estados Unidos. Ante esta realidad, los países y el sistema SICA, con apoyo técnico de la FAO, impulsan la iniciativa Mano de la Mano, construyendo resiliencia en el corredor seco y zonas áridas. La iniciativa se impulsa con la contribución financiera de la Banca Multilateral para el Desarrollo, fondos climáticos, agencias de cooperación, organismos de Naciones Unidas y recursos públicos nacionales. La iniciativa Mano de la región SICA se encuentra movilizando inversiones en 5 grandes temas. Primero, el mapeo digital de suelos, que con el financiamiento de los Estados Unidos de América, ha permitido en Honduras y Guatemala contar con mapas de fertilidad, propiedades química y física de los suelos para mejorar la producción agrícola de estos países. Y ahora, por medio del Consejo Agropecuario Centroamericano, se ampliará este mapeo para todos los países del sistema SICA. Segundo, la zonificación agrícola del riesgo climático, que con apoyo del gobierno de Brasil y Embrapa ha contribuido a identificar periodos de siembra óptimas para cultivos sensibles en el corredor seco y para la seguridad alimentaria de las familias, lo que a su vez creará las bases para la mitigación del riesgo agrícola y facilitará la ampliación del financiamiento y seguro agrícola rural. Tercero, soluciones hídricas integrales, donde se ha sistematizado y estimado los costos y adaptado varias tecnologías de soluciones hídricas que van desde la escala de consumo humano hasta cultivos comerciales, donde estas tecnologías se han vuelto prioridad para los países en sus acuerdos de cooperación de notas de inversión junto a instituciones financieras. Estos estudios también están disponibles para la plataforma de cooperación del G20 en el eje sobre la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. Cuarto, las MIPYMES y ecosistemas digitales. Con el liderazgo del Centro MIPE-SICA y el financiamiento de la Unión Europea, se ha apoyado a más de 600 MIPYMES en el corredor seco, con el objetivo de generar empleo y reducir la migración forzada. Esta experiencia también está presente en las diversas propuestas de inversiones mano de la mano a nivel nacional junto a las instituciones financieras. Y finalmente, sobre el fortalecimiento de los institutos nacionales de investigación agropecuaria de los países SICA. Se ha identificado tecnologías para la convivencia con la sequía y zonas áridas, para el aumento de la producción en el corredor seco, habiéndose posicionado en la agenda de los países y el mundo de la cooperación. La iniciativa Mano de la Mano también está presente con notas de inversiones específicas en los países de la región. Y en el caso de la propuesta del corredor seco resiliente, se abarca todos los países, creando las condiciones para atraer inversión público-privada hacia un territorio con prosperidad y oportunidades, por una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida en la región del SICA.
Bolivia, a mega-diverse country where cultural, natural, and food heritage come together to create socio-economic opportunities for thousands of families living across 22 ecosystems of global importance. The Hand in Hand initiative in Bolivia seeks to share with the world this diversity of products that are harnessed in harmony with Mother Earth. In the Andes, at more than 4,900 meters above sea level, llamas and alpacas provide high-quality fiber and meat with great potential for industrialization and export. Management plans for wild camelids, such as vicuñas, make the sustainably harvest of one of the finest and most coveted fibers in the world possible, used to craft exclusive garments. Descending into the Amazon at altitudes ranging from 100 to 1,000 meters above sea level, the forests yield fruits of exceptional nutritional value. Aceci, Brazil nuts, and royal palm are gathered from wild varieties through a model of integrated and sustainable forest management. The unique flavor of Bolivia's wild cacao has earned recognition and acceptance in demanding international markets. Bolivia invites the world to invest in safeguarding this food heritage, specialty products of the highest quality, with an invaluable cultural identity.
En el corazón de Centroamérica, una tierra de volcanes, tradición y esperanza, El Salvador presenta una oportunidad estratégica, la inversión en su histórica caficultura, con la iniciativa Mano de la Mano. más de 20.000 salvadoreñas y salvadoreños en zonas rurales serán directamente beneficiadas. Sus vidas, sus familias, sus comunidades, fortalecidas a través del café. Porque aquí la tierra es fértil, el clima tropical y la altitud perfecta. Condiciones óptimas para producir café arábica de alta calidad, desde la finca hasta tu taza. El café salvadoreño transforma, genera valor y abre las puertas a mercados internacionales de alto impacto. Y lo mejor de todo, en armonía con la naturaleza y con su gente, una inversión para las regiones cafetaleras del país. Entre aves, lagunas y montañas nace un modelo que integra conservación, energía renovable e innovación rural. Porque esta inversión no es solo agrícola, es humana, es inclusiva, es sostenible, identificada con el apoyo técnico de la FAO y su iniciativa Mano de la Mano, como parte de una estrategia nacional para crecer con igualdad y con visión de futuro.
Para el gobierno de Guatemala, identificar oportunidades de innovación e inversión es indispensable para impulsar políticas públicas que transformen los sistemas agroalimentarios, aumenten los ingresos y refuercen la resiliencia al cambio climático, promoviendo la competitividad en los territorios rurales. A través de la iniciativa Hand in Hand, la FAO apoya al gobierno para impulsar inversiones estratégicas vinculadas a la Política Nacional de Riego 2024-2033 y al programa Rutas del Desarrollo, a través de notas de inversión y utilizando la herramienta de tipología de microrregiones integrada al Sistema Nacional de Inversión Pública, que permite identificar territorios prioritarios, visualizando su potencial económico, ambiental y social. La Política Nacional de Riego beneficiará a pequeños y medianos productores, principalmente del corredor seco ampliado y la zona norte del país. Se estima que se generarán ingresos netos anuales de entre $1.800 y $11.654 por hectárea, dependiendo del tipo de cultivo irrigado. El programa Rutas del Desarrollo busca fortalecer el progreso integral en el país a través de una infraestructura vial mejorada para facilitar la conectividad, el acceso a servicios esenciales y el desarrollo económico. Contempla la rehabilitación de 4.820 kilómetros de caminos rurales y prioriza la inversión en territorios con oportunidades de desarrollo agrícola. El primer territorio priorizado por este programa es Cobán Alta Verapaz, donde además se promueve el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor de café, cacao y cardamomo a través de 4 oportunidades. Infraestructura habilitante para el desarrollo, fomento agroproductivo inclusivo y resiliente, desarrollo agroindustrial y comercialización, gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. El gobierno de Guatemala se compromete con el desarrollo sostenible, equitativo y resiliente, a través de un modelo que promueve una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición y un mejor medio ambiente para una vida mejor, mientras impulsa sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Hand in Hand is a flagship FAO initiative designed to accelerate the transformation of agri-food systems by delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals through the eradication of poverty, ending hunger and reducing inequalities. With up to 70 countries already members, the Hand in Hand initiative has become a beacon of hope for millions, targeting regions of the world where poverty and hunger are at their highest. How does the initiative work? It uses a territorial approach, a geospatial platform with advanced data and analysis, innovative solutions, and the mobilization of financing. Hand in Hand is not just about economic growth, it's about holistic sustainable development, addressing economic, social, and environmental aspects simultaneously. By identifying key interactions, we ensure that our actions promote both financial prosperity and environmental stewardship. At the heart of the Hand in Hand initiative is investment planning that brings together governments, experts, and all other key stakeholders in agri-food systems. What are the steps involved? First, we collect different layers of geospatial information from the hand-in-hand geospatial platform to measure market access using raster analysis. Second, we measure agriculture potential by estimating stochastic profit frontiers that bring together prices of products, input prices and profits reported by farmers. The level of efficiency in agricultural profits is measured by controlling for land size, socio-economic characteristics, biophysical conditions and market access as estimated in the first step. Third, we quantify the level of efficiency relative to the agricultural potential estimated in the second step. Fourth, we combine steps 2 and 3 with poverty maps to prioritize interventions and develop the typology of microregions to be used for the prioritization of investments. Based on this analysis, we build a typology of microregions. Typology Honduras, for example, hand-in-hand focuses on the green areas where we know there is agricultural potential, with all our investment plans designed to resolve bottlenecks that farmers are facing in order to unleash their potential. By doing this, we can help farmers move out of poverty in a sustainable way. So, the result is investment plans that actually transform communities, strengthen local economies, and make them more sustainable. Tracking the effects of these new investments on greenhouse gas emissions and improving their design to further reduce carbon footprints is critical to achieving Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, but also to attract climate finance. Using state-of-the-art models like the Exact Carbon Balance tool allows countries and investors to make informed decisions. With partnerships being crucial to success, the Hand-in-Hand initiative brings together a diverse group of stakeholders, including governments, donors, private enterprises, producer organizations, civil society, and research institutions. These partnerships are critical to implement our goals, from data analysis, technology and funding, to capacity development. Because governance is about ensuring national ownership and leadership, the Hand-in-Hand initiative puts countries in the driver's seat. Country task force teams include government officials to ensure transparency and accountability. Through shared information platforms, Hand-in-Hand fosters coordination, mutual accountability, and enables timely problem solving. From empowering farmers in Angola to modernising agriculture in Bangladesh, the Hand-in-Hand initiative is already changing lives for the better all around the world. FAO's open access hand-in-hand geospatial platform is a key tool for digital agriculture transformation and rural development. To help support evidence-based policymaking, the initiative's Data Lab for Statistical Innovation fills the gaps in official statistics by extracting data from non-conventional sources and combining cutting-edge technologies including web scraping, text mining, geospatial data analysis, and artificial intelligence. But none of this is possible without the participation of private sector partners, bringing investments and know-how to areas where it is needed most. Join hands with FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative and be part of the solution. Together, we can eradicate poverty, end hunger, and create a brighter future for all, leaving no one behind.
Mexico ranks among the 15 largest economies in the world, a dynamic country driving strategic sectors from food production to the aerospace industry, a megadiverse nation, home to 12% of the planet's species and 9 of the 11 terrestrial ecosystems. This abundance is reflected in the wide variety of crops and production systems developed across its territories and communities, which sustain its agri-food strength and position it as the 11th global producer and 7th exporter, with a strong presence in national and international markets through an extensive network of trade agreements. Warehouses, wholesale distribution centers, highways, and ports are part of a robust infrastructure enabled by the human capital that ensures its operation and effectiveness. Today, Mexico offers strategic investment opportunities, identified using the Hand-in-Hand initiative's innovative tools and analysis, and in line with government priorities in agri-food investments. Advancing firmly toward food sovereignty, policies have been implemented to guarantee equitable access to food, contributing to poverty reduction, Climate change and the need for equitable access to food represent growing challenges, requiring the strengthening of agri-food systems and the harnessing of potential in key regions, such as the center and the south-southeast of the country. To achieve this, Mexico promotes investor participation in projects linked to the National Food Sovereignty Strategy, offering opportunities across 4 strategic value chains: maize, beans, rice, and milk, while also driving infrastructure, plant nutrition, and high-quality seeds adapted to each region. With the support of the FAO and the Hand in Hand initiative, efforts are complemented to strengthen these investments and generate a positive socioeconomic impact. Join this new stage, and together let us drive the agri-food transformation of Mexico and the opening of new opportunities for sustainable investment.
The small island developing states, STIDs, of the Caribbean have immense opportunities for achieving sustainable development that will enable them to advance in eradicating hunger and poverty in rural areas. The islands and coastal regions not only attract thousands of tourists with their unmatched beaches, natural wealth, gastronomy, and cultural heritage, but they are also surrounded by tropical forests and coastal ecosystems that host endemic flora and fauna. However, the effects of climate change, particularly drought and water scarcity, are significantly impacting this natural environment, especially the quality of crops and the income generation of producers. In Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, farmers are increasingly concerned about changes in precipitation patterns, watershed degradation, and declining food production. It is crucial to find solutions that promote sustainable production. This is why the FAO and the Caribbean Community CARICOM are working to launch a regional initiative that, in its first phase, aims to increase income and job generation and contribute to reducing inequalities in these 3 countries, where agriculture represents approximately 15% of employment and contributes nearly 6% to the total gross domestic product. Through the use of geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic data, along with advanced analysis provided by the FAO's Global Hand in Hand initiative, investment opportunities have been identified to promote the implementation of digital irrigation systems that improve efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in areas with high agricultural potential. To implement these proposals, FAO and CARICOM will collaborate with all stakeholders interested in supporting the development of small producers in the Caribbean. Together, it is possible to advance towards a region with more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, providing better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all, leaving no one behind.
Colombia huele a frutas, a mar, a montañas, a café recién hecho y a cacao. Es el segundo país más biodiverso del planeta. Guarda una enorme riqueza natural y cultural. Con más de 40 millones de hectáreas cultivables y múltiples pisos térmicos, Colombia es tierra fértil para el desarrollo y es aquí donde florecen 2 proyectos que están transformando las vidas y contribuyen a la paz territorial. Uno alrededor del café en el departamento del Cauca y otro con el cacao en el departamento del Huila. El Cauca, territorio de montañas, valles y pueblos diversos, es el 4º productor de café del país. Allí, el café es legado y motor de paz. Con el proyecto Fortalecimiento
sea, ahora tenemos un reto para ver, son 30 minutos y después viene un que va hasta las 4.
¿Y el reto quieres que participe?
No. Usted. Ahorita tomo la foto, ¿no? Vamos entrando, por favor, colegas. Le puedo pedir a los chicos que nos están apoyando si pueden empezar a pedirle a nuestros invitados que regresen al auditorio, por favor. Ok. ¿Cómo están, colegas? Espero que hayan tenido un muy buen almuerzo. Nos da gusto que así haya sido. Creo que ya muchos de ustedes también encontraron ahí el lounge con el cafecito. Así que, bueno, es importante que vayan rápido. Pero bueno, ese lounge bilateral va a estar ahí a disposición de ustedes, de todos ustedes, a lo largo de los 2 días del evento. Y es súper importante porque en verdad lo que queremos es que se generen estas conexiones, que haya esta capacidad de tener un diálogo. Y no siempre todos los paneles son exactamente del interés estratégico de todas las personas que están acá, ¿no? Entonces también creo que eso es súper importante en un evento de esta naturaleza. Como siempre, el arranque de la tarde es un poquito más exigente sobre el cuerpo, ya que la alimentación tiene su papel esencial. Consideramos que sería bueno arrancar con un pequeño reto colaborativo. Queremos hacer una actividad un poquito más dinámica que les permita a ustedes entrar en calor. Este reto abordará, a partir del caso de las ollas comunes en Perú, cómo responder a situaciones en las que existe un alto valor social y comunitario, pero el financiamiento tradicional no llega. El ejercicio no busca diseñar una solución definitiva, sino construir colectivamente con todos ustedes hipótesis, identificar condiciones habilitantes y reconocer otros casos similares que puedan desarrollarse posteriormente con el apoyo de FAO y sus socios. Y para coordinar este segmento, tengo el agrado de presentar a mis queridas colegas Catalina Costa y Paula Alejandra Moreno, a quien les pido por favor un aplauso para ellas. Colegas, si pueden ir subiendo al escenario. Así que sin más, les cedo la palabra. Adelante, por favor.
Ahí sí. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Yo soy Catalina Acosta y en esta oportunidad voy a facilitar este espacio que, como bien Mauricio mencionaba, es un espacio colaborativo. Queremos reactivarnos después del almuerzo y bueno, para eso tenemos pensada esta actividad que los invita y los va a provocar un poco a pensar en base a un caso, pero también desde sus propias experiencias y trabajos y sectores. Entonces, lo primero que quisiera pedirles es que, por favor, desde sus celulares puedan escanear el código que tenemos ahí para entrar a la plataforma de Mentimeter y empezar con una pequeña provocación. Quisiera pedirles a ustedes que, en una palabra, nos digan ¿qué piensan cuando escuchan ollas comunes? Un concepto rápido, lo primero que se les venga a la cabeza, mientras ustedes piensan y les funciona el código QR. Yo voy a dar paso a Alejandra para que nos guíe en este reto colaborativo y nos cuente la experiencia de ollas comunes en Perú. Adelante, Alejandra.
Gracias, Catalina, y un gusto con todos ustedes que nos acompañan el día de hoy en este reto colaborativo. Y justamente la idea es que esto sea una construcción conjunta, ¿no? Y hemos aprovechado para traer un caso en el que estamos trabajando. Es un desafío que nos hemos puesto a nivel regional como la FAO, y vamos a tomar el caso específico del Perú y el de las ollas comunes. Y mientras ustedes nos siguen apoyando, completando acá las ideas que se les viene a la mente cuando hablamos de olla común, quiero hacerles un paréntesis, ¿no? para darnos una mirada un poco más general de cómo estamos como región en el tema del hambre. Y aquí el escenario en el que nos encontramos es que América Latina y el Caribe es una región que ha avanzado muchísimo, ¿no? Por cuarto año consecutivo. Se ha venido reduciendo el hambre en la región, es una de las regiones que está liderando en conjunto con Asia en la reducción del hambre. Y claro, esto es una muy buena noticia, por supuesto. Y al mismo tiempo nos supone una reflexión mayor, ¿no? Que es hablar entonces sobre cómo nos estamos moviendo con el financiamiento para cerrar esta última milla, esta brecha que nos está quedando de 4.8% de subalimentación en la región, ¿no? Y eso obviamente nos llevó a una reflexión aún más grande, ¿no? Que es, no se trata solo de aumentar el financiamiento en volumen cuando hablamos de movilizar recursos, sino de que hay un trabajo posterior que es aún más importante, ¿no? Que es el de mejorar la calidad de ese financiamiento, ¿no? Asegurar que tenga coherencia con esta meta que nos estamos poniendo y que haya una alineación estratégica clara, ¿no? Y esta última milla es normalmente, y todos lo sabemos seguramente, hemos estado todos en conjunto en la misma situación de que normalmente esta última milla es la más difícil, ¿no? Supone un esfuerzo mucho mayor para desentrañar qué es lo que necesitamos apostar, ¿no? Para poder cubrirla. ¿Y por qué es justamente más difícil de cerrar? Porque normalmente en esta última milla es donde nos encontramos con un dilema, ¿no? que buena parte la han venido mencionando en la sesión de la mañana, ¿no? El primer panel, ¿no? Este dilema en el que nos encontramos cuando queremos avanzar en temas de inclusión financiera, por ejemplo, ¿no? Esta última milla suele estar entre, ok, ¿qué necesitamos para poder colocarle financiamiento a estas organizaciones que están trabajando en la última milla y que están generando impacto, pero que bajo una lógica financiera tradicional, digamos, no logro alcanzar, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque ahí pedimos normalmente, en la banca tradicional, necesitamos un colateral, ¿no? Y tenemos problemas de tierra, de acceso, ¿no? Los riesgos hipotecarios, etcétera. Necesitamos un historial crediticio, muchas veces estas organizaciones no las tienen. Necesitamos flujos de caja que podamos evaluar si queremos colocar algún instrumento financiero, y necesitamos una trazabilidad. O sea, son muchos requisitos que normalmente las organizaciones que están trabajando en la última milla, como es el caso de las ollas comunes en el hambre en el Perú, y no solo en el Perú, normalmente no tienen cómo demostrar todos estos elementos, ¿no? Pero lo que sí tienen y lo que todos nosotros conocemos es que están trabajando en temas de cobertura, están llegando a donde los programas sociales no llegan, ¿no? Están generando estas redes de seguridad de última instancia y además generan liderazgos, cohesión comunitaria, ¿no? Son organizaciones sociales de base que trabajan de manera muy activa, etcétera. Entonces, ¿cómo hacemos pues para integrarlo, ¿no? Porque sí reconocemos que tienen un alto valor de impacto, ¿cierto? Y mucho de eso se relaciona con un poco lo que ustedes nos están ayudando a construir acá, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que piensan cuando escuchan olla común? Comunidad, alimentos, seguridad alimentaria, solidaridad, ¿no? Comedores, colaboración, o sea, todos estos factores sí generan un valor, ¿no? Y entonces, ¿cómo remuneramos este valor que se va generando? Eso es lo que queremos ver cómo construimos ahora en conjunto, ¿no? Y este dilema se lo quiero poner además en cifras, porque eso es más fácil entenderlo así, ¿no? Cuando identificamos esto en el Perú, en el caso de ollas comunes, hicimos un diagnóstico, empezamos a ver cuáles son esas ollas comunes que están empezando a querer avanzar en la sostenibilidad, ¿no? Y pasar de una atención de emergencia, de una crisis que surgió durante la pandemia del COVID para poder brindar alimento de manera comunitaria, y están empezando a tener algunas iniciativas para generarse ingresos y que eso le dé sostenibilidad a la misma acción alimentaria que realizan, ¿no? Y bueno, cuando analizamos ello, empezamos a intentar sacar los flujos de caja y nos dimos cuenta pues de que tienen un margen, ¿no?, de ingresos que podrían sacar, de ahorros, muy bajito, ¿no? Porque sobre eso es sobre lo que se podría colocar el crédito, ¿no? Son 553 soles, que son aproximadamente $160, y no existe colateral, trabajan en locales que son donados, cedidos, alquilados, no tienen un historial crediticio, están excluidas de la banca, o sea, un poco el escenario que ya conocemos, ¿no?, que es el reto en el que nos encontramos. Pero al mismo tiempo, cuando hablamos del impacto que están generando, vemos que diariamente atienden a más de 280 familias a nivel nacional, ¿no? El 64% están liderados por mujeres, además, entonces hay un componente de liderazgo y empoderamiento femenino muy fuerte. Están generando una red de seguridad alimentaria en zonas donde no están llegando otros programas sociales. Y no solo eso, sino que además identificamos que están generando impacto ambiental porque buena parte de la cocción colectiva que realizan lo hacen rescatando alimentos y eso nos permite disminuir también las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y disminuir los desperdicios de alimentos que se generan día a día en toneladas en mercados de abasto en las principales ciudades, ¿no? Entonces nos dimos cuenta pues que efectivamente aquí en este reto no podemos avanzar con una mirada aislada que no esté articulando a los diferentes actores que podrían trabajar en darle solución a este problema para hacerlo sostenible, ¿no? Y ahí es cuando empezamos a pensar, a reflexionar sobre qué mecanismos de financiamiento combinado podríamos aplicar para este caso, ¿no? Y aquí quiero darle el pase nuevamente a Catalina, devolverle para que pasemos a la primera parte de este reto colaborativo, ¿no?
Sí, como dijimos, la idea es que nos reactivemos, que participemos entre todos, entonces muchas gracias por ser parte de esta primera provocación, pero ahora quisiéramos ir un poco más allá, avanzar en la participación y los invito también, usando la misma herramienta Mentimeter, a responder a la pregunta: ¿qué iniciativas conocen que enfrentan este dilema, el de alto valor social, pero sin financiamiento tradicional? Para avanzar aquí les pido que contesten el Mentimeter, pero que también vayan pensando en la iniciativa que conocen, en qué país y qué barreras enfrentan y que nos vayan levantando la mano para contarnos un poquito sobre esto, muy brevemente.
Y bueno, mientras vamos reflexionando, también pues le voy contando un poquito sobre las ollas comunes, ¿no?, y el diagnóstico que hicimos. Cuando nos dimos cuenta de todos los indicadores que era posible asociar a la labor que están teniendo las ollas comunes, dijimos, ok, lo hemos visto, pero claro, no existen todavía métricas definidas y que con la que ya cuenten evidencia para demostrar a que hay aquellos actores a los que sí les importaría como remunerar, digamos, este impacto que se está generando, ¿no? Y empezamos a evaluar por ahí mecanismos como ver si es posible acercarse a inversionistas de impacto, de repente generar un fondo, ¿no?, e ir explorando estos temas. Y hay alrededor de 4.300 ollas comunes a nivel nacional y principalmente están en la capital de Lima, ¿no?, en Perú. Dijimos, ok, además hay un potencial de escala, ¿no?, y de impacto que se puede tener. Y si vamos más allá aún, hay iniciativas similares en la región, no solo en Perú, ¿no? O sea, estamos hablando de construir soluciones que pueden tener escala, porque normalmente para ver cómo es posible generar nuevos mecanismos de financiamiento, muchas veces se requiere volumen también, ¿no? Y ir generando y agregando es importante para ello. Entonces, ustedes nos están ayudando también a identificar más, en este caso, ¿no? Porque estas otras iniciativas relacionadas es las que justamente nos van a dejar identificar dónde se encuentran estas iniciativas en la última milla a las que tenemos que alcanzar. Ejemplos como las ollas comunitarias, ollas solidarias también las llaman, si no me equivoco, en el Brasil, o Cocinas para la Paz en Colombia también, que es una iniciativa muy similar, cajas rural, claro, el ejemplo también que nos han dado ahora en la mañana, ¿no?, la de Paraguay, de Yeve Otazo, esto nos deja ver que hay efectivamente otras iniciativas que necesitan de esta nueva generación de mecanismos de financiamiento que puedan ser atendidas y en la que varios actores necesitan estar involucrados.
Alejandra, y sí, para tener más información y como nos interesa la participación, ya hemos visto que sí responden el Mentimeter, si no se atreven voluntariamente, podemos también pedir a alguno de los que están ahí, de las respuestas que pusieron, que nos explique un poquito más acerca de la respuesta que dio. Lo que les decía, quizás decir el país, la barrera que enfrentan. Entonces, no sé si te gustaría a ti elegir alguna en particular y pedimos que la persona que lo escribió nos entregue un poquito de información.
Sí, me gustaría escuchar mucho sobre… A ver, aquí tenemos un caso, ya que ya levantaron la mano.
Pueden encender el micrófono. Un poquito más cerca, por favor. ¿No se nos escucha?
De repente el otro micro… No, tampoco.
Le llevo este.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Edwin Vargas de la Fundación Profin de Bolivia. Bien, yo coloqué grupos autogestionarios de ahorro y crédito. Es una metodología que la hemos comenzado a implementar justamente para grupos principalmente de mujeres. No es que esté prohibido para los hombres, ¿no? Pero, y esto tiene que ver justamente con muchos elementos que hacen que las personas o el género que más se anima a trabajar con esta metodología son las mujeres, ¿no? Están a cargo de la economía familiar, son las que se movilizan, entre ellas hay muchas mujeres que son madres solteras, etcétera. Entonces, un conjunto de elementos que hacen que son el principal grupo, digamos, con el cual hemos podido trabajar. Entonces, básicamente esta señora, que pueden ser también solteras, no necesariamente madres, no acceden a financiamiento. Eso está clarísimo porque están en la base de la pirámide y en Bolivia se ha dado un caso particular. Aprovecho a mencionar eso, ¿no? Entonces, el elemento que hace que la reglamentación que trata de favorecer con una tasa de interés X la fijación de tasa ha hecho que las entidades financieras, por lo general, al ver de que no cubren sus costos, estas tasas se han subido en la pirámide, ¿no? Entonces, hay mucha gente ahora que no puede acceder. Entonces, por lo tanto, ¿qué hacer para que esta gente que no puede acceder pues, pueda comenzar a tener por lo menos también una cultura financiera? Entonces empezamos con el tema de educación, las juntamos y pedirles si tenían la capacidad de poder ahorrar, el monto que sea, un monto bien chiquitito. Estamos hablando, qué sé yo, de pronto estoy hablando de $3, $5, el equivalente, ¿no? Entonces se animan, se conforman, gente que se conoce. Hay una metodología parecida a lo que son las bancas comunales, que también hay el nombre, ¿no? Pero que las llevan adelante entidades financieras y son tasas muy elevadas, por eso hay la diferencia con este grupo. Entonces se reúnen, tienen cosas comunes, trabajan y se les da elementalmente la educación financiera, que conozcan el sistema, cuáles son los elementos, los tipos de gasto, dónde gastan su plata y el famoso gasto hormiga que nunca antes lo habían identificado, que es justamente ese tema de que sus pocos recursos los gastan en cosas que no son útiles, ¿no? Entonces se dan cuenta de esto y comienzan a ahorrar. Se ponen plazos y entre ellas juntan su dinero y entre ellas se comienzan a prestar. Entonces, esto hace que ellas mismas se dan cuenta de cuál es la ventaja de participar de un sistema de esta naturaleza. Entonces, son grupos que ya han comenzado a ahorrar, muchos han llegado a tener una cantidad increíble de dinero, se prestan entre ellas y entre esto, lo más importante es que de pronto a un segundo ciclo, un tercer ciclo, como que están capacitadas, se animan recién a poder adquirir un crédito, ¿me entienden? Entonces, ya el sistema financiero en sí mismo también evalúa muchos de estos elementos y para lo cual ya se pueden habilitar para obtener un financiamiento. Eso de manera rápida.
Espectacular, Edwin. Muchas gracias por compartir esa experiencia. De hecho, nos da mucha inspiración para lo que vamos a ver en la siguiente pregunta del reto. No sé si nos da tiempo para una más.
Sí, hay una más. Estaba Agustín.
Aquí,
ya funcionan
Agustín.
Los micrófonos. Sí.
Bueno, gracias. Buenas tardes. Sí, un poco. Yo lo que puse fue lo de Cocinas para la Paz de Colombia, ¿no? Es un programa que lleva adelante el Ministerio de Culturas de Colombia y FAO es uno de los asociados que en el programa. Es similar un poco a la experiencia que nos contaban, sobre todo consiste en más espacios de rescate del patrimonio culinario y gastronómico territorial de las comunidades, está presente en los 32 departamentos de Colombia y consiste también en espacios de formación y de valorización de todo lo que es el patrimonio culinario del país, ¿no? Allí lo que, respecto al programa que están presentando ustedes, lo que veo también es similar, es que falta ahí una brecha de financiamiento importante. O sea, está clara la agregación de valor del programa en términos de rescate y también que se generan espacios donde estas comunidades ya ponen a disposición de mercado incluso las experiencias culinarias, pero sí hay una brecha de financiamiento importante, ¿no? Entonces, lo que mostraban en la diapositiva entre el valor de agregación que evidentemente tiene el programa, pero hay una brecha allí de financiamiento que sí hay que todavía resolver. Así que, pero desde FAO, bueno, se ha impulsado todo la visibilización y el impulso del programa. Gracias.
Mil gracias, Agustín, por esa reflexión también, porque me ayudas a recordar que justamente el problema, este dilema, es que si nos quedáramos viendo solo la primera parte de la generación de ingresos, la capacidad de ahorro que puedan tener, y que nos damos cuenta de que no alcanza, la lógica sería, bueno, hay que dejarlo por fuera del sistema financiero, ¿no? Y si nos concentráramos únicamente en el lado derecho, que es los objetivos de impacto que generan, la lógica sería, ok, hay que subsidiarlo y donarlo. Pero, digamos, ninguna de ambas opciones son opciones sostenibles y que no satisfagan, digamos, la necesidad que existe acá, ¿no? Es por eso que es necesario ver el panorama completo y generar mecanismos de financiamiento que puedan abordar y valorizar lo que se está generando a nivel de impacto. Y para ello es que justamente hablamos de que cuando generemos y empecemos a pensar en estos mecanismos de financiamiento, tenemos que pensar no solo en cubrir esa última brecha, no solo ir hacia la última milla, sino que también hay que darle sostenibilidad a lo que ya está funcionando, porque estas organizaciones, estos ejemplos que nos han presentado los colegas de Bolivia y Colombia, ya tienen probado que efectivamente están generando este valor y están solucionando el problema del hambre y la alimentación cada uno en sus territorios, ¿no? Entonces, un poquito de lo que queríamos reflexionar acá, y que ustedes además lo conocen muy bien, lo han venido exponiendo durante la primera sesión ahora en la mañana, es de que ahí se encuentra la clave de generar estos mecanismos multicapa, ¿no? Y claro, por ejemplo, en el caso de Bolivia, ya han venido aplicando algo así, ¿no? Tienen una primera capa no reembolsable, en la que normalmente está pues la asistencia técnica que pueden brindar instituciones como FAO también, ¿no? Y normalmente también se alimentan de donaciones, que es, digamos, en el caso de las ollas comunes en Perú, donde nos encontramos ahora mismo, ¿no? Así están funcionando, digamos, las ollas. Pero ahora queremos ir a un siguiente paso, que es donde también han llegado los colegas de Bolivia, que es en ir en la capa concesional, ¿no? Es ya agregarle un fondo rotatorio, ¿no?, comunal en el que está funcionando para empezar a generar este historial crediticio y a ir generando también educación financiera en estas organizaciones para llevarlas un paso más a la inclusión, ¿no? Y luego sí buscamos pues buscar orientarnos hacia una tercera capa que se agregue y que sea esta capa comercial con claramente al inicio con algún capital con tramos de primera pérdida y que luego pues avance hacia lo tradicional y que haya, digamos, en esta ruta, en este camino, una sostenibilidad, ¿no? Y que haya una salida, digamos, de estas organizaciones. Y lo clave para esto, y para ello vamos a ir visualizando en el Menti la última pregunta de este reto, es que hay que pensar en qué herramientas podemos usar en estas estrategias de financiamiento, ¿no? Y un aspecto muy clave para ello es que si no se mide y si no tenemos la evidencia, no tenemos manera de poder remunerar contra ello, ¿no? Entonces esa es una parte muy importante en la que ya sí estamos empezando a trabajar como FAO en avanzar, en generar la evidencia que sabemos, la evidencia del impacto que ya sabemos que están generando, ir construyendo ello, ¿no? Ir dejándolo sistematizado, y que esto sea el primer paso para empezar a ampliar la capacidad de financiamiento a la que puedan acceder organizaciones de este tipo, ¿no? Avanzamos con la última pregunta.
Ya estamos viendo la última pregunta en la pantalla y los invitamos a contestar. Y aquí también sí ya queremos que profundizar un poco más en el pensamiento colaborativo, en ir construyendo ideas en base a la pregunta ¿qué herramientas usarían en una estrategia de financiamiento innovador y quiénes participarían? Ahí también les pedimos que vayan ustedes levantando la mano si tienen alguna idea en base al caso de Perú, a las ollas comunes que ustedes conozcan, ir complementando también las ideas que haya dicho otra persona. Ahí Alejandra también si tú tienes otra clave para estos últimos 10 minutos de discusión.
En realidad quisiéramos que se pueda abrir la discusión y que construyamos esto en conjunto, así que si alguno se anima a ampliar un poquito más las alternativas que están poniendo en el Menti, por favor, adelante.
Si no se animan, los animamos. Elegimos de
Así
nuevo
es.
según la pantalla y empezamos por ahí, así que la idea es que voluntariamente puedan participar de esta sección.
Yo tengo mucha curiosidad por lo que piensan por uno de ellos, así que me voy a animar a preguntar.
Sí.
Es más, ya lo han puesto más de una vez. ¿Quién nos podría contar un poco sobre el pago por resultados? Y un poco cómo ven quién podría entrar ahí, quiénes son los actores que puedan participar en ese mecanismo, en esa estrategia. Vamos a quitar el anonimato, creo, del Menti en la siguiente.
Allá tenemos la palabra levantada.
¿Sí?
O sea, la mano levantada. Adelante.
Gracias. Bueno, yo coloqué el último, una estrategia que estamos llevando desde Colombia con banca privada. Yo represento a BBVA. Y es, en Colombia existe, yo no sé si en el resto de Latinoamérica, pero en Colombia existe una tramitología muy compleja para solicitar un crédito. Y esto involucra a los bancos públicos también, y entonces el pequeño productor tiene que salir de su área de trabajo, a veces recorrer distancias largas para ir a solicitar un crédito y normalmente te pueden decir sí o no. O sea, entonces es un tiempo a veces perdido y eso aleja mucho a las personas de las entidades financieras que usualmente prefieren, en Colombia se conoce como el gota a gota y es ese crédito que te dan que después te cobran de una manera no muy buena. Entonces diseñamos a partir de, es algo que vamos a presentar también, pero diseñamos a partir de la información que uno puede tener de un productor. Siempre le vende su producto a alguien y ese alguien sabe cuánto produce, en qué momento le compra, cuántos árboles tiene y esa información, esa data la utilizamos para llegarle con un crédito o un cupo, digamos, preaprobado, es decir, te vamos a prestar tal monto, solo tendrías que darme estos 2 o 3 documentos. Entonces no lo sacamos de su zona de trabajo, no lo hacemos ir a una oficina, sino que llegamos ya con el crédito. Es algo que venimos trabajando y que ya tenemos los primeros pilotos que han sido, pues, tenemos efectivos.
Mil gracias, Leonardo, por traernos ese ejemplo a colación aquí en la sala. ¿Tenemos alguna participación adicional que quisiera ampliar un poco? Respecto de repente a los motores de credit scoring basados en indicadores no tradicionales. Eso nos suena muy interesante también.
Sí,
Adelante.
la idea es… ya, adelante.
Sí, adelante.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. En el tema del pago por resultados, un caso particular que tenemos nosotros en Costa Rica, hace como 3 meses tuvimos la aprobación de un préstamo del Banco Mundial y lo que estamos haciendo nosotros en este momento es haciendo las gestiones para esos recursos. Básicamente lo que se nos pide a nosotros es realizar las acciones que están dentro de las condiciones del préstamo para que ellos generen los desembolsos, y esos desembolsos pueden ser de 2 formas. Pueden haber detonantes iniciales, que pueden ser recursos que se requieren para poder llegar a esos indicadores que se están estableciendo, y otros pueden ser que una vez usted presente la evidencia de la realización, digamos, de cada uno de esos compromisos, ellos devuelvan los recursos que ya de por sí se están dentro del compromiso. Entonces, lo interesante de este tipo de financiamiento es, Primero uno tiene que ir a buscar los recursos para la operación. No pueden ser acciones del día a día, porque si no, no tendría lógica, porque serían recursos ordinarios. Y lo cierto de esto es que le permite a usted llenar los compromisos y en función de los compromisos que se establecen, llegar a tener cada uno de esos desembolsos.
Y una consulta nada más sobre el ejemplo. ¿Quiénes participan, digamos, además del ministerio y bueno, el donante que entiendo sería el Banco Mundial, quiénes más participan en esa operación?
No es donante, ¿verdad? Es un préstamo.
Un préstamo, perdón. Sí.
Sí, en este momento estamos, el sector agropecuario, todo está incluido. Eso quiere decir que está incluido el Ministerio de Agricultura, está el Instituto de Desarrollo Rural, está el Instituto Costarricense de Pesca, está el Programa Integral de Mercadeo Agropecuario. Son aproximadamente 11 instituciones que tienen diferentes indicadores y cada una tienen que ir cumpliendo. Lo que hacemos nosotros desde el Ministerio es, como rectoría, dar seguimiento a cada una de ellas.
Excelente, muchas gracias, Pablo.
Nos queda tiempo todavía para alguna otra intervención. Hemos visto que varios han respondido en el Mentimeter, entonces si pueden compartirnos sus ideas, otros si pueden complementar lo que se ha escuchado, quizás hay desafíos similares en sus territorios.
Vamos, colegas, queremos escucharlos. ¿Alguien más para usar los últimos minutos de la sesión?
No veo a nadie que todavía se haya animado. Alejandra, si tú quizás quisieras hacer alguna otra provocación a nuestro público o entregar algo más de información sobre las ollas y sobre este…
Sí, voy a aprovechar los últimos minutos que tenemos, primero para agradecer mucho porque en realidad nos han puesto mucha información muy relevante acá y que definitivamente nos sirve como inspiración para seguir construyendo. Y seguramente en la medida que vayamos identificando también qué actores pueden participar de este tipo de soluciones, vamos a ir generando estas alianzas porque nuevamente es necesario empezar a construir esto de manera articulada, ¿no? Y también aprovecho para reflexionar un poco hacia el cierre de que este tipo de espacios en la que participamos tanto desde el lado de organismos multilaterales que digamos, tenemos un poco más de experiencia trabajando desde el aspecto de la asistencia técnica y que ahora estamos dando también el paso para colocarnos un poco como habilitadores para generar este tipo de mecanismos de financiamiento que permitan resolver estos desafíos más complejos, ¿no? Y más enredados en los que tenemos que alcanzar esta última milla. Nos sirve mucho tener estos espacios en conjunto con ustedes para co-crear, pero también para saber en cuánta capacidad estamos para ir generando nuevos espacios que tengan replicabilidad y escala a nivel regional, ¿no? Entonces este es definitivamente un aprendizaje continuo que vamos a tener. Este es el primer acercamiento que estamos teniendo, pero seguramente tendremos otros más en adelante para desafíos seguramente igual de complejos que este. Y nada, por favor, si en algún momento de la tarde también quieren acercarse y poder conversar sobre ello, estamos felices y abiertos, les vamos a acompañar entre hoy y mañana, así que no duden en acercarse a nosotros para conversar un poco más sobre ello. Muchísimas gracias y gracias, Catalina, por acompañarme en este reto.
Un aplauso para las colegas, por favor. Muchísimas gracias en verdad por este panel y esta primera provocación. Sabemos que siempre después del almuerzo cuesta un poquito más, ¿no? Es normal. Y por eso quería mostrarles esta experiencia que de alguna manera demuestra dónde está el valor agregado de la FAO, dónde es que podemos generar estos circuitos cortos que van conectando la seguridad alimentaria, cosas que tienen un alto valor social, con un mundo financiero que merece ser considerado en este tipo de arquitecturas. Así que en verdad, muchas gracias por sus contribuciones. A continuación, daremos inicio al segundo panel temático, titulado Fortaleciendo las capacidades organizativas en el contexto de las finanzas rurales, el papel de las cooperativas y MIPYMES. Para realizar la moderación técnica del panel, contaremos con el apoyo de la señora Duclair Sternat, oficial de alianzas de la Oficina Regional. A su vez, contaremos también con los siguientes panelistas, a quienes les pido que se vayan acercando al escenario. El señor José Andrés Díaz Merchán, director ejecutivo de IC Fundación Colombia. El señor Edwin Vargas, director ejecutivo de IC Fundación de Bolivia. El señor Elisandro Maculan, especialista en crédito direccionado de Cresol Brasil. el señor Fernando Rivarola, miembro del directorio de la Agencia Financiera de Desarrollo de Paraguay, y el señor Danilo Salerno, director regional de ASI Américas. Un aplauso para ellos, por favor. Duca, tienes tú la moderación.
Ahora sí, muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes. Seguimos en esa etapa de después del almuerzo, ¿saben, Mauricio? En aquella etapa difícil, pero aquí estamos con temas muy interesantes y creo que ese panel nos va también a enriquecer mucho porque finalmente trata de MIPYMES, de cooperativas, de economía social solidaria, ¿no? de la fuerza que tiene la cooperación, ¿no? En especial para moverse dentro de mecanismos o mundos financieros que no siempre son muy, digamos, fáciles para los pequeños, para los que están lejos en los territorios rurales, que no tienen acceso, muchas veces hasta documentación personal, ¿no? Y también a otros tipos de servicios como los financieros. Entonces, en ese panel, que va mucho y avanzamos en lo que fue el panel 1, que nos mostró varios ejemplos y experiencias de experiencias novedosas de crédito a los territorios rurales y de inclusión financiera. Ahora, nosotros nos gustaría, con el caso de las pymes y de las cooperativas, ver cómo es que a través de esas dinámicas, de esas instituciones, se puede acceder a más también inversiones, ¿no? Entonces, creo que nosotros tenemos aquí varios colegas de Colombia, Brasil, Bolivia, Paraguay, y también vamos a tener una visión más regional desde las cooperativas de las Américas. Les voy a presentar aquí, tenemos José Andrés Díaz Merchán, ¿no?, de Colombia, después le hablo de la institución, Edwin Vargas, de Bolivia, Elisandro, de Brasil, Fernando, de Paraguay, y Danilo, de la institución más bien regionales, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo es que entonces las pymes, las cooperativas y otras formas de asociación de la economía social y solidaria realmente puede ampliar las inversiones en los territorios rurales, ¿no? Y esa respuesta, de cierta forma, nos va a dar los panelistas con sus experiencias, algunas muy enfocadas en lo que son marcos legales, otras blended finance, otras no trabajos en red, otras hasta en tema de seguros para minimizar los riesgos, pero creo que aquí vamos a aprender bastante con esas experiencias. Empezamos entonces con José. José, bienvenido, gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. José Andrés Díaz Merchán, él es director ejecutivo de IC Foundation de Colombia, ¿no? Y él nos va a contar cuáles son hoy las principales barreras que enfrentan las organizaciones de la economía social y solidaria para acceder más financiamiento a los territorios rurales y enfocado en las necesidades de cada uno de los grupos. Gracias, adelante, ya sabe las reglas, son 12 a 15 minutos, aquí vamos controlando los tiempos y vamos a esperar que coloque su presentación. ¿Sí? Adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por la presentación, muy contento de estar acá y de poder contar un poquito de la experiencia de ICE Fundación acompañando el desarrollo de empresas asociativas en Colombia. Les cuento primero de ICE. ICE Fundación es una fundación de origen familiar, de una familia de empresarios que creía o que cree en la asociatividad como el modelo, como un vehículo para superación de la pobreza en las regiones más pobres del país. Así que es una ONG privada realmente.
In our country, so it's a really a private NGO that thinks of associativity as an engine for the development, as a vehicle or means for development. We started 15 years ago, and since then we've been able to build specific funding models and different entrepreneurial strengthening models for financial inclusion in Colombia. We work in all Colombias. We're in 29 departments in the country. And we have impacted more than 32,000 small rural producers.
¿A dónde? Entonces les cuento un poquito primero la historia de ICE Fundación.
I am going to tell you about the history of ICE Fundación. The full name of the company was Foundation Julio Carrizosa. He was quite progressive entrepreneur, and he believed very much in associativity. And in 2010, he hired a consultant to know what can I do to help associations and help them progress. And then he said, okay, Mr. Julio, we need to create an impact fund. And he was in the bank industry before, and he said, okay, let's do it. And this, at the end of the day, he creates a small fund for associations. And then the first fund was created in 2012. With this, we look for associations. There's an equity fund, and we look for associations in Colombia who were ready to give them credit, right? At that moment the hypothesis was associations do not grow in the country because they have no access to bank funding. And that's how we started. And in 2014, I remember that I assessed more than 100 associations and more than 100 associations for credit, and we gave out 5 credits or loans. And I assessed the good institutions, the ones that were ready to receive credit first. And then in 2016, we changed the model. We started building a company strengthening model for these for these type of companies with the associativity model, and the model changed. And then that model was doing great, but we were missing the human component, right? And we started working on competences and strengthening competences, leadership competences for these associations. So the model has 3 components now. We work on strengthening the funding, and we work tailored company strengthening. We work on catalytic funding, and we also train the leadership competences.
We have reached a conceptual model to see what we look like as associative companies. Every time we worked on this, we assess and we put it on this map where we measure resilience and entrepreneurial management competencies. And what we found that 97% of the associations in Colombia are in that level, from medium to very low competencies and low resilience. And the top resilient area is where the companies that are financed by the banks, and middle to very high levels. So what we do today is we carry out a diagnosis. We segment them. We have manners in which we realize associations and identify different types. After segmenting them, we realize that the support has to be in different groups, and we have built different financing models. So here you can see various learning processes. It has been mentioned already, but I think that's important that we have already implemented them. First is the financing must be done custom leveled and adapted. We have been talking about ecosystems for financing, territorial financing, systems for territorial financing, or ecosystems, which I find spectacular. But let us not forget ecosystems for territorial strengthening. It's not enough to have a spectacular group that providing subsidies, guarantees, blends, and so on, good results. If people are not prepared prepared to receive that kind of pool. It's not enough to have credits if people are not prepared. That's what happened to us at the beginning. So it's to have a continuum, to have a strengthening process. Who are on the ground checking to ensure that they are prepared to receive financing? There's a great deal of, there's a big learning curve here. I want to tell you a little bit about how we reach banks to ensure that they will finance associations. How do we reach banks? I'm not sure. Is this laser? I believe it is. I would like to show. Give me a minute. So here you can see the banks. And what we've done is how do we generate incentives and reduce risk to banks so it'll reach this area. And we have given guarantees to bank and we've given subsidies to the rates and so on. But what's happening here is when we do a subsidy, we reduce this access and we bring it all the way down here. But 5% of the associations are found here. Here's 15, and 80% are at this level. So every time we bring this level down, it's very good, but the associations are very low. So we support or we reach these associations or groups. Any bank without subsidy would have financed anyway. How do we reach this level to finance these groups that are not at a balance point? They have very little entrepreneurial development competencies. It's important to see this graph to understand where we're located and the services that we're providing, where are they going? So the majority of impact is here. All of them that are supporting exports of coffee and cacao and so on. But it's only 5% of the association. So what do we do with the other 95%? And our model is a model where we talk about the path of financial fund. We give them seed funds between 0.3 and 0.5% rate. We can talk about guarantees, etc. But these are credits of up to $50,000. We give credits up to $150,000 with 0.6 to 0.9 in the rate, interest rate, and then up to $200,000 to $150,000 with rates between 0.9 and 1.4. So as you can see, it is inverted when it talks about risk. The higher the risk, the lower the rate. But as they grow and mature and they go closer to the entrepreneurial management competency, we go hand in hand with them in their entrepreneurial strengthening process. And here, I charge more than the bank so that they will go into a banking system. And so we go on the path with them until they enter the bank, and we deliver them to banks and support them there. This is a process. We have worked with banks in Colombia. The first credit is $10,000, and they know the association. The second credit is $50,000, and then $100,000, and so the inclusion is not giving it to the bank. There is a process that needs to be involved. There's not only credit, there's also insurance. I'm almost about out of time, but this is a very interesting model that we can share, certainly. So, some reflections. Our credits, we have added about $6 million in all these associations since we began to strengthen. The risk went down and we began to increase the strengthening. The strengthening is fundamental here. You can see this as far as associations that we have supported. You can't see from 2022 to 2024, we went from 30 billion pesos from 30 to 35 to 45. We see an important growth in the amount of the exports or of those associations. And we carry out a very extensive follow-up of these associations. the annual growth and composed has increased by 47, a compound amount of 47%, $191 million in sales, supporting 171 direct employment, 7,900, and there's more than $10 million here. This is the difference between the price that associations pay and the other rural suppliers. This is just to explain to you that with patience, in processes that can take a long time, the entrepreneurial strengthening education pays off. In time, it is recovered, and whether it's through the producer, through sales, if the process is done correctly.
Cosas muy importantes.
Things that are of very big, significant importance. We're following up how the associations are going on and raising their level of resilience and entrepreneurial competencies. You can do very important work and they can go from one point to the next. But these are processes that are not followed up until they reach this area and you leave them alone, the associations can drop on this graph. When the curve is concave, if there are many small ones that go back, this is exactly the same. There is no process that will take you here if you leave them alone. The association goes down again. It's very important to understand when you carry out entrepreneurial strengthening or capacity building. Who are you doing this for? You want to improve their capacities, their resilience, their knowledge. Many times in Colombia, very good people carry out entrepreneurial strengthening, but what they do is they're moving this X, Y axis, but if there's no follow-up on resilience, it's not going to be sustainable in the long term. And here's another one. I believe that if everyone, what do we understand by technical assistance and entrepreneurial competency? We all have different viewpoints or different paths, and there are spaces for incubators, for strength. You can give it a name, but at the end of the day, everyone has a different idea of strengthening and technical assistance. I have more slides. This is a short case of Agro-Pacific area. I'll just tell you about the case. In a timeline, it was very interesting. It began in 2014, and we have been working with this group for almost 10 years. Nobody wanted to lend them money. She was very indebted. There was about $50,000 a year. Today, they're invoicing close to $5 million. But in this path, the guerrilla burnt one of their trucks. We had to begin once again and finance again with soft credits. When she reaches the balancing point, very few people live from one product. When she reached the inflection point, we helped her with innovation, and you have to go with them hand in hand. And in 2022, invoicing over $3 million. No bank would lend her funds. One bank did and opened a bank of credits. It's not easy to include financial support. We need to better articulate and work. For those of us that work alternative financial tools and paths and instruments, we need to work with the banks and align those credit criteria, work with the insurance companies to articulate this very closely, because that's why we talk about this case. It cannot go on its own. It has to go with the entrepreneurial strengthening. Very good, Jose. Thank you. Very interesting experience. I believe here, honestly, this is a private, it began as a private initiative, and then it entered the financial ecosystem with other partners like a private bank, and I believe in a certain way with the government, right? Yeah. No, oh, there was no government involvement. Wow, we'll talk about that later. But the public aspect enters into the legal framework. Legal frameworks are very important in the development or not of those financial systems, which allows us or restricts, if you will, this kind of initiative. So I think it's very interesting. We will go and continue with the next case. Edwin Vargas, who's the executive director of Ecofin in Bolivia. Thank you very much for being here with us. Profin is a regional reference for regional support, innovative mechanisms for rural populations. And he will tell us about the experiences of Profin to reduce gaps for traditionally excluded populations. Is that right? Thank you very much. The time is there, and you have 12 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, FAO, for inviting me and for allowing me to be here in this topic panel. I would like to tell you about the Profin Foundation. This foundation begins with a Swiss fund that began working in the 90s in Bolivia, in a period in which the microfinances in Bolivia were growing at a very high speed, and that's why Bolivia was a referral when we talk about microfinancing. However, how do we make sure that these finances reach the rural area, that microfinances do not remain exclusively in the cities? So the Swiss cooperation that were present, the NGOs that were present would strengthen their knowledge and be participative of the rural areas. This took approximately 10 years, and the program ended. So those of us that remained outside the program, if you will, we decided to create this foundation to continue with that work that was started by this institution. When we realized that these organizations were strengthened, we started observing what else can we do? How can we promote financial knowledge to favor this kind of financial knowledge? We developed a product in the analysis of these different areas, groups, to identify bottlenecks and understand where the problem was and develop these innovations. Notwithstanding that, not only the innovations, we would say, look, this is an important innovation, this could solve this problem. Yeah, they go, but I don't have resources. We had to find resources to say, okay, here's the innovation, here are the resources. From now on, go ahead, try. If it works, we will continue with the product. And this is how we started working with these financial institutions. As a foundation, we began to progress with financial innovation, and we started incorporating various elements within our group tasks. Throughout these years, we've been able to confirm
justamente la bancabilidad
that the bank, access to bank by people or productive organizations are built before the credit. takes place. In Bolivia, we have to differentiate things very clear to make it clear. When we talk about cooperatives, there are cooperatives for credits, for housing, but there are also for producers. They're different cooperatives. So now we're going to talk about the associations and cooperatives for producers. When we started talking to these groups, we realized there was the association in Bolivia failed at that time because we would give credit to an association. A year later, there was a new director. They didn't want to recognize a credit with a new change of administration. So all of these failed. So you would talk about associative credits. Nobody wanted to hear about that. So we had to start from scratch. And during this time, the capacity for banking, you have to build it before credit. First, we have to look at governance. Why did it fail in the associations? Why did they fail in Bolivia? So we started to understand how they were organized, how they were elected, the people that participated in an association. What will that be with a small company, with a small business? People need to know what are their records like, what are their costs, their income, and so on. And then what kind of finances do they have? Is it adequate for what they need? And so on. So this was an aspect that we have been confirming year in, year out. So we realized that financial education, to include a technical financial support, was essential to progress. Given that, we carried out a diagnosis with some organizations. On the slide, you can see we have begun to see registrations, income elements to understand how these organizations were able to progress, where we suppose that they were better organized and everybody knew they had to initially make some payments for certain elements. We realized that only 50% of these organizations carried out constant payments. Well, what did it mean? They did not trust in the organizations. They were afraid. They didn't want to be a part of this. There were various elements that took place. So when we talked about accountable records, 52% would provide accounting. Some of them did not do it. They didn't do it because they didn't want to. Some of them didn't know how to do it. Nobody knew, nobody had told them how to do it. So when we talk about income as an association, if you become a part of an association in a cooperative, it's because you're going to have benefits. But they only generated 14% generated income for their partners. So you had to continue paying in. So they said, okay, I'm moving out. I'm leaving. Something that's not providing me with income doesn't work. Joint sales, which is at the core, when there's an organization that associates all the producers, we're going to be able to face the large-scale producers so that we can get a better price instead of getting nothing. That's the logic. Only 33% of the organizations carried out joint sales. There wasn't enough information. They didn't know the advantages of being organized and so on. And then joint purchases. The same situation took place. If you are part of an organization, the cooperative or the association should buy large volumes at lower prices. This facilitates things for everyone. Only 38% would work in this way. So, as you can see, the results that we obtained from this diagnosis took us to develop a methodology. A methodology that basically is a practical sequence from going from dispersed groups to organizations that are able to channel these benefits. So what does the methodology look like? We began with organizations, implementing rules and organization. We're going to work with you. How are you going to get organized? What kind of association do you want to be? Do you want to be a cooperative? What do you want to be? What is the profile you're choosing? There has to be rules and it has to be well organized. Then we went to financial education to report to them. What is it? What is it made out of? There's a regulating body. They don't know any of that. So once we had a meeting with leaders of various associations, of trade unions, and we started to ask certain questions. What do you know about financial system? And they knew nothing. They didn't even know what the financial products in the market were. And this was extremely important. Savings, they didn't know anything about savings and records. So we had to work with them to understand how much you're selling, how much you're buying, and so that they can better use their resources. Who requires your product? Who are you offering to? These are key elements that we assumed they knew, but they didn't. So the financial instrument, the credit is not the only thing that's available. There are various products that could adapt to their needs. Micro leasing, agriculture by contract, and so on, that I will tell you about. And then the follow-up and scale. What do they need to understand? The trend, the viability of the product compared to other more value-added, the green label, for example, that was mentioned by Duclerc. So we need to differentiate what takes place in different organizations. Not all organizations are at the same level. Some of them you can call new entrepreneurships. They're new, they're just beginning. Others, for example, are better developed. They understand what the association or cooperative is. They know what their purchases are, what their sales level. They carry out a relatively transparent accounting, and some have advanced and progress extensively. So some already have common machinery. For example, they share many assets, and this can be observed as different levels of progress. So these three dimensions, it must be incorporated and implemented. I can see the time that is left is being reduced in an accelerated manner. I will go to a very fundamental overhead here that I wanted to show you. The pronto pago, or fast payment, or it's like a factoring system, made in Bolivia, if you will, Creole, if you will, applied to our own reality. So why did we take this path as a financial mechanism? This is one of the problems of many that they have is where producers have to deliver their product to a price which was not well negotiated if they are acting independently. The buyer, of course, says, give me your product, but I'm going to pay you in 3 weeks, in 5 weeks, because I have to deliver to a larger, and I have to export until the exporter payments and is received, and so on. And this takes place individually, but also in cooperatives. This is from a cooperative in the Yunga Boliviano that produces coffee. They have a partner, and so each producer takes the coffee, delivers, the cooperative processes to export it. They have already advanced. They don't only give it to a wholesaler, they also export it directly. But I will pay you when we can send the export. So this is when things become complicated for the producer because they need to receive, they need to bring things home. It cannot work this way. As a foundation, what we do is find an amount that can be entered into a trust, and they will say, here, take this money, and you are going to give it to the associations that need this fund. That association works with us, and in financial education, we have strengthened governance and so on. Once this takes place, the cooperative comes and requests a certain amount. We authorize with the trust. They approve that the association has everything organized well with good governance and so on. They are qualifying that association in the financial world. So the producer comes, delivers their product, and the cooperative gives them a document for the payment. In 48 hours, they receive their payment because the financial institution backs them up in a way. They have created fidelity for the cooperative, for the association. All the producers are happy, and they can continue working where you can buy products at a lower price for the partners. So this is a product that has worked very well in different areas. With FAO Bolivia, we tried to do it in Pando so that the acai organization could pay them faster with the acai. We were not able to support them or go through very quickly because there was a governmental organization that could access a financial support. So there were certain elements that we needed to adjust to ensure that it could work and work with everyone. But the mechanism works in a wonderfully for all the producers that need their money as soon as they deliver their products. And I will take a few extra seconds as a conclusion.
Ya no funciona, pero bueno. Cinco aprendizajes claves, ¿no? Entonces,
think 5 key aspects that we have learned. How to diagnose before financing. We need to know exactly the status of that organization. We have to have flows, real flows and real demands, how much enters, how much leaves, what the market looks like, the organizational maturity, if they are consolidated, combining capital guarantees and follow-up. The guarantee is an enormous topic that some of you have already referred to, but it is worth really going into that and understand guarantees, which are key. And in this manner, we're going to create and build trust and capacities within the organizations which are necessary because they need our help, because they are the baseline of food security. They are producing what we consume on a daily basis vis-a-vis those that are monocrops, soybean, for example, etc. So thank you, FAO, for promoting these events. I think it is very necessary to talk, to discuss, and to share and bring back these new ideas to our countries and implement them. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Edwin. Yo creo que esas dos experiencias hasta se complementan de cierta forma con el tema de
all these experiences complement each other, right? About the topic of cultural change and everything that we must invest in training and trust building for those changes to occur. And you commented about the Bolivian situation. I know that many of the countries here have similar situations, similar communities, territories that have the same challenges, but with opportunities where a stakeholder can make the entire difference when they bring in all these elements with very good strategies to truly change the people's realities. Let's go to another experience, the Brazilian experience. We'll see a quite interesting case We have Elisandro Maculan here with us. He is a specialist in Agrisol targeted credit, a cooperative for credit saving, and he'll give us the example, a very solid, robust example of how a financial cooperative can grow, manage risks, and also scale up without losing the science of solidarity. So thank you very much for being here, and you've got 12 minutes.
Boa tarde a todos. Primeiramente, em nome
Good afternoon, everyone.
Gostaria de agradecer a FAO.
On behalf of the Crisol system, I'd like to thank FAO for the opportunity and for inviting us to this quite relevant debate, which is the agri-food process. Very well. I'll start by presenting or talking about the cooperative, telling you about the cooperative, to tell you about the force that family agriculture has not only in Brazil, but in all countries. Crisol emerged in 1995 when family agriculture in the states apparent on the south of Brazil, those people did not have access to credit, or credit was quite limited, and they did not have access to systems, products, and financial services. So with much courage and 27 family agricultures or family farmers, they founded Crisol. And today we have this mission, which we've been working on, which is to develop the entrepreneurs and the entire sector. Our vision is to be a financial institution, a cooperative that is a reference, that has credibility, ethics, values, excellency, that is simple and sustainable. And where are the areas where Crisol acts? These 1.5 million people who are cooperating here, this transformed into our cooperative. We went from 1,100 individuals in our infrastructure, and now we have 57 cooperatives with 1,048 agencies, direct contact and relationship with our associates. 20 out of the 26, we're in 20 of the 26 Brazilian states, which are the ones in orange. Of the 5,000 Brazilian municipalities, more or less, we cooperate in 4,387. We're taking the cooperatives across the entire nation. We're more than 12,000 collaborators, employees that are in this Crisol networks, and they're consultants. And here you have some of the financial data, numbers from the Crisol system. And here, cooperatives, and for us it's very important. Our system's managing more than 56 billion reais, more total deposits more than 28 billion in our credit portfolio. How much they and we have our total credit portfolio of 47 billion reais. And now we're exceeding 7 billion in terms of equity, right? Now, here, we have a bit about our governance. We're organized in 3 levels. We have a confederation, which I'm part of. We provide support to 3 credit centrals, the Central Baser, Central Psycopper, and the Brazil Central, or office, right? Under which we have all the cooperative agencies that I showed before. This is regarding our relation network. Crisol is a cooperative that is made for everyone. We care for all of our public people in the agricultural industry, also urban communities, and also companies. We also always want to reinforce how strong the farms are, right? Normally, we started with agriculture, and we are preserving that throughout the years. And since 1996 to date, in our 30-year history, we already provided to our corporate more than 60 billion reals only in rural credit. Of these 60 billion, we have many contracts. And here I'd like to mention that our secretary, Vanderlei, in the family agriculture program of the 60 billion, there are 36 billion of reals that were specifically for family agriculture, divided in more than 111,000 contracts. We have an average of 39 million reals. And why am I showing these numbers? In credit in the cooperative, we reinforce credit, and it's very important to do so to care for more people. And in order not to decentralize credit, right? And for it not to be centered into small groups.
E aqui, quando eu pensava, junto com
And here,
os colegas, qual seria o assunto que eu traria aqui?
Along with my colleagues, we started thinking, what would be the topic? When I was thinking what I was going to bring here for you,
E a fala dos colegas painelistas mais cedo trouxe praticamente tudo que eu vou falar aqui também.
I thought about a topic that integrates everything that we've been talking about with all the panel members.
Aqui nós vamos focar.
Here I have everything summarized. It's always great to reinforce everything. Here we'll focus on the challenges and opportunities of the expansion of our cooperative, and that can be applied to other systems too. All this applies in all of our areas, but we'll focus on the northern region of Brazil, which is a relatively new region where we act, where we're finding the most challenges of informalities, guarantees, income, and leasing. And the idea of Cresol to that region helps promote financial inclusion of these people that are in this bioeconomy in the Amazons. The public that we have, the normal public of the cooperative, are individuals or companies focused on family agriculture. You have extractivists, we've got fishermen, micro and small companies, or not, and extractivists. That is a public that we're caring for right now in the northern region. Now, informality also exists here. So the lack of land deeds, land ownership deeds, despite the fact that in the cooperative we try to implement credits and bonuses of the bank, we do have some obstacles because the rules of the game do not allow to provide that credit in the most adequate manner, and that credit is delivered for people that don't even have their own land. Oh, that's for people that do have their land deeds. Sometimes it's very hard for people to account for their income, which at the end of the day in the record, there would be less favorable for the credit. So the cooperative has to adopt a different credit system than the national one. And here, credit restriction to services, all that will hamper us from delivering or providing a credit in the most proper way possible. And the idea is to provide financial services fully also for our cooperative members. A challenge that we have there, too, is that 55% of the adult population of the region have some type of restriction or arrears, so this restricts credits for them, and it helps have a low presence in the cooperative. And around 30% of the territory is covered by our cooperatives. So, and this is not only for credit, but we've got a lot of space to continue growing with this cooperative model that shows that cooperativism is different and it's much fairer, right? And there's some actions we're taking here to answer your question, right? Is about relationship. Crystal was created based on the reality of our cooperative members. When we know their realities, and their economic relationship, we're able to assist with credits because the cooperative will know when they have opportunities for investment. So we'll know about this. We normally go meet them and see if we can give them a loan.
A educação financeira num projeto que começa já nas escolas.
Crystal has many projects, including financial education, which starts in school with children, teaching them about financial education for when they reach their productive age. They'll be somewhat guided. They'll have guidance to create the family association. In bioeconomy, we have an enormous challenge there of formalizing the areas, the climate risk areas. We also have training. We must foster this. And here I'm also going to talk about entrepreneurship, which is one of the main programs we have. We spoke much about technical assistance here, and we're concerned, Crystal, about not only providing a loan, but to deliver it with quality. And the entrepreneurship program is a program where Crystal selects the families and provides technical assistance for free for cooperative members. So it'd be important for decision making with the best moment to invest in their property, for them to know when it's the best moment to ensure their investments and to help them diversify their property, right? It could be a small property and we could help them better explore their land despite the fact that the land is small. Here we have a study from our institute, and it evidences that all the families that are part of this program, they have an income increase of between 20 to 30%. And for us as a cooperative, this is very important because our essence of being a cooperative, we grow like 30% per year, but we don't want to leave aside the people in family agriculture. And the commitment of Cresol is to invest in that program. Last year, we invested 12 million reals and invested in more than 2,000 cooperative members that were cared for in this program.
Eu também posso falar mais sobre os programas e tirar algumas dúvidas caso alguma coisa.
Since we don't have much time here in the panel, in the Q&A, I can clarify any questions if you have any, in case any information was not clear. And thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. Thank you very much. Yes, Cresol is an experience that is quite relevant within the region, quite important, and we'd like to acknowledge you. It's impressive how you've been able to reach the Amazon with that flexibility and adaptability you have. Adaptability to people and profiles to truly comply with the aim and to be more assertive at the end, to be more useful for people that need you, right? After the presentations, and we have two more, we'll open a space for Q&A, so you can start preparing your questions and or comments. That'll be in half an hour, 40 minutes, right? So we can interact later based on all your experiences and opinions. So without further ado, we are going to go to an experience from Paraguay. Fernando Rivarola is here with us. He is a member of the board of the Financial Development Agency of Paraguay. And he will tell us about how to strengthen the articulation between development bank cooperatives and financial institutions in order to extend the investment in rural territories. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We've got 12 minutes for your presentation. The floor is yours.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos y para todas.
Good afternoon,
Muchas
everyone.
gracias, Ducler, por el
Thank you very much, Duca, for the
agradecer a la
space.
FAO por la
I'd like to
invitación
thank
a
FAO for the
participar en
invitation to participate in this
Aprovecho
encounter.
para saludar también muy
I'd also
gentilmente
like to
a Amanda
greet,
León, la presidenta del Crédito Agrícola de
kindly
nuestro
greet
distrito,
Amanda Leon, the president of the
Juan
Agricultural Credit,
Anselmo
right, and Vice Minister Juan Anselmo,
Ganadería.
Vice Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Now,
Comentarles un poquitito antes de empezar
before I begin,
qué es la AFD.
I'd like to tell you what AFD is the Financial Agency for Development. It's for its acronyms in Spanish. It's the only second floor bank in Paraguay, second story or 2 stories. It's got the mission of strengthening development through funding to financial institutions or and financial intermediaries. It's existed for 21 years. We're relatively young, and 8 or 7 years ago, we had the usual practice of placing credits or putting out credits that were focused on housing. And the new governance, we started identifying the needs developed in the last 15, 17 years. And the challenge posed to AFD was to start focusing and channeling financial resources towards other sectors that foster development for Paraguay. AFD is a public bank, and our equity is at around $400 million. The asset portfolio we have is around $2 billion. And I understand that this panel is a bit focused more on cooperatives and small companies, SMEs, or small companies. And I understand that we'll talk about development banks later in the other panel. So I won't talk much about that, but I'd like to use this space as a hint to add to what Chairwoman Amanda presented this morning. I don't want to bore you and show the same information, but I want to reinforce some ideas. And I want to add to the learning of this experience, right, to share some things with you. And the learnings we've had in the last years as a development bank was that role that we were able to assume as a capacity articulators, or to bring different specialized institutions to the table and to reach small farmers or producers in that manner. Now, we identify that access to credit is not a market failure that is uniquely solved with more resources or more availability of resources. So a small producer does not necessarily face an issue that is necessarily linked to credit, but the challenge of small producers is multidimensional. Structurally speaking, not only do we realize that the problem comes from the lack of resources, there are other problems. Why am I saying this? Because before we created this program that Amanda showed, there's a public bank or institution, the National Fostering Bank, Banco Nacional de Fomento, that had resources available to invest in small producers or farmers, and it was a portfolio that was not commercially attractive to this National Development Bank. And unfortunately, they have bad experiences. So it's not only about having availability of resources, but it's about addressing issues in a holistic and integral manner, comprehensive manner. So the problem does not uniquely come due to the lack of resources for the producer, but the lack of access towards a formal credit. That's the first thing. There's a lack of access to formal credit. Many of these small producers had access to resources, but not inside a formalized system. Technical assistance was scattered. Many times we thought that assistance could come along with maybe delivering seeds, and that could be enough for producers to produce and later create enough, generate enough income. The guarantees coverage was practically non-existent, right? And in the same, in the case of in an informal system, with the problem that Lizardo commented in the process of land ownership and the cadastre record, everything was quite informal, which hampers the access to guarantees and the lack of belonging a connection of the small producer, the lack of belonging to more stable markets, right? The lack of insertion possibilities, insertion to the productive chain or value chain. So this slide shows that the small producers issue is not only shaped by the lack of access to credit, it's a dimensional issue, and we must address it as such. An isolated financial product does not solve the productive restriction that is systemic. So when we identify the barriers and the different issues that exist in a multidimensional approach, we realize that it's necessary to establish amounts, deadlines, or terms or grace periods that must follow the productive sector. It was one of the questions that was made this morning by the gentleman when he asked Amanda, why we're talking about specific products. Yes, of course, we talk about specialized products that care for the amount they need, that whichever segment with an adequate terms or deadlines and with the grace period that is necessary that goes along with the productive cycle. The lack of a collateral is also an issue because it restricts the access to credit. And at least, right? If not, it makes it more expensive. Productivity, quality, and management, they, at the end of the day, they're subject to the condition that the capacity of repayment is not that they could, to see if, oh, we can sell the product someday to later go back or return to the credit. And transiting from an informal economy to a more formal economy requires much support and accompaniment, right? Technical, productive assistance, not only financial education, we must also accompany them in the process to make everything more formal. Producing more is not enough without enough demand and channels for trading, because it's easy to give you the seeds, they'll give you access to resources, the credit, but if later what we produce we're not able to ensure that in the value chain, the productive chain, it's not good enough, right? We need to create enough, they need to create enough income, and we must design appropriate mechanisms to insert and embed all this in the value chain. And we have the technologies and sustainable practices that reduce vulnerability. It's very hard for me as a banking institution with 2 stories, as a financial institution, to be able to offer all this to you. Therefore, that's how we emerged, Chepitazo.
It was mentioned by José Andrés when he talked about the traps of poverty. Rosenstein was the one that developed, a Polish economist that developed the theory of the underdeveloped economies and how it traps. And Paul Rosenstein said for economies to step out of the poverty period, it needs a big push. I don't know if this was circumstantial. Did you think about it? I'm sorry, I didn't. It was designed this way. Jepitazo, in Guarani, it means the push, the impulse, encouragement. This is where it was developed. It was like a major push. It's not a simple access to credit. We're going to take it as a holistic challenge, and that's why it had an institution that has different capacities, because we do not have the capacity to be able to reach the producer. This is where we went to the agricultural credit. You have the capillarity, you have the capacity to know much better than we do who we can lend to, who is it convenient to lend to, and who can we trust that will have the payment capacity. FB has AFD as an articulator and as a trust holder. which mobilizes. This is second floor banking, which provides guarantees and collaterals in order to channel funds through these process for different products. Then we have FAO's support. It's an institution with its knowledge and capacities can provide the technical assistance. We don't have the knowledge for that. And this is how the challenge is taken on holistically with the capacity that is provided to us by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and that develops the qualities of seeds, and it is part of the network of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and that provides the original resources to be able to develop these agricultural. These practices have 5 or 6 institutions that in an articulated manner and were homogenized to understand how to tackle the situation. I know my time is almost over. I don't want to bore you, but I just very quickly want to mention that we are already $12 million that have been invested, and we want to reach $20 million. We have a restriction of resources because we need to continue growing, and we realize this experience works and continued working, but we need to continue scaling with higher capital. The rate is lower than 10%. It has a period of 10 years, credit for the capital. And then when we talk about operational capital, it's 36 months with 1 year of grace period, which represents approximately $350,000. And then an innovation from the development agency where we were providing credit lines and guarantees to those that are non-formalized, which is the one that is in red. Non-formalized are those that are not recorded in the tax system, those that don't pay taxes. For us, it was always crossroad. How were we going to tackle this issue as a development agency to reach those that are formalized, provide them with credit under the condition of giving them 12 months to adapt and to present the documentation and registering through the contributing and tax office. Then we have professionals, the family agriculture, those that have their own proposals, independent professionals, and so on. So before I end, I'm sorry, I'm going very fast. So this is the one I wanted to show you. To conclude a little bit about one of the things that we consider was one of the things we learned the most. Amanda also mentioned there was no evidence. I didn't realize that she was going to present the same. But I think that what we learned, and what I would like to leave it as a takeaway, is the producer at the center. The rural producer, the entrepreneur, the small scale farmer must be at the center. We have to design programs and projects and products that take on the credit on one hand, the collaterals that allow them to have better access to financing, technical assistance, the capacity building, enough market to insert them into their value chain, to have a formalization system, include them, and then formalize them. And lastly, of course, to ensure that this is sustainable in time. Thank you very much.
Aqui sigue sin funcionar el otro micrófono.
Okay, the other microphone is still not working. Thank you very much, Fernando. It was very interesting to see how a bank, a second floor bank, can provide complementary services with a multidimensional focus that needs to be given with the credit, right? And for the second floor, I think it's really important to be a guideline for other financial institutions that are working with you. I saw various people taking pictures of your PPTs. I just would like to tell you that we're going to share all the presentations with you. We're going to have availability on the webpage where all this information is going to be available. These are the second, other presentations. We have the last presenter. He's a regional director of the Cooperative of the Americas, of the international centers, more regional viewpoint of the opportunities for cooperativism to better mobilize financing. Thank you, Danilo. He's always with us in the FAO agenda. He's here with us. You have 12 minutes, just like everybody else. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, De Claire, the colleagues, for inviting us. It is always a pleasure, and come back to our second home. The response is easy, and one can say, well, how creative. We need one fund. We are also thinking and moving step by step and slowly to create a cooperative fund, and before understanding in how we reach that objective and how we've reached this idea, I would like to underline those that are without trying to add something new to what has been said previously. We need to consider financing to be translated into what we do, businesses that are inclusive and sustainable in time. The associations are fundamental. Many have said it. I will make another effort. I will include gremialism or unions or I would like to mention that I am representing here for the region of the Americas, was launched in 1895 in the course. There's only one woman. I'm going to say in 1895, a group of people to provide access to food for the population, which are Rochdale, already in Scotland. There was already evidence of a first cooperative of consumption looking for better access to the market and credit. The International Alliance, International Cooperative Alliance. It has 330 organizations, 116 countries. We represent directly and indirectly 3+ million cooperatives. It's about 1 billion people. It has 12% of a world population, almost a whole country. And of course, it grows. When we talk about direct employment, 10% of the world population is employed in a cooperative. And to conclude with some notes, to give you a scope of this, if the cooperative movement were a country, it would be in the G7, and it would take out Italy, because the added value of the 300 most largest cooperatives in the world, it generates $2.8 billion. So these are the figures. In Latin America, we have representation in 24 nations. These are the countries. We have a regional office that was created in 1990 in Costa Rica, and since last year, it also opened a small office in Panama. Now, as far as cooperative finances, I would like to underline the ranking by Geruga in Germany. It does a ranking of cooperative finances in Latin America and the Caribbean. Only Latin America. Out of the countries that are underlined, it shows the first column, the financial system at a domestic level, and the percentage vis-a-vis the countries. In Brazil, given its size, it takes the first place. But the CAC savings and credits shows the cooperatives of savings in the last three columns shows percentage points linked to assets vis-a-vis the Latin American financial system, and the last column refers to the assets in relation to the domestic financial system. Ecuador, where the assets of savings and credit, this is only the rankings, the base cooperatives, it does not consider the banks. In Ecuador, the savings and credit has 26% of these figures. In Paraguay, El Salvador is approximately 19%, 18.4%. Paraguay, Costa Rica have similar figures. Honduras a little lower, and Brazil in relatively prices has the highest amount. Is based on the population. The credit is 4.6%. So I want to say that we are a strength that is very silent in nature and includes all the topics related to inclusion, social inclusion, access to credit, access to formal employment, and also a productive care system in all the economic systems that are traditional in nature too. So let's summarize our assets and our capacities, our DNA, if you will. We have an organization that exists for more than 130 years. When we talk about credit, it has adequate financing for the needs of the partners. It's in the cooperative processes, the development. I'm sorry. The video is doing something. I'm not touching anything. We have alliances with the governments, with financial institutions and private banking also. We do a non-stop work with public policies. We've had favorable results and an emphasis, as has been mentioned, in the land property, not only resources, but articulators of the services. I want to mention this. It has been mentioned, the alliances and partnerships of services, for example, in Uruguay, it is constituted by various cooperatives. It exists in Argentina. There's municipalities and provinces that have cooperatives for various other aspects, but this is an impact and stories that are not well known and told. So why we have to strengthen governance? It's been mentioned. Our colleagues from Costa Rica know this very well. There's nothing to be. We have Coop Servidores, a major financial cooperative in the ranking, was in the 4th or 5th place. It goes bankrupt It had dips with new loans and affects the trust in the entire system. But the governance of the institutions, and particularly of those that manage financial resources of partners and citizens, is something that continues to be a concern, and we are aware of the need to improve that part. But there are indexes of reliability in cooperatives in Costa Rica, where we are based, and we see it and we work on it daily. The second lesson learned is this: go from the capacity to the trade union. This ecosystem here, the image talks about the 20 tons of cacao certified fair trade. This is a project in Colombia, which is a C2B, cooperative to other businesses in the private sector to strengthen the agro chain, investing directly. We valued climatic funds on carbon-based cooperatives, but also philanthropy leveraged from the Canadian organization, a small fund for social organizations which belong to the beneficiaries. And scaling this and talking about the topic I was mentioning, what happens when you have an institution that's designed to scale? For example, in Puerto Rico, FIDECO is a fund for the cooperative development created by a government law in 2002, which mandates up to 3% of the annual overhead. The government commits to adding or carrying the amount of funds accumulated. And so the scaling of these cooperatives has more than 25 million. The fund has been certified by USAID, the Agricultural Organization of the United States, as a loaning organization and co-financial. It is recognized directly in both areas for operation. The strengthening of the loan to acquiring better operations or creating credit of high-level coffee producers, and also not only to talk about cooperatives with Megacoop. We grouped groups of MIPYMEs, supermarkets. We were able to create for the purchase of a store, for example, just talking about economies of scale, not only for cooperatives, but to go to the bottom of this. What we have had as far as experience, FIDECOP and shared capital in the United States, that has the same dimension as the experience of Puerto Rico, lends for housing, supermarkets, and so on. And the Fund for International Cooperation at a world for this area works with the Cooperativa de las Américas, not only for capital of the credit cooperatives and cooperatives of the system, but also the insurance companies that we have within the system create a cooperative fund to finance and scale cooperatives with the major potential or social impact, including environment and climate, to strengthen their business and to scale it at the international level. From that standpoint, it creates an international network. The European Union, Mercosur, and other organizations with a cooperative of Mercosur can be already a very interesting exercise that we are currently discussing. To conclude, since we have signed many agreements for a long time now, we believe that we're going to request through you, colleagues who are here, Dr. René, the support of FAO, not only in that which relates to studies, projects. We need the push. We need the design of the fund, that it would be FAO and other international organizations that will allow us to launch and step away from this waiting period so that we can obtain that phone at the regional level to support the scaling of cooperatives. And also we're thinking about connecting to other funds, for example, like those that are being created, which I believe it's very important. And I would like to thank the national and local cooperativism. It is an amazing idea and challenge with a lot of work behind it to create that regional cooperative and to scale it for the Americas, not only because of the potential it has in savings and credit and insurances, the multidimensionality of these cooperatives of the Americas, and also the insertion into certain countries is going to allow that to take place. It has all the challenges of the legal framework in the countries and so on, but you have that baseline in the countries already to make that fund a reality. Yeah, we'll be there. There's the boss. The boss is saying yes. Mauricio, we have another commitment. That's the idea. That's why we're here. From what René said at the beginning, it's not only a discussion of ideas, it's also the provocation within this moment and at the coffee. And we want to leave with alliances and others. We're taking the idea, and since we have already discussed this from FAO, and I'm sure from other organizations, jointly, we want to start up a system. Thank you very much. The panel has demonstrated certainly that cooperation and solidarity combines with businesses. It combines with efficiency and financial efficacy. Even if they are small businesses, we are understanding that it is possible to change people's lives with people that have no documentation in the Amazonia, people that require accompaniment, understanding the use of resources, and cultural change that is so necessary to better change the people's knowledge. Some of you will find it good news. Some people will find the news not so good. But here I've been told, given the time constraints and to ensure that there's more bilateral conversations, the Q&A period, we're going to go for more time, a more coffee break. The coffee break will be longer, let's say. Some found that it was a good decision, some found that it wasn't, but this is it. So you're all invited now to take your questions and comments and see if you can approach them and discuss with them and exchange ideas. So thank you all for being here with us, and do not disappear. You will be here at the coffee break, available to those that want to ask you questions. Duca, thank you very much. a warm hand for all our panelists. They're going to take a picture, official picture of the panel. We would like to tell you that we're going to accelerate the step. We have a cocktail coming up and we know that we cannot delay it. So you're all invited. If you'd like to take your cup of coffee and bring it back to the room, because we're going to take off immediately with the next panel so that we can close as we can to 5:30. So thank the panelists. We're very thankful.
Vamos a hacer un ligero ajuste aquí en
We're
cuanto
going to
a
adjust
los asientos.
the seating arrangements, and we're very thankful to all the colleagues that have been helping us with the logistics. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Y en unos 5 minutitos
In 5 minutes,
regresamos, ¿ok?
we'll be back.
Querendo cumprir o tempo, depois eu lembrei um monte de coisa que eu esqueci de falar.
Colegas, vamos a dar inicios en unos momentos más, así que váyanse preparando, por favor, para nuestro último panel del día.
Okay, colleagues, we'll start soon, so please start coming in.
Colegas, si pueden ir pasando a la sala, por favor.
Okay, colleagues, we're about to start.
Colegas, por favor, si podemos ir pasando a la sala.
Okay, colleagues, we're about to start. It's hard to get everyone.
Ok. Vamos a ir iniciando ya
Very
nuestro...
well, we are now going to begin our third panel, so please, colleagues, if you please take a seat, be seated.
Todo esto en el interés de terminar...
This, and they're just finishing early today, close to 5:30. That's what we want to achieve today.
Ok, creo que logramos el cometido.
Very well. I think that everyone stretched their legs already, and you're able to drink some coffee. I see that most of you started sitting again, so welcome once again to FAO. This is your house. And we'll now begin their third thematic panel, which is called the Path Towards the Consolidation of Financial Ecosystems and Virality, the Role of the National Development Bank. This panel number 3, will address how national development banks can contribute to transforming different scattered interventions of rural funding in structured systems through specialized line guarantees, the second tier funds, technical assistance, and concessional funding of green products, insurances, digital instruments, and co-funding mechanisms with commercial banks, with cooperatives, IFI, and climate funds. And the technical moderation of the panel, we have the support of Dr. Marinela Escobar, who is a representative of FAO in Peru. We would likewise have the following panel members who would like to now ask to come to the floor.
En dos segmentos, ¿verdad,
Panel is divided into two segments, right, Mariana? So you can go ahead and start moderating for you to tell me exactly who will come up to the stage with you. So a big round of applause,
Bueno,
please, for
muchísimas
Mariana.
gracias. Voy a
Well, thank you
llamar,
very
por
much.
favor,
I
al
am now
señor
going to
viceministro
call
de
Mr.
Agricultura de
Vice
Costa
Minister
Rica,
of Agriculture of Costa Rica, Dr. Julián Arias. A big round of applause for him, please.
Alison David de Oliveira,
Mr.
Banco
Alison
del
David de
Nordeste de
Oliveira
Brasil.
from
Alison,
the
por favor.
Northeast Bank in Brazil.
Jorge Marcelo Velasco,
Mr. Jorge Marcelo Velasco
del Banco de Desarrollo Productivo de Bolivia.
from the Productive Development Bank of Bolivia.
Bueno, por favor, les agradezco tomar asiento. Bueno, veo que la concurrencia se ha mermado un poco, así que tenemos el enorme reto de que este último panel que
speakers here, so we have the enormous we have less attendees here, so we have the enormous challenge that this panel will be divided into two stages. The first
recorrido panorámico sobre las experiencias de los bancos de
in the first part, we'll have an overview on the experiences of development banks in Costa Rica, Brazil,
y un segundo
and Bolivia.
segmento versará sobre una experiencia en
And
la
the
que ha venido
second segment
trabajando
will
la FAO con
evidence
la
the
banca de
experiences that
desarrollo
FAO has
y
been working on with
grupos de
the
inversión de
Development Bank
impacto para el
and
financiamiento de la
the
bioeconomía.
different impact
Así
investment groups for the
que,
funding
sin
of
más,
bioeconomy.
damos la bienvenida.
So,
No sé si
without further
hay
ado,
mucha
would like
gente
to
afuera que quiere ingresar.
welcome you. I don't know if there are people outside that want to enter or not, but thank you.
Mauricio, arrancamos ya.
Shall we start, Mauricio?
Bueno, muy bien. Bueno, creo que tenemos hoy un grupo bien
Today
importante
we have
de
a
participantes,
very important group,
además con experiencias
significant group of
realmente
participants and
relevantes.
important speakers with the truly
Bueno,
relevant
mucho se habla
experiences
del
because
financiamiento
we've
de
spoken
una
much about
actividad que es muy compleja
funding,
y que es
financing for
una
an
actividad
activity
de
which is quite
altísimo riesgo,
complex,
que
which
es la
is a very high
agricultura.
risk activity.
Definitivamente,
And we call it
yo creo que
agriculture,
hoy
right?
en día es difícil
Nowadays
pensar
it's very
en una
hard to
actividad
think
más riesgosa y sobre todo con
about
una percepción de riesgo
an
tan
activity that presents
elevada
more
como
risk and with
es
the risk
la
perception that
agricultura
is
y
so high,
particularmente en
as high as
territorios
agriculture, and
rurales
specifically
más rezagados donde
in rural
predomina la
territories
agricultura
that are a
familiar
bit more
con
remote,
muchísima
right, where family
informalidad
agriculture
y
leads with much
obviamente
informality.
muy lejos, digamos, de los circuitos tradicionales de
Quite
financiamiento, ¿no?
far away
Entonces
from the
es todo un
traditional
reto
circuits,
y
funding
el
circuits,
papel
right?
de los bancos de desarrollo de los
Financing
países
circuits,
es un
and the
papel
role of
esencial
development banks
porque
in different countries is
cuando
critical
hay una
because
participación activa de los
when
bancos
there's
de
active
desarrollo de los
participation
países
of the
y se
country's
generan
development banks
señales de confianza, que yo creo que básicamente
that we
es uno de
create
los papeles más importantes, es la generación de confianza
trust,
para otro tipo de
which is
inversiones
one of the
donde
most important
seguramente
roles, right?
la
Trust
percepción de riesgo es tan
development
alta que las inversiones no fluyen
for a place where risk
esa
perception is
dirección.
so high
Así
that
que de
investments might
nuevo
not
estoy
flow towards that
presentando
direction. And
al señor viceministro
I'll now introduce Mr. Vice Minister, Administrative Vice Minister from the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture in Costa Rica, Mr. Julian Arias Varela, thank you very much, Vice Minister, for accompanying us today. We have Mr. Alison David Oliveira Martins, manager of the Northeast Bank of Brazil, and Mr. Jorge Marcelo Velasco. He's chairman and president of the Productive Development Bank in Bolivia, and we'll start with Brazil and the Northeast Bank. And Alison, I invite you to share the experience, and it's the experience of a regional bank. As Brazil is a federal state where regions have financial and administrative characteristics that are quite different from the average in Latin America, maybe from Mexico and other countries like Argentina, but generally the regional development banks are quite relevant. And it's also interesting to know about the experience of northeastern Brazil, which is a quite challenging region, right? Particularly for the development of Brazil, Pedro, where we think innovations and advances truly develop there. So you have 10 minutes. Hi, good afternoon.
Muitas graças.
Mariana, thank you very much.
Pessoal, aqui a gente vai fazer uma apresentação no Portunhol 2.0. Vou falar em português e a apresentação em espanhol.
Speak in Portunhol.
Cumprimento a todos. Agradeço o convite da FAO. Cumprimento o nosso secretário.
Greetings to everyone. I'd like to thank you very much for.
Meus 10 minutos eu tenho basicamente dois objetivos. Primeiro, apresentar um pouco sobre o Banco do Nordeste do Brasil.
First, I must introduce the bank of Northeast Brazil.
E logo na sequência eu vou falar de uma experiência exitosa, uma experiência de sucesso, que é um programa de microcrédito destinado ao financiamento rural, que é o AgroAmigo. Então vamos lá, deixa eu começar aqui falando um pouco sobre o nosso banco, o Banco do Nordeste. Ele nasceu em 1952. Nós dizemos que nós somos o maior banco de desenvolvimento regional da América Latina. Entre os principais fundos de recursos que nós administramos está o FNE, que é um fundo constitucional de financiamento do Nordeste. Esse fundo foi designado na Constituição Brasileira de 1988, em que prevê da arrecadação de impostos de renda e sobre produtos industrializados, 3%. Toda a arrecadação tributária de imposto de renda e sobre produtos industrializados, eles são destinados a fundos constitucionais. Desses 3%, 1,8% é destinado ao Nordeste, que o secretário Vanderlei apresentou, fez uma boa comparação. No Brasil, a região Sul ela está muito mais à frente, está muito mais desenvolvida, mas a região Nordeste do Brasil ela precisa ter mais fundos de recursos, precisa ter mais tracionamento econômico. E não é à toa, né, secretário? Que inclusive outras regiões também estão querendo. O próprio Sul e o Sudeste também estão querendo fundos constitucionais. Mas o FNE, então, esse grande fundo de recursos que o Banco do Nordeste utiliza, é o grande exemplo, o grande fundo, né, que nós viabilizamos todas as nossas operações de crédito. Vale dizer que o Banco do Nordeste ele é um banco público, mas também privado. Nós somos um banco de economia mista, público e privado, e nós tentamos exatamente oferecer o que tem de melhor, um fundo, né, de fundos públicos, mas que também o que tem de mais ágil, mais moderno, mais sofisticado também do segmento público. Por exemplo, né, segmento privado, perdão. Como, por exemplo, seguros, produtos e serviços financeiros, né, como
insurance or other financial resources,
transferência de recursos, e entre outros elementos. Nós atendemos as microfinanças tanto urbanas quanto rurais. Urbanas a gente chama de crédito amigo e rural agroamigo, que já vou falar um pouco sobre ele. E nós temos umas condições, né, de recursos de longo prazo bem interessantes. Nós temos operação de crédito que chegam até 34 anos de prazo. É pensar no longo prazo, é pensar em desenvolvimento. E rapidamente eu mostro para vocês os números do nosso banco. Nós somos um banco em que pensamos o longo prazo, pensamos, né, em realmente desenvolver a economia da região Nordeste e também de parte dos
I'd like
estados
to
de
think
Minas Gerais e
about the
Espírito
long
Santo.
term,
O
and
Nordeste
we
ele é
want
tão
to
grande,
develop the
ele
economy of the
recebe
Northeast,
tão
and
braços
also in
abertos
Espírito
outras regiões que
Santo,
também
Minas
nós
Gerais, all
recebemos
that
outros
sector.
estados de outras regiões.
The Northeast is
Do
gigantic.
Sudeste, que é a mais rica,
So
mas
there are
nós
many people from
abraçamos a
different
parte mais
states.
pobre do
The
estado de Minas
Southeast region
Gerais
is the
e do
richest
Espírito Santo.
region, but
Nós somos
we
responsáveis por mais de 50% de
we have
crédito de longo
Minas
prazo na
Gerais,
região. E
Espírito
nós só
Santo,
temos
who are responsible for those
10%
that are
da
the
rede
poorest,
bancária.
and we have
10% da rede
10%
bancária, mas nós
of the banking
realizamos
network
operações de
here.
crédito pensando no futuro, pensando no desenvolvimento
We
em mais de
review credit
50%.
operations thinking about
E aqui já tem um
future
detalhe importante
development.
que eu já vou entrar falando sobre
We
o
have great
agroamigo.
numbers.
Nós temos
I'll talk
1.640
about Agroamigo,
pontos
which
de
is the other
atendimento
credit line
do nosso agroamigo. Porque é o
for
seguinte,
agriculture.
explicar um pouco um
We have
contexto para vocês.
400
Em
points of attention
2005,
for Cariamigo.
há mais de 20 anos atrás, foi exatamente um ano antes, eu entrei no banco em 2004
more than 20 years ago, 1 year
e eu fui
prior
um
to
dos
that.
primeiros gerentes, viu, Vanderlei?
One year after
Eu fui do
entering
projeto
the bank,
piloto, eu estive na
as
rede de
one of the first
agências,
managers
hoje eu sou chefe
of Agroamigo.
do Departamento de Inteligência Econômica do BNB.
I'm currently
Todos
the
os
head
estudos econômicos
of
passam pela
Economic
minha
and
área, eu me
Financial
reporto
Intelligence
diretamente ao
Department
presidente
of
do
the
banco. Mas
BNB.
quando eu entrei
All
no
the
banco, eu
economic
entrei
studies, they're
exatamente no
authorized by me. I
agroamigo
sent
e
to the
lembro
president
muito
of the
bem do
bank.
contexto.
And when I was in the
De como
bank,
era
I entered Agroamigo,
o ambiente de crédito para as
started
microfinanças rurais.
researching the context.
Nós tínhamos
It was a
agricultores
credit
familiares
environment
excluídos do sistema financeiro,
to
uma alta
fund the
informalidade,
rural field.
problemas
We
de
had family
garantias
agriculture
reais,
that were
vários
excluded
dos
in the
problemas
financial
que vocês
system, high
comentaram
informality,
aqui, altos
no
custos de
actual
transação, dispersão
guarantees,
territorial,
no credit
ciclos climáticos,
history.
que
There
qualquer
were high
operação
transaction
tinha
costs, distance
fortes
from
impactos
agencies, small
sobre
amounts,
todo o nosso mercado
territorial
de crédito.
scattering.
E esse foi o problema, mas o Banco do
There's
Nordeste,
much
lá em
impact on
2005,
financial markets
tudo
with
começou
this.
assim, então me emociona um pouco, porque eu lembro exatamente do dia, viu, Vanderlei, quando chegou uma moto dentro
I
da nossa
remember in
agência
2005,
e os agentes de crédito
the
que
day
foram
when a
contratados,
motorbike
hoje
arrived
já
to
são
one of our
mais de
headquarters or branches,
1.640
the credit
pessoas,
agents, and
1.640
we
agentes
had
de
there are many
microcrédito que
people,
vão
more than
em busca
1,600
das
people
pessoas que são invisíveis,
that work there,
estavam invisíveis,
that normally go and look for
que é
invisible
realizar
people.
sonhos. E hoje o nosso programa Agroamigo, ele
That wanted to make their
já
dreams
tem,
come true, and our
mais de
Agroamigo
56
program
bilhões de reais, isso dá mais ou menos
currently has more than 56
mais ou menos 10
billion
bilhões de dólares, 10 bilhões de dólares em contratações, 9,3 milhões de operações
billions of dollars, really,
de crédito. E
and
nós
hiring
temos
1.3
aí, hoje,
million
atualmente,
credit operations.
nós temos 2 milhões de clientes
And we currently have
ativos no
2
agroamigo.
million
Que
clients
basicamente a gente
active
tem
in
um
Agroamigo.
desenho, tá? Do seguinte aspecto, o desenho do modelo desse nosso programa chamado
And here you
Agroamigo.
can see a structure
Nós utilizamos grande parte dos
the
recursos do
Agroamigo
FNE, que é esse
program
fundo
model,
constitucional,
or
lá
the
daquele
design
que
of the
eu falei
model of
da
Agroamigo,
arrecadação de
we
impostos.
use the
Temos
constitutional
como um
fund by
ator
FNE, most of
principal, o governo federal,
resources
ele
there that collects tax,
delimita o marco.
taxes, and the federal
O Banco do
government
Nordeste chega com a operação de crédito, chega com suas agências e também com seus agentes de
the
crédito,
framework
mas
that
também nós precisamos de toda uma
works with credit
mobilização
cards,
na
and they reach
comunidade.
the branches, and we
Precisamos
need
dos sindicatos, associações
community
rurais, que
mobilization.
validam o programa, que emitem
We need participation
documento
from
chamado
unions, trade associations, rural organizations to validate different programs, and
CAF
a
agora,
document that's called DAP.
E temos então uma série de atores
now called
que
CAF.
atuam para viabilizar esse programa.
And there's a set of
Temos,
stakeholders that act
evidentemente, uma assistência técnica
to make that
muito próxima,
a viable program. We
prévia.
have
Os nossos
technical
agentes de crédito
assistance.
vão a campo.
Prior technical
Normalmente
assistance,
esses
the
agentes de
credit
crédito eles
agents that go
são técnicos
to the
agrícolas,
fields, the credit
que conhecem a
agencies
região, que conhecem aquela dinâmica econômica
agricultural engineers that know
e
the
tem uma
region,
metodologia que o agente
economic
de crédito
activity,
vai
and they
até
have
a
a
pessoa,
methodology
verifica todas as necessidades,
where
monta
people
um plano de
go
negócios,
to where
leva até
individuals
o
are,
Banco
they check
do Nordeste, a gente
their needs, they
viabiliza a
create a business
operação,
plan.
chega o
They,
crédito até as
take
pessoas
it
que
to
precisam
us
e
and
os
the
nossos agentes de
Northeast
crédito
Bank
fazem um acompanhamento
for people
sistemático.
to
Isso
see if operations
é o que
are
a gente chama
feasible.
de
We accompany people
metodologia
that
de
need
crédito orientado, que vem
accompaniment, and
diminuindo
we
consideravelmente os riscos.
have a credit methodology methodology, a targeted credit methodology that reduces many risks. Here we have some pictures
que mostra, né, assim, a realização de palestras, explicando como é que funciona todo o programa de crédito, mas também nós temos visitas individualizadas, né, visitas prévias, coordenadores de campo também acompanham, visitas gerenciais, enfim, mostrando que o banco está muito próximo, mas também a gente tem o lado digital, a gente não pode deixar de lado toda essa revolução tecnológica que está acontecendo. Temos um app,
it's important to
mas
consider
também
the
uma forma de
technological
comunicação muito
revolution,
rápida,
right?
que é o WhatsApp.
We have an
E
app.
é uma forma de comunicação bem
Fast
interessante, que vem mostrando resultados bem interessantes. E aqui tem um ponto bem interessante, que é o nosso
This system is very interesting. Here we present
uma
our
política
outcomes.
deliberada, né, política estratégica, vinda
It's
do
a
governo
deliberate
federal, mas
policy,
que o banco também
strategic policy that comes
tem
from the federal
levado, né, em
government
funcionamento,
that the bank
que é priorizar aí o financiamento também para as mulheres.
is
Somente agora em
working on
2026,
and implementing, which is to
mais de
prioritize
2
financing for
bilhões de
women.
reais foram
Only in 2026,
viabilizados
more
para as
than
mulheres, e mais de 22 mil operações
2.9 billion reais were released for
e aí eu
women
quero mostrar para vocês aqui
for
rapidamente,
these credit
né,
operations.
o seguinte, tem
We don't
duas
have enough time, but I'd like to rapidly show you some
dois
publications.
estudos, que inclusive foi da minha área, né, que a gente
There are
quem
two studies
trata, né, quem cuida do
that come from my
agroamigo é
area
uma outra área do banco, mas a nossa é responsável por todos os estudos de impactos econômicos para identificar o que aquele programa trouxe de mudança
for
de
the economic
perfil
impact
econômico,
studies.
de resultados.
Agroamigo to identify what
Isso está
changed, what the program
materializado
changed,
em duas
the
publicações, que tem o QR
results.
Code, depois vocês podem
All
acessar,
this is
que
later
conta um pouco
materialized
aí de
into two
todos esses
publications that
impactos, né, que esse
you'll
programa
be able to review
trouxe
later.
para a nossa
The
economia
evidence, the
do
impacts
Nordeste, tá bom?
of the program,
Muito obrigado.
considering the
Alison, muchísimas
northeastern
gracias.
Brazil's economy. Thank you very much, and I'm here for you.
Bueno,
in
es
case you have any questions.
una experiencia extraordinaria.
Okay,
y
thank you
creo
very
que yo
much.
recogería,
Undoubtedly, it's an
como
extraordinary
dos
experience, and I
temas que
think
me
that I
parecen
gathered
fundamentales
two main topics,
del
or
impacto que ha
two
tenido el
topics that I think
programa
are critical,
Agroamigo
fundamental
en el
for the
nordeste de
impact that
Brasil.
Agroamigo program has had
Veo
in the
que
northeast
se
of
expande
Brazil.
también al norte del
And I
estado
see that it's
minero y
expanding
también
also
al
to the
Espíritu
north
Santo. Esa
of
operación
the
monumental.
Mineros, that state, and also to Espírito Santo.
Más
It's
de
a
2 millones de
gigantic
clientes
operation
activos.
now.
Yo creo que
More than
eso
2
hace que el
million
programa sea el más
clients
grande
active, which makes the
tal
program
vez
be
a
the
escala
largest
de América
one
Latina, muy
ever
posiblemente.
of its type, right?
Y creo que es
Almost at Latin
importante que es un
American,
microcrédito
in
productivo
Latin America, and it's
comunitario,
important
¿no?
that this is
Que sustituye garantías reales
targeted,
por esta innovación de tecnología
productive
social, que es
microcredit, which
superinteresante,
substitutes these actual
basada en la
guarantees
presencia
for
territorial de la
this
agencia de
social
crédito, que
technology
es un
innovation based
acompañamiento
on the
permanente,
territorial presence
todo el
of
complemento de
the
educación
credit agent, which is
financiera,
permanent
además,
support, right, and all
claro, es una
the
inversión
financial
mucho más
education
paciente,
components.
tiene
And
unos
it's a
plazos de
quite more
pago
patient investment. It's got
extendidos y tiene incentivo al
repayment
buen pago. Eso es extraordinario.
terms that
Y creo que
are
el impacto social pues, es
extensive,
evidente,
right, and they're extended,
y
and it's
es
got
un
incentive
modelo
for
pues,
good
replicable, ¿no? Y
payment
esas son
behavior,
las
right,
ventajas
and
de
it's a model
tener
that we can replicate. Those are the
modelos
advantages
de
of
fondo
having
público que sean estables, ¿no? Y
public
concesionales, que eso
financing
es
models that are
fundamental. Y la
stable
medición pues,
and
de los impactos es
concession based,
evidente,
and
¿no? Estamos hablando
the
del PIB per cápita,
impact measurement is evident not
en
only
empleo que
in
genera,
the GDP per
etcétera,
capita, but also in the
y obviamente
employment
resaltar
this
la
creates,
importancia
etc.
de la
And of course, I'd
agenda de
like to
género,
note the importance
las
of
contrataciones
the gender
destinadas a los
equality or
emprendedores.
equity
Así que felicidades.
agenda,
Bueno,
right?
ahora
And
vamos para Costa Rica.
the importance of the
Señor
agenda with
viceministro,
all these funds successes for
lo
women,
invito a
etc.
que
Now
nos
let's
presente
go
una
to Costa Rica,
experiencia
Mr.
del
Vice
sistema de
Minister.
banca para el desarrollo,
Now I'd like to invite you
donde convergen la banca
show
pública, banca
to
privada
show
y el
the
Fondo
experience you
Nacional
have
para
of
el
the bank,
Desarrollo,
right, and the development
FONADE
where we have the
de Costa
convergence of the
Rica.
public
Y
bank, the
creo que,
private
bueno,
bank,
ya hemos visto
and the
varias
National
experiencias de
Fund
Costa Rica
for
esta
Development,
mañana.
FONADE in
Costa
Costa
Rica
Rica,
pues,
and I
es un
think that
país
we've seen many experiences in Costa Rica
altamente
this
innovador
morning.
en la
Costa
región,
Rica is a
es
highly
realmente un
innovative
referente
country in the
y creo
region.
que esta
It's
experiencia
truly a
que
reference,
nos
and
presenta hoy el señor
this
viceministro
experience that
suma
you will show us today, it'll be great, Vice Minister. It'll be a great contribution to this particular area of the country. So the floor is yours.
Ya está, ya está.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Espero que se encuentre
Good afternoon. I
bien. Un
hope
poco
you
complejo en
are
10
well.
minutos explicar todo lo que
It's a
representa
little
el
bit
sistema banca para el
difficult in
desarrollo para
10
Costa Rica, pero
minutes
vamos a hacer
to talk about
intento.
the topic
Lo
that
importante
is
aquí,
at hand. I will try my best. What's important here is over there. Okay, there we go.
Listo. El sistema Banca para el Desarrollo es un sistema público que lo que busca es facilitar el acceso de financiamiento
to facilitate the access financing and financing systems for productive and viable and sustainable projects. It unites efforts that already exist at the national level, concentrating it in only one bank, which is a second-tier bank, a development bank, that seeks to be linked to public policies. Public policies are priorities that are established by each one of the participants, discussed by the board or the council, and I will tell you about that later. It has to do about the development. So what do we prioritize? Small and medium-sized companies are your opportunity that are linked to the ministry, the FINPAS, which is a small size agricultural producers, which are in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, the organizations that are social and productive. We see that as social solidarity. They are in the Ministry of Social Security and microcredits. From within those beneficiaries, we prioritize those that are women, young, seniors, indigenous people. It is important to understand the resources we have and where they come from as such. As I was saying before, the financing comes from public banking, 5% of the annual income that the countries have at a national level, the development fund, which is the largest fund that we have. We have financing, collateral, guarantees, and so on. And from the private industry, we establish the minimum requirements. It's important to understand that the learning in it has to develop a sign. It doesn't have to transfer it, but it has to assign national budgets for all the activities that have to do for development bank. So what does integration mean? We must understand that it has a board. As such, it is made up by the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, the Ministry of Economy, the Executive Director of the Tourism of Costa Rica leader, the Chamber of Agriculture, and an independent agency. These are the different players and stakeholders. As you can see, these are non-regulated financial operators, cooperatives, special agents, collaborators. There has to do with public institutions that provide their resources, or the Institute of Rural Development. Although they do have finances, individual finances, but they do support the system as collateral or as guarantee organizers. Then the providers of services, risk managers, foundations, financial regulated operators. We have public and private financial institutions. This system is a very complete system where we have different players, where we have private industries that can be a part of this and provide services through the channels that they have available, with complying with the requirements. And this is the development participation in the market. I want to talk about the last two percentages. 44.1% of the segment at the national level, it goes to the micro and small scale companies. This is very important. Almost 98% of the entrepreneurial park in Costa Rica are small to medium companies. These are pymes, and the resources are given to the 44%. We understand the importance of the system. Not only that, 87% of the resources are estimated for a certain type of financing or guarantee for the productive sector also comes from the development bank. And because I am centered around the agricultural area, which is where I work, I know how important it is. Here are certain examples that we can show. We have this transformational innovation. What it does, each one of those producers that want to access these resources, we provide them, which are the national mitigation, appropriate national mitigation resources. These are resources to generate better capacities in production and trade, always thinking of a sustainable line based on rational pasturing, pastures, the efficient use of water. In the case of coffee, for example, tolerant varieties, soil conservation, and sugarcane, the harvesting and renovation. But in these three specific cases, we have others, of course, but it is important that the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock has to be involved. It is not only to apply for these resources, but also the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock accompanies and goes hand in hand with reviewing good practices that are taking place in each one of these productive development centers. There's not only access to financing, but access to extension of these services. Now, entrepreneurial development, we have competitive reactivation of the horticulture sector, where we prioritize production of potato and onions, which are productions that are very sensitive in Costa Rica. And what we do is we support technology and access to water, and conservation of water, and we support 20 producers. In the case of shrimp production, is based on a capacity of trade, and we provide support to each of the producers there. Now, productive innovation, in this case we have the marine farm. Nudecorp is a group of women who generate their own trade capacities through a floating restaurant. You cannot see it very well in this restaurant, but you can see the harvesting in that area on the right.
Se llega en lancha, se generan los encadenamientos y demás, y es algo bastante significativo. Luego lo que tenemos un ejemplo de avales, y esto va de la mano del INCOPESCA, que es el Instituto Costarricense de Pesca y Agricultura, que lo que hace es una transferencia por parte del Ministerio de Agricultura y además otra transferencia por parte del INCOPESCA al Sistema Banca para el Desarrollo para poder colocar avales de garantía, que lo que vienen a hacer es cubrir hasta un 75% de un aval, y en este caso específico son avales de cartera. Entonces lo que se busca es que ya tengan un modelo colaborativo cada una de las personas productoras. Partiendo del hecho que estamos en una situación bastante compleja,
starting from the point that we are in a very complex situation given El Niño
nos está afectando y cómo nos
and how it's already affecting it and how it could affect us
dos programas
even
bastante
further.
interesantes, que es
We have two very
escudo de
interesting
emergencias, que es
programs.
el SB a tu lado,
The
que lo que hace
emergency
es generar recursos específicos para avales de cobertura,
area
pero hasta de
to
un 90%.
provide
Entonces aquí lo que busca es
up
no
to
solamente la parte
90%
de
of the
poder
emergencies.
ingresar
What it
cierta
seeks
cantidad de
to
recursos
do
al
is to
sector
enter
productivo
a
que se está
certain
viendo
amount
afectado para lo que es
of
la
resources
estructuración de
for an
deudas y
area
además de eso refinanciamiento,
that
y todo
has
eso
been
va acompañado
exposed
con asistencia
to
técnica del
some
Ministerio de
sort of
Agricultura y
system. This
Ganadería,
is
porque lo que
called
nos interesa es
shield,
saber qué estamos
given
produciendo, cómo lo
emergencies.
estamos
We need to
produciendo
know
y que
that
los
we're still
recursos lleguen a
producing
las
it
personas que lo
and that
necesiten
the
en función de la
resources are
afectación de la emergencia.
reaching the people
Luego,
that
protección ante el riesgo
are
climático, y
facing emergency
básicamente esta lo
issues.
que hace es ver
Protection
cómo
for
hacemos
climate
nosotros para
risks.
conseguir ciertos
What
recursos
we do is
adicionales,
to
esto
see
está en
how we
proceso, como es
obtain
la
additional
acreditación ante el Fondo
resources.
Verde
It's
del
under
Clima, para que
just
nosotros
like the
podamos tener
accreditation
recursos,
for
más
climate
recursos, para
green
que podamos
fund,
tener más recursos que nos
to have
puedan
more
llevar a desarrollo
resources
sostenible,
that will
para
take
tener
us
un futuro
for
muchísimo más
to a
resiliente.
sustainable development, for a more resilient and prosperous
Esta línea
future.
que estamos viendo acá,
So this line that we're
prácticamente lo que
looking
vemos
at,
es la vida
what we
del
see here is
emprendimiento, de
the
la empresa pequeña y
lifespan
mediana y del
of
sector productivo.
entrepreneurship
Lo que
of
vemos en la
small
línea azul
and medium
es el
sized
emprendimiento por oportunidad, lo que vemos en la línea verde
entrepreneurship.
es el emprendimiento
The
por
green
necesidad,
is
y vemos cada una de
given
las opciones de
entrepreneurship
financiamiento
for
que tienen a
need
través del
and
sistema Banca para el
entrepreneurship for
Desarrollo, y
opportunity,
además
which is
de
the
eso
blue
vemos ese
line.
terrible Valle de la
And
Muerte,
we
que
can see
sabemos
that
que es
terrible a valley of death, which is very complicated and difficult to overcome. And the government is there to support those that require support. So what we see, there are different financing options. It will depend on the stage in which the entrepreneurs are in, whether growth or stabilization, or they're in inclusion, transformation seeds, productive, conventional financing, or transformative processes. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, señor viceministro. Creo que es una experiencia extraordinaria. Yo resaltaría dos temas centrales. El primero es el liderazgo en inclusión en la escala financiera. Es realmente impresionante el portafolio de poco más de $2 billones en el que se conjuga el capital público, privado y también la participación de este Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo. Muy interesante. Muy interesante, además, esta expansión de las unidades operadoras que usted ha mencionado, que no necesariamente tienen que ser públicas, si no le entendí mal a usted. Y obviamente, claro, es una penetración muy grande en un segmento muy importante del tejido empresarial de Costa Rica, como usted dice, está prácticamente compuesto por pymes y por pequeñas empresas, ¿no? Es muy importante. Y otro punto que quisiera destacar también es cómo se conjugan todos los instrumentos en este apoyo a los productores, ¿no? Innovación productiva, los avales y productos específicos para la resiliencia climática. Creo que es muy importante. Así que, bueno, felicidades por esta experiencia. Creo que es mucho lo que podemos aprender del trabajo que usted ha hecho. Muy bien, ahora bueno, vamos con la experiencia del Banco de Desarrollo Productivo de Bolivia. Julián, muchas gracias por estar acá. Creo que también hemos tenido la oportunidad de escuchar en la mañana varias experiencias de Bolivia muy importantes y muy interesantes en un país muy retador, ¿no? Sobre todo digamos, es un país con una enorme riqueza, enormes oportunidades, pero un país también muy complejo but also very complex from the standpoint of its ethnic generation, which is one of the major values that it has not only for Bolivia, but for the entire world. It has a very specific management system. Without further ado, then, the floor is yours, sir.
Hola, ahora sí. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Thank you and good afternoon. I would like to thank FAO for the invitation to be able to share the experiences that we are developing in a productive development bank, which, as you mentioned, is very challenging. I want to comment the implementation of a system that is agroclimatic in nature that we have developed in the last 5 years with a great deal of success to be able to reach that rural area where we all want to be, creating impact, and where the private banking practically doesn't exist. I'm sorry, which is the next one? How do I do that? There.
Bien, el BDP es un banco con 84% del Estado y el 16% lo tiene la Caja. Es un banco de desarrollo productivo, pero que tiene también un primer piso, lo que nos permite experimentar y mirar qué es realmente lo que funciona desde las políticas productivas del país. Nosotros combinamos todo lo que es el área financiera y no financiera de una institución financiera articulando esos dos mundos. En el primer piso, como les decía, tenemos una cartera cerca a $400 millones. En el segundo piso, a través de las instituciones cooperativas, IFDs, llegamos a un mercado más o menos de 500.000 personas, pequeños productores, microempresarios, microproductores. Tenemos una cartera de 200 millones en ese segundo piso. Y en la fiducia, con fideicomisos y fondos, más o menos son un número de 55 de estos fondos y fiducias, y tenemos más o menos unos 800 millones. ¿Qué nos hace particular al banco? Toda esta parte derecha que es no financiera. Brindamos asistencia técnica especializada y también genérica, y tenemos una inteligencia productiva muy importante a través de mapas de complejidad, satélites, lo cual ha hecho en los últimos años que podamos otorgar créditos con un riesgo menor. Y también somos el primer banco en Bolivia acreditado ante el Fondo Verde, lo que nos permite realmente estar con un pie en las finanzas sostenibles, y que es realmente otro punto muy importante que tiene el banco. Entonces, como les decía, hasta hace unos años el problema era producir a ciegas frente al clima, ¿no? Como sabemos, es un problema las pérdidas recurrentes que se tienen en el agro, por lo cual no entran. Muchas veces los bancos es prohibitivo entrar a un lugar donde se tiene tantas variables climáticas. Obviamente se hacía un uso ineficiente de recursos, el riesgo crediticio muy grande, y la asistencia técnica generalmente no estaba basada en evidencia. Una vez que empezamos a trabajar en este campo, hemos tenido experiencias realmente reconfortantes, exitosas. Es así que les voy a leer rápidamente un testimonio de un cliente que produce quinoa cerca al Salar, en el altiplano. Él se llama Julián, es un productor de quinoa que durante muchos años ha trabajado guiándose principalmente por mi experiencia y por lo que conocía del clima, dice. El problema es que las lluvias comenzaron a ser cada vez más irregulares y las sequías nos hacían perder parte de la producción. Cuando me acerqué al BDP, al Banco de Desarrollo Productivo, no solamente analizaron nuestro crédito cuánto crédito necesitaba, sino que primero utilizaron sus herramientas de inteligencia productiva para conocer mejor mi zona, qué producimos y cuáles eran los principales riesgos que enfrentábamos. Con el sistema agroclimático identificaron que estábamos en una zona vulnerable a la sequía y empecé a recibir información y alertas tempranas climáticas más cercanas a mi comunidad. Pero no se quedaron solamente en mandarme información, sino que con la asistencia técnica me ayudaron a entender esas alertas y a tomar mejores decisiones. Cuándo sembrar, cómo administrar mejor el agua y qué medidas podía tomar para proteger mi cultivo. También vimos qué necesitaba invertir para estar mejor preparado frente a la falta de agua. El banco me otorgó un crédito productivo para realizar mejoras que me permitieron adaptarme y continuar produciendo. Desde entonces sigo dependiendo del clima como cualquier productor, pero ya no tengo que enfrentarlo a ciegas. Ahora cuento con información, acompañamiento técnico y financiamiento para tomar mejores decisiones. Entonces, desde que el BDP implementa esta herramienta que ahora les voy a mostrar, que consiste en dos componentes, ¿no? Este mapa de complejidades, donde tenemos mapeado todo el sistema agroclimático, y tenemos estas pequeñas unidades meteorológicas de fácil implementación en varios lugares. Son pequeñas unidades meteorológicas que nos permiten dar alertas tempranas a todos los productores semanalmente y con una precisión de 3 kilómetros, lo que les permite realmente tener una mejor posibilidad de asegurar sus sistemas productivos. Entonces nos dimos cuenta, obviamente, que gracias a las alertas se producían la posibilidad de dar una asistencia técnica muy a tiempo y obviamente tener créditos acorde a lo que era ese mapa climático que habíamos definido en función a todo lo que es el riesgo crediticio. Eso ha permitido en estos 4 o 5 años llegar a 37,000 productores, a 154 municipios, más de 1,000 comunidades. Hemos emitido más de 2,124 alertas que han sido muy útiles y el 98% de nuestros beneficiarios siguen recibiendo y aceptando este producto, lo cual nos ha permitido subir el rendimiento de cultivos desde un 10 a entre 10 y 35%, bajar los costos de producción un 20%, subir los ingresos de estos clientes, de estos beneficiarios un 15% y obviamente tener pérdidas menos un 20%. Lo que se puede entender como desafíos es seguir reduciendo estas barreras culturales que hemos detectado, digitales principalmente para llegar a la base de la pirámide, pero cuando ellos entienden el beneficio que van a recibir, realmente son muy perceptibles a todo lo que se les da. Asegurar la sostenibilidad de este servicio es importante y para eso contamos con alianzas importantes, bilaterales, multilaterales. Queremos escalar esta red de pequeños equipos meteorológicos que son muy útiles para precisamente nuestros agricultores. Tenemos presencia a nivel nacional. Nuestra cartera, más o menos el 70% de nuestros clientes son agropecuarios y somos el único banco que presta este tipo de asistencia técnica y mientras la mora, como decían esta mañana, mientras la mora en el sistema está arriba del 3%, la mora en esta cartera nuestra está no más de 1,5%. Queremos seguir convirtiendo estas alertas en acción y para eso necesitamos obviamente más asistencia técnica y hay que seguir articulando esfuerzos con las comunidades, el CENAMI y todas estas instituciones que nos permiten mapear estos riesgos climatológicos. Pensamos que es replicable todo esto porque la tecnología es muy simple. Un equipo de estos no llega a costar más de unos $500, mientras que a nivel internacional este equipo puede estar por los $3,000. Es una innovación frugal que la tenemos patentada como banco. Lo bueno es que se pueden utilizar canales muy sencillos de relacionamiento con el cliente como es el WhatsApp. Además les mandamos videos y los correos y nos ha permitido hasta hacer una co-creación con el productor. O sea, muchas veces ellos nos dicen queremos ahora que este mapa y esta situación de la tecnología nos permita anticiparnos a este tipo de plagas, ajustamos los equipos y nos permite hacer eso. Y lo bueno también es que es un servicio a clientes y no clientes, lo cual tiene un impacto multiplicador en las comunidades. Eso quería compartirles a ustedes y creo que mi tiempo se acabó. Gracias.
Está muy bien, perfecto, mil gracias. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por tu intervención y creo que bueno, es una experiencia bien interesante, primero porque la estructura del banco es bien diferente, ¿no? En términos de que no solamente es de segundo piso, sino que también tiene un primer piso, lleva también una agencia con el Fondo del Clima y eso creo que le permite tanto desde el primero como desde el segundo piso, transformar en riesgo, el riesgo climático en una oportunidad financiera, ¿no? Y yo creo que no, en esta versión del mundo, la importancia de financiar la acción anticipatoria es fundamental, porque afortunadamente el riesgo climático se puede prever, se puede modelar, y ustedes también han desarrollado un sistema de información muy importante que se conecta también con esta tecnología de bajo costo de la que has hablado, que es estos PEM, ¿verdad? Pero que le ayudan al productor a anticipar, digamos, antes de que llegue la catástrofe y realmente el nivel de la pérdida sea monumental y obviamente la morosidad financiera aumente, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces creo que es muy interesante este binomio de información climática e inteligencia productiva. Bueno, extraordinaria, y además de la innovación tecnológica, la pertenencia cultural y la escala. De nuevo, un país con altísima complejidad por ser un país pluriétnico, pero también esta capacidad de llegarle al productor en los diferentes idiomas originarios de manera oportuna, de manera clara y precisa, creo que ayuda mucho a apoyar esta acción anticipatoria frente a los riesgos climáticos. Bueno, agradecer muchísimo a nuestros invitados de Costa Rica, de Brasil y de Bolivia, que creo que nos muestran que siempre es posible ampliar la frontera del financiamiento rural, ¿no? En situaciones de mucha fragilidad, de muchísima incertidumbre, pero es la capacidad y la creatividad de combinar los instrumentos adecuados con buena gobernanza y alianzas óptimas entre lo público y lo privado. Muchísimas gracias. Y ahora, por favor, un aplauso para nuestros panelistas. Nos están pidiendo una foto.
They are requesting a picture.
Muchísimas gracias, Jorge, que estés bien. Muchas gracias. Bueno, ahora esto lo voy a sacar de acá porque no está funcionando. A nuestros invitados del Perú.
Okay, to our guests from Peru.
Por favor, voy a pedir a Mariela Belli.
I would like to ask Mariela Belli
aquí al
come
podio,
to the
por favor.
floor, to the podium, please.
And si nos pueden proyectar otra vez la presentación.
If you could show us the presentation.
Muy bien, muy bien. Me disculpan. Sí, por favor. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, aquí en esta parte del panel estamos aquí un poco más, digamos, en casa, yo en calidad de representante de la FAO en el Perú, y acá con el concurso tanto de Mariela, que viene en representación de Aliados por Impacto, y de Jorge Peñaranda, de la Corporación Financiera de Desarrollo COFIDE del Perú. Hemos venido trabajando en la estructuración de una herramienta, digamos, yo no diría que es ultra innovadora en el sentido de que estamos inventando el agua, pero donde sí creemos que para FAO saltar al mundo de las finanzas, de los fondos de garantía, sí es un paso adelante de nuevo para avanzar en el financiamiento de unas formas de economía rurales que son percibidas como digamos, inversiones de altísimo riesgo, ¿no? Donde hay una barrera de acceso muy grande al financiamiento, ¿no? Porque tienen estas características de ser periféricas, de ser informales, de no tener experiencia como sujetos de crédito, donde hay una informalidad en la tenencia de la tierra, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces es bien difícil para estas personas acceder a financiamiento, asistencia técnica y a entrar a mercados en condiciones favorables. Entonces, bien, yo le daría la palabra a Mariela para que nos cuente desde el lado de Aliados por Impacto, que es el capítulo peruano que congrega a los inversionistas de impacto más importantes del país, y donde desde la FAO hemos buscado como abrir un espacio para la agenda de la bioeconomía amazónica, una agenda bastante esquiva a este tipo de financiamiento, unas formas de economía mucho más con tendencia a ser más financiadas por estas formas clásicas ya de financiamiento, el Fondo del Clima, el Fondo Internacional del Medio Ambiente, pero no jalar inversionistas de impacto y generar fondos de garantía. Así que, Mariela, te cedo la palabra.
Excelente, muchas gracias.
Impact investors, right? So the floor is yours, Mariela.
Primero que todo agradecer a la FAO por la invitación. Es un placer poder representar
to thank FAO for the invitation. It's a pleasure to represent Aliados de Impacto. As I was commenting, it is the national partner in Peru of the GSG Impact. Our main role as Aliados de Impacto in Peru is to articulate the impact investment ecosystem. And what I'll tell you today about what I'll talk to you about today is a collaboration case that is in progress. And it's quite interesting how this collaboration has emerged. Now, Aliados de Impacto has a function, a role that's very important in developing impact investment ecosystem in Peru because we're an articulator. And how do we do this? Because we've heard the word articulate very much today, but we believe much in transforming solutions and driving them based on need and based on research, right? It's research-based, so we provide strategic guidance to different stakeholders on how to advance and support specific solutions that have a social and or environmental impact. In this case, we would like to begin and tell you about how we created this instrument, right? How it emerged. We started this stage, the pre-design stage in 2024, 2025, where we conducted an analysis and a market validation to understand what the gaps were, the gaps that we wanted to address in order to mobilize resources to the agriculture sector, specifically in the Amazon.
El principal hallazgo que tuvimos
main
fue de cómo llegamos a los pequeños productores. Consideramos financiamiento directo, pero por los tickets
we
que eran
considered
pequeños,
direct
obviamente el volumen tenía que
financing,
ser
but
alto.
due to the tickets, they were
Entonces,
a bit
considerando que
little,
el
the volume had to
beneficiario
be high.
final
So
serían los
considering
pequeños
that the final
productores,
beneficiary
consideramos
or end beneficiary would
cómo
be the small
qué otros caminos podemos
producers, we
llegar.
considered
¿No? Entonces, aquí
what are the other roads that we can take, right? And here we prioritized
que no son
the anchor
empresas medianas
companies,
que justamente
which are medium
trabajan y
companies
articulan
that work
aproximadamente
on and
de
articulate
50 a 500
approximately
pequeños
from
productores.
50 to
Entonces,
500 small
priorizamos a estas
producers.
empresas
So we
para que sean el
prioritize these
canal
companies for
de
them
cómo
to
llegar a los
be
pequeños productores.
our channel
Entonces
to
comenzamos
reach
a
small
ver
producers.
cuáles son las necesidades
So
de
we started
financiamiento de
seeing,
estas empresas
looking at the financial needs
y
of these
enfocarnos
companies to
justamente
see
en
what their
promover el
financing needs were,
crecimiento
and we
de
focus
estas
on
empresas ancla para
promoting the
que
growth of
podamos
these anchor companies
habilitar más oportunidades para
in
estos
order for
pequeños
us to
productores
enable
que
more
son parte de
opportunities for these small
sus
producers
cadenas
that are part
de valor.
of
Entonces,
their value chain.
después de que identificamos que queríamos
After we
financiar esta
identified
parte de la
that we
cadena,
wanted to finance this
comenzamos a
part of
considerar
the
opciones
chain,
también de
we
cuál
started
es
considering
mejor
actions.
mecanismo
We
o
started
el
seeing what
mecanismo más
was the
catalítico
best
Y aquí donde consideramos un par de opciones, se considera un fondo de inversión, se considera un fondo de garantía y se está priorizando en este caso avanzar con un fondo de garantía que fue justamente la solución que se está priorizando desde Aliados de Impacto para llevar a una implementación. Y aquí estamos justamente en una parte crítica del desarrollo de este instrumento que va a empezar justamente recién como el diseño estratégico de este vehículo. ¿Y por qué es importante contarles un poco este caso de colaboración, ¿no? O sea, como les contaba, Aliados de Impacto es un articulador. Nosotros no necesariamente tenemos fondos, entonces estamos justamente una vez que identificamos la idea, nos acercamos a diferentes actores, no solamente que pueden ayudar a financiar el desarrollo del vehículo, pero también que les interesa obviamente estratégicamente impulsar la problemática, ¿no? Entonces, es un camino largo, como pueden ver, o sea, que recién estamos empezando, y eso que ya vamos 2 años entre la validación y la viabilidad del instrumento hasta poder aterrizarlo a algo ya mucho más detallado, ¿no? Entonces, aquí resaltar también la importancia de aliados que tenemos como COFIDE y FAO, que no solamente están alineados en la visión de este instrumento, pero también que están ayudando al desarrollo del vehículo que todavía ni siquiera está capitalizado. Entonces, también para poner en perspectiva que a veces comenzamos a considerar los vehículos desde cuando se tienen que capitalizar para adelante, pero llegar hasta el momento de capitalizarlos es un camino largo y también costoso. Entonces, es súper importante también que tengamos ese rol de facilitar el desarrollo de estos instrumentos, ya que a veces no hay ese capital catalítico justamente para que estos instrumentos nazcan. Entonces, ahí realmente valorar el rol que tenemos también como articuladores en el ecosistema, pero también a todas las otras organizaciones que se van sumando para poder hacer este vehículo una realidad, ¿no? Entonces, aquí, como les comentaba, FAO es un socio técnico, pero también está ayudando, contribuyendo $50,000 al desarrollo justamente de este diseño, que se va a empezar en aproximadamente en un mes. Aliados de Impacto es el secretariado que está articulando a todos los actores. Vamos a lanzar una mesa de trabajo donde hay otros stakeholders que les interesa apoyar como más en la capacidad técnica, y no solamente de que esto sea un vehículo desarrollado por 2 o 3 organizaciones, pero realmente estamos trayendo la voz de diferentes actores del ecosistema para que sean parte y codiseñadores de este vehículo, al mismo tiempo de también validar el interés de posibles actores que puedan capitalizar este vehículo, porque si no se va a quedar en papel, ¿no? Entonces, el tener todos los aliados desde el principio en el codiseño es clave. Y aquí Jorge les contará un poquito más también del rol de COFIDE como actor catalítico en este momento técnico, pero también como un potencial gestor del vehículo. Entonces, bueno, aquí para avanzar un poco en la línea de tiempo.
And here, I'd like to progress on the timeline. I have 2 minutes left.
Ya. Bueno, les Okay. Perfecto. Y este diseño preliminar que les muestro acá es indicativo, todavía no está 100% validado, pero la idea es que este fondo de garantía
va a ser aproximadamente
idea is
de 4 o
that
5
this
millones,
guarantee
es un
fund
piloto
would
y
be
la idea
approximately
es poder
from 4 to 5
movilizar
million to supply the project, and
por
the
lo
idea is to be
menos
able
de
to
4 a 5, por
mobilize
cada dólar de capital catalítico,
for
movilizar a
each
4 o
dollar of
5
catalytic
dólares de capital
capital,
privado,
or
¿no?
we can mobilize $45 or private
Y como
capital.
bueno, ya sabemos, hemos venido
And
hablando todo el día
as we
de la
know,
importancia de las garantías.
we've been talking about the
Esto es
importance of
justamente para
guarantees,
abordar la
and
problemática de que no
this is in order
necesariamente que
to
hay
address the issue.
poco capital, sino es más que
That not
todo que hay
necessarily
una
there's
falla estructural
just a
en cómo se
little
está
equity, but there's a
gestionando y cómo
structural
se está
failure in
percibiendo
how
el
everything is
riesgo
being
y
managed
cómo
and
se
how
está
risk is
distribuyendo
being
entre los
perceived,
diferentes
and
proveedores de
how it's being
capitales, ¿no?
distributed
Y
between the
aquí
different
este
capital
fondo de
distributors or
garantía
equity
estaría
distributors. And this guarantee fund
financiando o dando esta
would be
garantía para
funding
que se financie a no solamente instituciones
or would
financieras,
be
pero
providing
también
this
fondos de
guarantee in
inversión de
order to fund not
impacto,
only financial
otros
institutions but
intermediarios
also
financieros que
impact investment
están
funds and
justamente
other
dando el capital
financial
necesario a estas
intermediaries that
empresas
are
ancla para que puedan
providing
crecer.
the equity, the necessary equity to
Entonces
these
con eso
anchor companies
lo
for them
podemos
to
continuar con
grow.
Jorge para que les
So having
cuente un
said that, we
poco
can
de
continue with Jorge for him to tell you a bit about
por qué es estratégico para COFIDE básicamente estar en esta iniciativa
because it's
desde
strategic for
una
COFIDE
etapa
to be
temprana
in
y el
this
posible
initiative
error que pueden tomar
in an early
en el
stage,
vehículo.
right, and possible role that they could have in the vehicle. So the floor is yours.
Excelente, Mariela, muchísimas gracias. A ver,
Okay,
yo
thank
creo
you very much,
que yo
Mariela.
destacaría acá 2 puntos importantes, pero
I'd
quiero
highlight 2
también
important
traer un
points here, but
pequeño
I also want
antecedente.
to
Y es que esta apuesta nace en el contexto de
about something. This bet
un
emerges
proyecto
in the
que se ha generado
context
en un ecosistema de
of a
actores
project that was created in an
privados,
ecosystem
públicos,
of private,
comunitarios, de
public,
conservación de
community
más de
stakeholders,
110.000
of
hectáreas
conservation of more than
en un
110,000
corredor de
hectares
conservación en el río
in
Tambopata, en la región de Madre de Dios,
conservation
en el Perú.
corridor in river Tambopata in
Y
the
se
region of Madre de
espera
Dios in
movilizar
Peru.
una inversión de más de
And
100 millones de dólares.
we hope we can
Y este
mobilize an
fondo de
investment of more than
garantías
$100
estaría
million. And
constituyendo
this
casi que una
guarantee fund
quinta
would
parte.
be making
Ya
up almost
vieron
1/5,
con esta ratio
because you already
de
saw
por cada dólar 5
this ratio.
se
Per each
podrían
dollar you have
movilizar
5
para
that
llegar a
could be
20
mobilized.
millones de
But anyway,
capital.
to reach 20
Si
million
tenemos éxito
in
en
equity. So
movilizar
if we're
estas inversiones
successful
con el
in mobilizing those
apalancamiento de
investments
entre 4 y 5
with
millones de
the
dólares
leveraging
para mover
between
este
4 and $5
recurso.
million
Y esto es muy
to move
importante
this
porque
resource.
estos recursos
And
van
this is very
para
important because these
los pequeños
resources
productores de la
will
bioeconomía
go
amazónica que
for
están
small
totalmente al margen
producers
de la
of
posibilidad
the
de
Amazon
financiamiento.
bioeconomy that
Entonces,
are
ese es un tema bien
far
importante
away
porque esta
from
garantía catalítica
possibility of
es un
financing.
reductor
This
de
is very important because this
riesgo
catalytic
muy,
guarantee
muy
is
significativo y tranquiliza,
quite
digamos,
significant risk
a
reducer,
los
and
inversionistas a la hora de la
it
inversión. Otro tema
makes
es la
investors be at
identificación de
ease
estas empresas
when
ancla como
investing,
motores
right? The
de
other
bioeconomía, ¿no?
topic
Estos
is
eslabones
the identification of
estratégicos para
these anchor
articular
companies
las
as
cadenas de valor
drivers for
sostenibles.
bioeconomy.
Y
The
un
strategic
tercer
links to
punto que creo que es
articulate
bien
the sustainable
importante,
value chains, and a third point, which
y
is
es
very
que creo que
important,
en este
is
ecosistema de las inversiones de
that I
impacto,
believe that in
incluso
this
de
impact
la
investment
Banca Nacional
ecosystem,
de Desarrollo,
even in the
que
National
hay un
Development
enfoque más
Bank
tradicional como de
ecosystem,
apoyar
there's a
la
more
agroindustria o
traditional
de
approach
invertir en la
of
agroindustria.
supporting
Aquí hemos
and
logrado
investing in
posicionar la
agro-industries, but here
bioeconomía
we've been able
amazónica
to
como un
position
área
Amazon
específica de
bioeconomy as a
intervención y eso
specific area
trae
or
consigo, como lo ha
intervention,
dicho,
which
consigo, como lo
brings,
dice Mariela, también como el
just like Mariela
compromiso de
mentioned,
quienes
it
pueden invertir y
entails
también
the
del
commitment of
Banco
those that
Nacional de
can invest, and
Desarrollo
also the
en
National
una apuesta
Development
por
Bank
una transformación
when
sostenible
betting
de la Amazonía peruana,
for
¿no? Entonces creo que
sustainable
ahí hay como
transformation
3
of the
elementos que me
Peruvian
parecen de un
Amazon. So
enorme
there are
valor
3
y
elements
ahora
that
le
I
paso
believe
la
are critical
palabra
there.
a Jorge para que
And now I'd
desde
like to give the
COFIDE
floor
nos
to
comente cuál
Jorge
es el rol
for him
que
to tell
asume
us
la banca de
about the
desarrollo
role that
en
the
la
Development
estructuración
Bank
de este instrumento y
takes in
cómo
COFIDE and
la
in
participación de
structuring that
COFIDE
instrument,
es
right? And how
definitivamente un
the
movilizador
participation
de
of COFIDE
confianza
is
en esta
a
apuesta en la
trust
que vamos a entrar.
mobilizer.
Okay.
Hola.
I will give you this one.
Gracias. Sí, los 10 minutos siempre. A veces hablo muy rápido así que me cortan. Bueno, COFIDE, Banco de Desarrollo,
COFIDE
es
is
un banco de
a
segundo
development
piso.
bank in Peru. It is a
Como
second
rol
tier bank.
principal apoyar a
It
todo el
has
sistema
a
financiero
major
peruano en
role
general y
to
enfocarse en
support
sectores
all the
específicos.
financial system
Ahora,
and center around
quiero agradecer a la
specific
FAO y a Mariela por
topics. I would like to
compartirme
thank
esta oportunidad de
FAO
conocer este instrumento
for
y
allowing
dar
me to learn
el view
about
desde
this
la
instrument
perspectiva de
and to speak in live from COFIDE's standpoint. It is very important the catalyzing role it has. COFIDE already has experience in products that respond to a certain type of risks and commitments. It is very relevant in the financial system in Peru. From a cooperative second-tier bank, it is very relevant within the financial ecosystem of Peru. In Peru, everything is very traditional. Banking system is very well regulated, precisely, which is it is done in a very stable context. It has certain limitations to reach certain sectors. And we have various financial institutions, cooperatives. It's very similar. The regulating body is always watching out and has a high oversight. Sometimes there are considerations that are not taken into account. It was very good to see how this push in Paraguay, where you support and foster this first step, because the private and cooperative and corporational corporate banking does not consider that. We launched a Tier 1 product because it is precisely for microfinancing to promote the banking system. Every dollar that COFIDE invests is transparently supported 10 times the capacity that these financial or cash management groups have. An institution such as COFIDE, the product was launched with $200 million. So we can start adding in our heads, right? There are certain products. COFIDE is responsible at the end of the day to comply with the responsibility of promoting markets, and it has expertise with certain products. We can see the risk levels that it has. It goes up to 60 years of financing, and we are supporting it with synthetic systems in order to provide a viable financial support. So this is something that could be supported by high-impact products such as this. What is expected? COFIDE, what it's going to see is the impact it's going to generate in strategic areas of Peru. It is a great success that in Peru you can read the agro industry differently to what other strategic areas are, because this allows these particular aspects to create a strategic framework, an operational framework for the needs that are required. So I can see in the capacities of COFIDEs a constructor, and it is a manager of the trust, and in technical assistance it can add value. It is very important what I heard of it being a key or anchor, if you will, investor to create an additional support, and I believe FAO is also participating in the design. If you can further support us in the creation of the trust, would be extremely relevant. I think the development banks have that role. It provides us with that framework. Our legislation and our mandate allows us to reach those that need these funds, which will signify
Pues Jorge, muchísimas gracias. Yo quiero destacar de verdad la apertura de la banca de desarrollo del Perú por innovar. Eso es muy importante, como dices tú, vienen de una tradición, digamos, muy respetada, pero es una tradición bastante tradicional, unos mecanismos regulatorios poco flexibles, que bueno, eso a la hora de la regulación está bien, pero también hay retos que tiene el país con un potencial tan grande como el de la bioeconomía. El Perú tiene la segunda Amazonía más grande después de la Amazonía brasilera, y ya sabemos el peso que tiene la bioeconomía en el Brasil, que es monumental, el peso que tiene sobre su bioeconomía, y el Perú tiene un umbral todavía por explorar y por explotar, me disculpan la palabra, de manera sostenible. Creo que un actor como COFIDE genera muchísima confianza en un segmento de la geografía del Perú y en unas comunidades que están excluidas y que representan un riesgo, digamos, para las inversiones muy elevado. Y creo que también la posibilidad de contar con COFIDE como acompañante activo en todo el ciclo de vida de lo que esperamos dure este fondo, que además es un fondo proyectado a 15 años, ¿no? Es capital con mucha paciencia allí para asumir todos los retos, porque hay que fortalecer capacidades, hay que hacer una cantidad de inversiones de las que ya se ha hablado hoy a lo largo del día, pero creo que es muy importante. Y ustedes dirán, bueno, pero la FAO, ¿qué hace metida en estos ecosistemas con inversionistas y tal? Yo creo que la FAO es un organismo de asistencia técnica y queremos convertirnos en una suerte como de broker o de intermediario que tiene capacidad técnica y que ayuda también a las inversiones públicas y privadas a reducir el riesgo, ¿no? Y acercar a los productores a los mercados. Y creo que tenemos la capacidad también de movernos entre lo público y lo privado, que creo que está generando como unos réditos muy importantes, ¿no? Nosotros no financiamos, pero también tenemos una capacidad importante de movilizar recursos, por ejemplo, de financiamiento climático, que muy seguramente en el mediano plazo van a beneficiar esta apuesta por la conservación de este corredor estratégico para el Perú. Y bueno, realmente para nosotros ha sido un privilegio y agradecemos la confianza que han depositado en la FAO, tanto aliados por impacto como COFIDE, y estamos con todo el compromiso de salir adelante con esto, que creo que puede ser una extraordinaria oportunidad para el Perú. Así que muchísimas gracias y agradezco mucho su paciencia y haber estado hasta el final de esta larga jornada. Agradecer muchísimo a Julia y Mariela, y agradezco un aplauso cálido para ellos, por favor.
Muchísimas gracias, colegas. Después se pueden hacer la fotografía. Y bueno, tenemos algunos colegas que participaron del primer segmento del panel también. Si pudieran unirse a la foto, sería súper bienvenido. En lo que están tomando la fotografía, comentarles que a través del hashtag agroinversiones ALC, más de 2.300 personas nos han acompañado desde las distintas plataformas. Y también, por favor, no olvidar que pueden acceder a todos los materiales, las presentaciones PowerPoint, las fotografías del día 1, que estarán disponibles en nuestra página web. Estamos llegando al cierre del día 1, pero queremos cerrar de una manera súper fraterna. Sé que hay muchísimas ganas de conversar, más preguntas, más debate, pero creo que a lo mejor se van a vivir un poquito mejor acompañados de un vino. Entonces, les diría que por favor nos acompañen en la explanada, donde vamos a tener el cóctel para todos ustedes. Y más una vez, muchísimas gracias. El día de mañana nos vemos aquí a las 8 para registro. Arrancamos 8:30 en punto. Muchas gracias.
On the spot. Thank you very much, and on time. Thank you.
papel de documentalista aqui, internamente. Obrigado.